Chapter 324. When do we set off? Li Qingshan asked. The sooner the better. It's best if we set off tomorrow. Alright then, tomorrow it is. Report to the prefectural city tomorrow. Alright, give me a copy of the printed book. Hua Sengzan left behind the uniform and blade of a Scarlet Wolf guard before bidding farewell and leaving. The next day, Li Qingshan changed into a set of handsome Scarlet Wolf uniform and arrived at the Hawk Wolf Guard in Clear River City. He made his way to the highest floor and knocked on Hua Sengzan's door. The person who opened the door was Han Qiongji. As soon as she saw it was Li Qingshan, she shot a vicious glance at him before moving aside in exasperation, ignoring him. Li Qingshan was confused. However, this first young Miss Han had always been temperamental, so he did not take it to heart. Hua Sengzan sat behind the table with his hands crossed and a smile on his face. He seemed confident at all times. He gave a simple explanation of the mission. The Hawkwolf guard who had been killed was called Zhou Pei. He used to be a Nighthawk, but due to his meritorious service in the mission against the Truth-Seeking Society, a remnant of the White Lotus sect, he recovered his identity as a regular Hawkwolf guard. A few days ago he was killed while carrying out a mission and his corpse was sent back. The word traitor was carved on his body. It was suspected to be the work of a remnant of the White Lotus sect. When Li Qingshan heard the words Truth-Seeking Society, he suddenly remembered that he had seen Zhou Pei before, and he had personally destroyed the Truth-Seeking Society. The suspected murderer was the leader of the Truth-Seeking Society, Xiao Ruelio, who had once escaped from his hands. He never thought the mission would land on him again in the end. The coincidences of the world really were unpredictable. However, it was not actually a coincidence. There were several hundred cities under the jurisdiction of the Clear River Prefecture. Hua Sengzan had countless missions on hand, but Li Qingshan came from the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City, while Zhou Pei's post was in Jiaping as well, which was why he had specially given him this mission. It felt like he was returning home in glory. The documents were placed on the long table, and both hands reached over at the same time. Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji looked at each other and looked at Hua Sengzan at the same time. Isn't that my mission? Hua Sengzan said seriously, although it is an investigation mission, it concerns the White Lotus sect. Don't be careless. According to the rules, at least two people must work together. Li Qingshan withdrew his hand. He didn't say anything else. Han Qiongji was strong enough. Although she had a bad temper, he could reach Jiaping in the afternoon by riding on the clouds. After a little investigation, it would only take 1 or 2 days at most. There was nothing that he couldn't tolerate. Besides, she was a beauty after all. She would be able to relieve some of the loneliness of the journey. Han Qiongji slammed the table. No, I disagree. Hua Sengzan said solemnly, this is the commander's order. No matter how unassuming they usually were, the Hawkwolf Guard still had a clear hierarchy and their laws were strict. Unless Han Qiongji left the Hawkwolf Guard, she would have to listen to his orders. Han Qiongji stared at Hua Sengzan. Then she glanced at Li Qingshan to the side. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something and her face reddened slightly. Watching the two of them leave, Hua Sengzan leaned back in his comfortable high-back chair. Junior sister, this is all your senior brother can do for you. Ever since they were young. It was extremely rare for a man Han Qiongji admired. If that was not the rarest part, then what was even rarer was that Han Anjuan admired this man as well. As her childhood friend, he obviously had to lend her a hand. When the two of them were alone, it was the best way to improve their relationship. If she returned to her hometown with Li Qingshan, that would be even better. This was basically helping a friend. If Li Qingshan could rely on the Han family, he would also benefit endlessly. With Han Anjuan nearby and Han Anghua looking after him from afar, he no longer had to worry about a lack of cultivation resources. It was basically a match made in heaven. It was just a joke back then, but he never thought there would actually be a chance for it to come true. He had to admit that Li Qingshan was developing quite well. As for Gu Yenying, it was best if she woke up from her daydreams sooner. Arriving outside, Han Qiongji asked, "Was this your idea?" "Of course not." Li Qingshan curled his lip. "First, young miss, even if you can get whatever you want, there's no need for me, Li Qingshan, to resort to such underhanded methods." Han Qiongji raised an eyebrow. "What, am I not worth your underhanded methods?" Worth it, very worth it. Can you wait for me? I need to go somewhere first." Li Qingshan gave a perfunctory reply as he looked around. "That's more like it. Where are you going? Acting so mysterious, can't you see the light of day?" Li Qingshan said, "Then let's go together." It was inconvenient to use spells in the city, so he walked slowly to a small building at the edge of the city. On the signboard hung the words Cloud Wisp Society. Han Qiongji said in surprise, "This was done by your school of novels?" Li Qingshan chuckled and did not explain. It was also his first time coming to this place. He was naturally here to see how his new book would be published. Last night, Lu Chuanfeng had personally delivered the manuscript to him. When Sun Fubai and Lu Chuanfeng heard about Li Qingshan's arrival, they came out to receive him together. When they saw Han Qiongji, they were slightly surprised. There were many young masters and young misses from aristocratic clans in the Clear River Prefecture, but rarely were they more powerful than the person before them. She was traveling with Li Qingshan, so they could not help but wonder. For Li Qingshan's sake, Han Qiongji bowed towards Lu Chuanfeng in an indifferent manner. "What are you doing here?" Lu Chuanfeng began to admire his beloved primary disciple's impressive methods even more. In the past, she would never look him in the eye when she saw him. "You'll know with a single look." Sun Fubai welcomed the two of them in with a chuckle. They took a look around the Cloud Wisp Association. In the hall upstairs, the various storytellers were currently reciting Li Qingshan's book, preparing for their future performances. They all agreed that Li Qingshan's writing was extremely fascinating, and it was extremely suitable for storytellers. However, due to the lack of ancient charm and it was not in the style of scholars or beauties, it would take a lot of effort to get a singer to compose a tune. Li Qingshan waved his hand. "If I can't sing it, can I act it?" He pulled out something like a play and the group of people felt enlightened. In another room, a group of painters illustrated the characters in the book. This idea originated from Lu Chuanfeng. He discovered that ever since he began illustrating, his pornographic books sold much better, and it became slightly easier to collect the power of belief. In the workshop behind the Cloud Wisp Association, over a dozen printing machines he had bought from the Mahis school were operating at full capacity, humming as they printed square characters onto white paper. All he had to do was insert the characters and he could repeat the process. After being bound, he would be able to turn it into a book. Li Qingshan looked around and expressed great satisfaction. "I really don't have the time to spare, so I'll have to trouble you with the matters here, Uncle Fu." Sun Fubai said, "We're all family. Don't you think you're treating me like an outsider by saying that?" "When are we leaving?" Han Qiongji asked impatiently. These people from the School of Novels were just so weird. As cultivators, what was so interesting about mixing around with these mortals? She also flipped through a stack of paper, but she found it boring after a single glance. Apart from cultivation methods, she had no interest in anything related to literature. She only felt that compared to fighting against the disciples of the School of the Military, he really was not that admirable. He who wrote novels really was not that admirable. "Let's go right now." Li Qingshan thought about how his great name would spread through the Clear River Prefecture before long, so he was in a great mood. "Let's go together. Mine's faster." Arriving outside, Han Qiongji was just about to take out the shuttle when Li Qingshan said something. Her face eased up slightly, but it immediately tensed up again. She was the first young Miss Han. No matter what, she could not allow herself to lose face. Even if she had a good impression of him, she could not flatter him, let alone the fact that this guy was bold enough to treat her like nothing on Benevolence Island. The cloud rushed into the air, directly flying towards Jiaping City. They returned along the path they had taken in the past. Li Qingshan sighed inside. Han Qiongji had always been bold and unrestrained, but when she faced him, she thought about why Hua Sengzan had arranged this. She wanted to get along better with him, but she was also afraid of embarrassing herself. If she lost her temper as she pleased, she would just be like a young girl in love. It was not her style at all. It was not just her usual style. In Li Qingshan's eyes, she was just like a young girl, yet she just had to pretend to be something else right now. It was very awkward. For a moment he was actually unable to say anything. Fortunately, Li Qingshan's sighs came and went quickly. A while later he began chatting with Han Qiongji, and only then did Han Qiongji let out a sigh of relief. However, she was still tense, doing her best to maintain a sense of propriety. This just happened to be what she was the least proficient in. As they spoke, Li Qingshan felt that the first young Miss Han's personality had suddenly changed drastically. She had become reserved. Although she had lost some of her sharpness, she had also lost some of her straightforwardness. He found this strange, but they were not exactly close, so he could not delve into it. Never did he understand that his venting chaotic battle in the School of the Military would touch on her tiny feelings. After 4 hours of traveling, he saw a lone mountain in the distance, standing on the side of a great river. A hawk spread its wings on the mountain, overlooking the city below. The cloud vanished beneath his feet, and Li Qingshan landed firmly on the top of the mountain. He looked around. It's been a while jopping. The Black Hawk commander, Fang Yinshang, led all the Black Wolf guards on the mountain to receive him. There were quite a few former members of the Hawk Wolf Guard among them. All they saw was Li Qingshan in his Scarlet Wolf uniform, with a great beauty from the Scarlet Wolf Guard standing beside him. Just her composed bearing alone was incomparable to regular women. They were filled with indescribable envy as well as some sour jealousy. When Li Qingshan first joined the Hawk Wolf Guard, they had personally witnessed him. He was just a kid from the mountains. Never did they think he would reach such heights in just a short year or two. Fang Yinshang bowed politely. Fang Yinshang greets the two sirs. Li Qingshan returned Fang Yinshang's bow. Han Qiongji went up and patted Fang Yinshang's shoulder. Little Fang, long time no see. Why are you still at the 6th layer? Fang Yinshang said, You're still as unforgiving as ever, second senior sister. How can my talent match up to you, senior sister? And fellow Qingshan, when I first saw him, he was only at the 5th layer. Because Han Qiongji was second in the school of legalism, she was referred to as the second senior sister. Thank you. I think Commander Fang's bearing has changed drastically instead. You've matured quite a lot. Li Qingshan only felt that Fang Yinshang had lost some of his naivety and gained the bearing of a commander. You're two grown men, yet you keep praising each other. Don't you find it embarrassing? Tell me just what happened. Having escaped from the awkward situation where the two of them were alone, Han Qiongji returned to normal and immediately took charge. She asked about the ins and outs of the matter as she got Fang Yinshang to take them to inspect Zhou Pei's corpse. It was possible to tell that Han Qiongji was very experienced in handling situations like this, so Li Qingshan was willing to serve as a foil. He said nothing. In the chilly morgue, a layer of white cloth was lifted, and a body that had turned blue lay there. Sure enough, the word traitor was carved into the body. Li Qingshan had seen life and death before, so he treated it like nothing. He only frowned and thought. He felt like with Priest Chio's temper, he did not seem like someone who would do something like this. This seemed more like the revenge of a third-rate member of the Jianghu. To a large extent, the truth-seeking society had not been destroyed by the hands of the Hawk Wolf Guard. Instead, it had been destroyed by Niu Juxia, who had appeared out of nowhere. Even if he knew Zhou Pei was a spy, his hatred should not have run so deep. Wasn't a single stab enough? Han Qiongji showed no fear at all. She studied the corpse, but she did not show the bashfulness of regular women. Instead, she became furious. She covered the corpse with the white cloth and said, How audacious of you to provoke the Hawk Wolf Guard like this. Little Fang, do you have any leads? Fang Yinshang said, I was just about to say that yesterday, an informant reported that Priest Chio had appeared in the northwest. He seemed to have traveled in the direction of ancient Wind City. Li Qingshan became even more suspicious. He had personally experienced Priest Chio's craftiness. How could a person like that be tracked down by regular people? And wasn't ancient Wind City where the Qian family resided? His second trial mission actually pointed there again. Was it a coincidence or was there some other reason? With a swish, Han Qiongji covered the corpse with the white cloth and said to Li Qingshan, Let's go right now. Li Qingshan hesitated. It probably won't be as simple as it seems. As a result, he voiced out his doubts. In the past, Han Qiongji definitely would have mocked Li Qingshan for worrying. However, after going through so much, she knew he was not a coward. However, if she did not rush to ancient Wind City immediately, find Qiu Ruelio and kill him, it did not fit her personality either. Then what do you think we should do? Fang Yinshang was slightly surprised. It was quite rare for his second senior sister to ask for someone else's opinion. Apart from the two commanders, she had always been a person of her word in the school of legalism. Li Qingshan considered it for a while. Let's do as you say. Although there was something suspicious about this, he trusted Hua Sengzan's judgment. There was no danger with this or he would have warned them. Had the altar lord of the White Lotus sect set down such a great trap, even going as far as to expose his own tracks just to ambush two Qi practitioners? If he really wanted to kill to vent his anger, wouldn't it have been better if he had directly come to the Hawk Wolf Guard and slaughtered to his heart's content? Why did he have to specially lead them to such a remote place like ancient Wind City? The greatest possibility was that Qiu Ruelio had gathered a group of independent cultivators and set down a lousy trap. With his abilities, he could kill as many below Foundation establishment as he wanted. Han Qiongji said, Then why are you asking? Li Qingshan shrugged. There's no harm in being careful. Qingshan's suspicions are very reasonable. Priest Qiu is very crafty. I'll go with you. An extra person means an extra bit of strength. Fang and Shang still remembered how Wu Jian had failed last time with a large group of Hawkwolf guards. Han Qiongji said, "There's no need. Give this brother a proper burial. If he has a family, take good care of him. He won't have sacrificed himself for nothing. We will avenge him." Seeing how Fang and Shang still wanted to say something, Han Qiongji said, "If we work together, there won't be any problems." Chapter 325. With strong confidence and trust in Li Qingshan, Han Qiongji waved her hand and the two of them set off on their journey. Han Qiongji urged, "Hurry up and summon the clouds." It was just afternoon when ancient Wind City, which was backed by a mountain and faced the fertile fields, appeared before them. It was dyed a pale yellow by the dim winter sunlight. Under the city gates, Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji looked up. Although it was winter, there were still many people walking on the streets. There were adults and children, and it was as noisy as ever. They could not see any hidden danger or killing intent. Walking on the streets, the two of them attracted a lot of attention and were treated as anomalies. Li Qingshan said, "Let's look around." Han Qiongji said loudly, "Qiu Ruelio, we can see you. Come out." This attracted even more attention. Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head. Would such a trick to trick children work? Just as he said that, a creak was heard. At the end of the main road, the gates of the Qian residence opened. Qiu Ruelio was still wearing his Taoist robes. He stood in front of the gates and cupped his fists. "I didn't know that you were coming. Please forgive me for not going out to greet you." It really worked. Before he finished speaking, Li Qingshan felt a scorching gust of wind beside him. Han Qiongji flew through the air and arrived at the gates of the Qian residence. With a swoosh, she drew her saber, burning it with flames as she slashed down at Qiu Ruelio's head. Die. This saber was the school of legalism's dubbed by saber aura. It was dignified and could take lives. It also had the bravery of the school of militarism. Before the saber arrived, it was enough to shock the enemy. However, Qiu Ruelio did not move. He smiled as the saber slashed at him. With a clang, the saber slashed on a layer of black light. A formation covered the Qian residence. It was extremely difficult to go against the formation with one person's strength. Han Qiongji was sent flying and flipped in the air. She landed lightly. Qiu Ruelio said, "I originally wanted to lure some powerful people over, but I didn't expect to only attract 2 small shrimps." Murder. Only then did the people on the street react, shouting as they fled home. How could a commoner dare to get involved in such a battle? "Why aren't you helping?" Han Qiongji turned to question Li Qingshan, only to see Li Qingshan frowning and staring at the Qian family's mansion shrouded in black light. "Let's go." Li Qingshan suddenly pulled Han Qiongji up. Riding on the clouds, he charged into the sky. "What are you doing?" Han Qiongji struggled. Even though Qiu Ruelio had the protection of the spirit formation, the power of the spirit formation was not endless. Not to mention that she still had a few top-grade spirit talismans in her hands. Even if there was an ambush, she would not be worried. But Li Qingshan didn't say anything. His face was ashen and his arms were like iron wrapping around her waist. An unprecedented warning rose in his heart. "You want to leave? It's too late." Qiu Ruelio laughed loudly. Even at this moment it sounded righteous, bold, and more sinister. In the Qian family's mansion, a black beam of light shot into the sky. It propped up the black light and instantly caught up to Li Qingshan, enveloping the entire ancient Wind City. As if night had suddenly descended, even the winter sun in the sky became dim. A few people who hadn't managed to escape home in time were suddenly stunned. Their bodies were covered in cracks, and they collapsed like sand sculptures, silently smearing a dark red stain on the ground. Without any warning or preparation, tens of thousands of families in the city, regardless of whether they were men or women, the old or the weak, died in an instant. There was no hero appearing to save the people in a battle between good and evil. There were no sighs or pain. In just an instant, everything returned to dead silence. The hustle and bustle of the city seemed to have never existed. The moment Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji were enveloped by the black screen of light, they froze. They felt like a terrifying force was pressing down on them, like they were about to be crushed into a pile of meat paste, or like they were about to be torn into pieces. The two forces were equal, almost non-existent. However, the destruction was everywhere, penetrating deep into their skin. The cloud condensed from spiritual energy dispersed silently, and the two of them fell out of the sky. All of Han Qiongji's confidence turned into fear. A formation like this was definitely not something that Qiu Ruelio could cast down alone. At the very least, it had to be an altar lord of the White Lotus sect. However, Li Qingshan immediately recalled Gu Yenying's story of the White Lotus Mother sacrificing several 100,000 lives. This time they had probably struck gold. The person hiding in the Qian estate was an altar lord at the very least. Han Qiongji mobilized her true qi desperately, but her true qi refused to listen to her. She wanted to say something to Li Qingshan, but she saw him staring at her in shock. She subconsciously touched her face. Her fair and smooth face was like an old oil painting. A thin crack appeared on it and bright red blood seeped out. Ancient Wind City had probably become a dead city by now. In the 100 schools of thought, Qian Rongji gazed at the blue sky and thought to herself. Everything in the past would be reduced to nothing in the White Lotus sect's lotus birth formation. She recited silently, all sins are extinguished and the lotus blossoms. She had first met Qiu Ruelio during the encirclement mission last time. In order to hunt him down underground that was as dense as a spider's web, they had split up and contacted each other through their tablets. In the end she found the injured Qiu Ruelio. This time it was completely a coincidence, or perhaps it was also inevitable. She did her best to search for traces, before choosing the cave that Qiu Ruelio was least likely to flee to. In the darkness their eyes met. They did not speak nor did they clash. She acted like she had seen nothing and backed away. Back then, although Qiu Ruelio was heavily injured, she was only at the 5th layer. If she could keep Qiu Ruelio busy in battle, then only death awaited him. However, it was very likely for her to die in battle as well. The losses outweighed the gains. A few months ago she saw Qiu Ruelio again during a very ordinary mission, or in other words, he had come to her and invited her to join the sect. There was no threat or temptation. There was only extreme sincerity. I knew you were a member of the White Lotus sect as soon as I saw you. If you don't agree, then behead me right now and go to the Hawkwolf Guard to receive your reward. I definitely won't resist. Whether it was the truth or a lie, it did not matter. Qian Rongji considered it slightly before agreeing. She became a disciple of the White Lotus sect. She even offered her property, the Qian estate, to the White Lotus sect as a secret base. Under her encouragement, it naturally became the land of blood sacrifice for the White Lotus sect. She was not sure whether Li Qingshan would go there as an accident, a coincidence, or a necessity. If he died, she would sigh for him. Han Qiongji looked at the blood on her hand. Fear appeared in her eyes. This was the first time in her life. She was so close to death. At this moment, the black beam of light that held up the darkness contracted and twisted. However, the top swelled up like a flower bud. On the ground, the mottled, dark red patches were being worn away bit by bit. The last traces of their existence gradually vanished. Even their flesh, blood, and souls had become nutrients for the flower bud, helping it to bloom. Li Qingshan tried to circulate his true qi, but his sea of qi was collapsing. It was as if it was collapsing from a deeper level, let alone condensing techniques. As the flower bud bloomed, the power of the formation grew stronger and stronger, and the damage to his body grew greater and greater. If this continued, there was no need for the altar lord to do anything at all. Only death awaited them. This was the terror of the White Lotus sect that had fought against Gu Yenying and the entire Hawkwolf Guard of the Rui Commandery for many years. They were also Foundation establishment cultivators, but the 3 elders were basically amiable compared to them. Qiu Ruelio sighed. The heavens are benevolent. I can tell that the 2 of you are no ordinary people. Why don't you forsake the darkness for the light and join my White Lotus sect? We can help the world together. That way you won't have to suffer so much. Shut up. Han Qiongji gritted her teeth. Her mouth was filled with the taste of blood. As a great qi practitioner, her physique far surpassed that of mortals, which was why the formation had not collapsed immediately. However, her wounds spread bit by bit. She felt like thousands of ants were gnawing away at her. You weren't born to be a coward. Han Anjuan had once scolded her like that. Although she found the old man utterly irritating, some of what he said was still very reasonable. No matter what, Han Qiongji could not embarrass herself, especially before Li Qingshan. Qiu Ruelio said, "How stubborn. However, it's your good fortune to become a part of the Black Lotus and cleanse yourself of your sins." Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. He was about to take action. No matter who it was, if they wanted to take his life, they would have to ask his fist first. Even though the formation suppressed his true qi, it could not suppress his demon core. After reaching the 2nd layer of the spirit turtle, even if he faced a Foundation establishment cultivator, he would no longer be helpless. Just now he had indeed hesitated for a moment. His body was tough, far greater than Han Qiongji's. Although he was suppressed by the formation, he did not suffer any actual injuries. With how powerful the formation was, he would have to transform if he wanted to break free. However, that would expose his greatest secret. At a time like this, he could not care too much. He could not just watch Han Qiongji die. Han Qiongji said softly, "Go." What? Li Qingshan frowned. If he could enter and leave the formation as he pleased, what was there to be afraid of? The Black Lotus is the eye of the formation. I'll go break it and you can use the opportunity to break free. There might only be a moment, so you have to grasp it properly. Go back and ask for reinforcements so that you can avenge me. If there's no chance, then let's just die here together. She did not say that. Instead, she leapt up and charged towards Qiu Ruelio. She held a supreme-grade talisman in her hand. Chapter 326. Yo, didn't I tell you to leave? Han Qiongji stopped. Li Qingshan's tall figure stood in front of the Qian manor. He looked back and said, "I'm sorry. I don't have the habit of asking a woman to die for me." He was apologizing because of the moment of hesitation just now. Even if we have to break the formation, I have a better chance. I'm the one in charge here. Han Qiongji rushed forward and tapped her forehead with a finger. A supreme-grade talisman shone brightly and enveloped her body. Although the power of the talismans was greatly reduced in this formation, it was still useful. The cracks on her face stopped spreading. She opened her mouth to speak. She tossed a healing spirit pill into her mouth, and the wounds on her body began to heal. Obedient women are cute. Don't let my efforts go to waste. Li Qingshan said no more. He turned into a gust of wind and charged into the inner courtyard of the Qian manor. Han Qiongji clenched her teeth and ran out of the city. Sometimes, someone has to be sacrificed. But no matter who the sacrifice is, this sacrifice shouldn't go to waste. This was what Han Anjuan had said to her before. Even when two people were playing chess, there was the saying of bait and abandonment, not to mention when two armies were fighting. This was the way of the military. The familiar scenery flooded his face, and Li Qingshan charged right through it. His true chi was useless. Not only could he not fly, he even lost the ability to turn in the air. From now on, his feet would not leave the ground. After breaking through countless walls, he finally arrived at the inner courtyard of the Qian manor, the source of the Black Lotus. Beside a lotus pond, the lotus leaves were green. The lotus bloomed and its fragrance filled the air. It was like spring or summer. He could vaguely see carps swimming in it. It was full of vitality. However, in the dead silence of ancient Wind City, it was so strange and abnormal. A man dressed in black dharma robes and a black lotus crown. He sat cross-legged on a lotus leaf. He reached out his hand to stir the water and tease the carps. He was like a scholar in the spring forest. He did not look like a wicked person at all. However, those black lotuses that were about to bloom had roots as thick as giant trees planted in front of him. Tens of thousands of lives were taken in front of Li Qingshan. You're here. Looks like Ruelu has already left. No, he should be here too. The black-robed man looked up at the black lotus and smiled. Li Qingshan was very similar to Han Qiongji. Without saying a word, he slashed with his saber. However, the warning in his heart was simply screaming. This black-robed man was not just a Foundation establishment cultivator, he was simply at the peak of Foundation establishment. The feeling he gave Li Qingshan was similar to that of the slovenly Taoist. In this state, perhaps a single move would be enough to kill him. The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer he became. He was looking for a flaw, a chance of survival. Who are you? My name is just a code. Just call me Black Lotus. Your companion is dead. Don't you feel sad and angry? I'm happy for him. He has committed many sins and it's time for him to repay them. Altar Lord Black Lotus slowly recited, 10,000 sins extinguished, lotus peanuts. Mud removing plow. Clear. His gentle voice had a different kind of charm. His eyes were clear and relieved, like an eminent monk. Anyone who saw him would want to get close to him. You're happy for yourself, right? It's given you this lotus a bit more power. However, I don't know when you'll be able to repay your sins. Perhaps today. Altar Lord Black Lotus smiled. Li Qingshan was speechless. This Altar Lord did not just disregard life and death, he truly viewed death as a return home. The thoughts of people from evil sects could not be understood with common sense. At this moment there was a splash in the pond. A red figure passed through the lotus leaves, wagging its head and tail as it swam out, nodding towards Li Qingshan on the shore. It was the one that Li Qingshan had released in the past. It opened its mouth as if it was begging for a pill to eat. You know each other? Altar Lord Black Lotus waved his hand. Go go. I don't have any panacea for you right now. Even when he was facing a carp, a demon in the eyes of the world, he was so gentle that he seemed like he was coaxing a child who was asking for candy. Perhaps this analogy was not correct, as he had just personally killed hundreds, if not thousands, of children. Altar Lord Black Lotus was helpless. He fished out a panacea from his 100 treasures pouch and placed it in the carp's mouth. He rubbed the carp's head, and only then did the carp leave in satisfaction. Even if the pill was not as good as the virtue accumulation pill, it was not too far off. No, I can't waste any more time. Li Qingshan took a step forward. You want to sever the Black Lotus to save your friend? Li Qingshan froze up. Was this Altar Lord Black Lotus always watching over the outside? If that was the case, it would be difficult for him to carry out his plan. I didn't see it. I was just guessing that's what you were planning. Hawkwolf guards rarely move alone, especially when they're facing us. Just now, you've been staring at the Black Lotus the entire time. Is he a man or a woman? You want to use the power of belief in the divine talisman to activate the talisman and launch a sneak attack on me, right? Li Qingshan's mind that had just eased up suddenly tensed up. He activated the talisman and opened his 100 treasures pouch. He did not use his blood, but the divine talisman of great creation. Ever since he left the Clear River Prefecture, the power of belief that had gathered in the divine talisman of great creation gradually increased. Clearly, it was produced by the members of the Cloud Wisp Association. The power of wish was an extremely unique type of energy. It wasn't affected by the array at all. At this moment, it became the key to victory. But he didn't think that before he could even make a move, the enemy would see through him. Altar Lord Black Lotus said, the power from the divine talisman in your body might still be very weak, but I can't just ignore it. Forget it, do it. What? I won't stop you. If you can shake the stem, the formation will shake for a moment, and your friend will have the opportunity to escape. I'd like to see just how you're going to achieve that. Li Qingshan frowned. He had never seen such a strange opponent in his life. Altar Lord Black Lotus said, don't worry. If I wanted to do something, I would have done it a long time ago. Just treat it as the words of a dying man being kind. About to die? Li Qingshan made his way towards the black stem step by step, but he was filled with hesitation. If Altar Lord Black Lotus had used his full strength to kill him right from the beginning, he would instead feel much more at ease. However, the current situation was far too unexpected, which only increased the pressure he felt inside. He had to be on guard against Altar Lord Black Lotus's sudden attack at all times, and he had to worry about whether there were any traps. However, he did not purposefully avoid him either. At such a close distance, a distance of a few feet made no difference to a Foundation establishment cultivator at all. Li Qingshan came to a halt. He brought his fingers together like a sword and leapt up. The remaining several dozen strands of sword chi all merged into his finger, stabbing towards the black stem. The unstoppable sword chi stabbed deeply into the stem, interrupting its absorption of nutrients. The huge butt on it swayed as well. The sky suddenly brightened slightly, but it returned to darkness very soon. Li Qingshan returned to the side of the pond and looked at Altar Lord Black Lotus strangely. As expected, Altar Lord Black Lotus did not attack. Instead, he praised, this sword chi is very unusual. No wonder Ruelio could not even take a single blow. Now it's a matter between the two of us, Li Qingshan said. Han Xiongji must have used this opportunity to leave already. Now only the two of them were left in ancient Wind City. They could transform into their demon forms and fight to their heart's content. With the formation as a barrier, outsiders would not be able to see them. Altar Master Black Lotus was slightly astonished. Even if a 7th layer Qi practitioner had some very special powers, challenging a Foundation establishment cultivator in a situation where he couldn't even use his true Qi, wasn't he overestimating himself a little too much? People of our generation should look at each other calmly even when a great calamity is upon us. We should not lose our bearing. Why should we learn from mortals and fight like a trapped beast? Instead, he taught Li Qingshan a lesson. Cut the bullshit. Just when Li Qingshan was about to release his demon Qi, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and said, "Why'd you come back? I don't have the habit of asking men to die for me. Not to mention I've never been a cute woman, so there's no need for me to please you." Han Xiongji's expression changed a few times as she spoke forcefully. She had no idea why she had come back either. The education she had received since she was young told her that retreating was the most correct choice in a situation like this, and she would not face any moral responsibility either. Neither the Hawkwolf Guard nor the school of the military encouraged pointless sacrifices. If she lingered around at a time like this, she would instead waste the sacrifice of her companion. Originally she hated this girly attitude the most, but this time she was unable to abandon him. In her heart he was not just a colleague, a comrade, or a companion. I just feel like I can't escape the pursuit of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Instead of being defeated one by one, I might as well risk my life. Perhaps I'll still have a chance. She really is a woman, and a beautiful woman at that. It's far too rare to find someone in the world who's willing to sacrifice themselves for each other. You should treasure this fate. At this moment, the altar lord continued to study the two of them in interest. As he spoke, he did seem like a matchmaker. Li Qingshan had no idea how to react either. If someone was willing to die with you, even if she learned your secret, it would be nothing. He said to Han Xiongji, "Be careful." He took out all of his supreme-grade talismans, about to strike out and risk his life in battle. Hold on. The altar lord suddenly raised his hand. If it were any other opponent, Li Qingshan would not wait no matter what, but the altar lord was far too strange. Let alone killing intent, he did not even show any hostility the entire time. You can all go. The person I've been waiting for has come. The altar lord raised his head at the sky. A streak of scorching white light tore through the darkness and descended from above, directly striking the black lotus that was about to bloom. Boom. Thunder rang out immediately afterwards. A few familiar figures descended from the sky. Han Xiongji cried out involuntarily, "Father!" Han Che happened to be one of them. Beside him were Lu Changqing, Wang Puxi, the One-Thought Master, and so on. Basically all the school leaders were gathered here. The bolt of heavenly lightning had come from the Peak Foundation establishment's slovenly Taoist priest, Zhou Tong, which was why he could rip through the formation in a single stroke. Wang Puxi said, "Altar Lord Black Lotus, today is the day you die." P.S. After a nap, a minor discomfort turned into a major discomfort. The climate of Hunan sure is horrible. That's all for today. I'll update as usual tomorrow. I'll go make some ginger soup. It'll be better tomorrow, right? Chapter 327. When Altar Lord Black Lotus heard that, he smiled at Li Qingshan as if he was saying, "I'll tell you." It was as if he had no idea that he was already on the brink of death. The Black Lotus beside him only swayed slightly when it was struck by the heavenly lightning. Li Qingshan could not help but look at Han Xiongji. Had she used just now when the formation had weakened to send out a distress signal? Han Xiongji was also at a loss. Yes, that was impossible. The 100 schools of thought was thousands of kilometers away. Even if they received the signal, it was impossible for them to arrive in such a timely manner. There was only one explanation. This was a trap targeted at the White Lotus sect. The roles of hunter and prey immediately switched. Even with the assistance of the mysterious Black Lotus formation, it was impossible for Altar Lord Black Lotus to fend off the encirclement of so many school leaders. His death was right in front of him. However, another question rose up in Li Qingshan's mind. If that was the case, why didn't he strike earlier? Why did he want all the people in the city to die and even watch them run into danger? Wang Puxi said, "The Black Lotus has been planted. I'd like to see how you escape this time. Life and death are all predetermined. Escaping before was not my intention, but the time was not right. I've always been deeply apologetic. I will definitely satisfy you this time, Commander." As it turned out, the Black Lotus was not a regular arcane artifact. Instead, it was a life-bound arcane artifact that was connected to Altar Lord Black Lotus life. He could open up formations whenever he planted the Black Lotus. Even if Foundation establishment cultivators fell into it, they would be at his mercy. He could be said to be at his strongest. However, once he planted it, he could not move it away so easily. It was also at his weakest. Otherwise, there was not a single Foundation establishment cultivator who did not know escape techniques. Altar Lord Black Lotus was one of the best among them. As long as he was not trapped by formations, he would be able to escape easily even if he was surrounded by so many Foundation establishment cultivators. His movements had been exposed before. He had been encircled and hunted down by the Hawkwolf Guard many times. However, not a single time did they manage to capture him. At the cost of several tens of thousands of lives, they finally trapped him here and killed him. Even Wang Puxi could not help but rejoice when he saw how great of a merit he had achieved. Lu Changqing said, "It's a pity for the tens of thousands of people." Namo Amitba. The One-Thought Master chanted softly as his face was filled with compassion. He could have stopped all of this. "There's no need for you to blame yourself, Prefect. You're responsible for the billions of people in the Clear River Prefecture. Weighing the pros and cons is your duty. He continued, Grandmaster, you don't have to be sad. They have already washed away their sins, comprehended the essence of the lotus, and reached the pure land of bliss. On the contrary, we are the ones who have sunk into the mud and are covered in sin. Not being able to be free is worth sighing over. Not only did Altar Master Black Lotus not accuse the two of being hypocritical, he even tried to persuade them. There was not a trace of extremism. It was full of tolerance and understanding. Shut up, you evil creature. A thunderous lion roared. When it came out of the One Thought Master's mouth, it made him glare furiously. If I don't enter hell, who will? Even if I have to bear the burden of sin, I will still kill you all and rid the world of a scourge. Altar Master Black Lotus said, Grandmaster, that's where you're wrong. The school of legalism uses severe punishment to warn the world, so killing me is Commander Wang's top priority. The school of Confucianism needs to watch over the people, so they have to weigh the pros and cons. They have no choice but to sacrifice the entire city of people. However, the Buddha is merciful. Although we have the power to vanquish demons, we can't let anger surpass our compassion. Li Qingshan could tell that the various sect leaders wanted to use words to attack Altar Master Black Lotus's resolve, but Altar Master Black Lotus's mind was as still as water. He was not affected at all. The slovenly Taoist priest said impatiently, What's the point of saying so much? Let's work together and kill this bastard. Han Anjuan said to Li Qingshan, You've done well. Take her out. That was like a declaration of war. Light shone from the various sect leaders. They all pulled out their spiritual artifacts and even arcane artifacts. Li Qingshan looked deeply at Altar Master Black Lotus before pulling Han Qiongji away. Altar Master Black Lotus even said with a smile, Farewell. Li Qingshan had a bad feeling. Altar Master Black Lotus's attitude was just too calm. Moreover, from just now's words, it seemed like he had already expected all of this. He was even indifferent about life and death. From the beginning to the end, let alone anger and killing intent, he did not even speak harshly. However, Li Qingshan felt a deep sense of fear. They came out of the formation without encountering any obstructions. Without the pressure of life and death, Han Qiongji could no longer suppress her injuries. She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. However, Li Qingshan dared not tarry. He summoned a cloud first and took the two of them to a safe location high enough and far enough away. Then he fed Han Qiongji a healing pill and used techniques to heal her. A while later, Han Qiongji woke up slowly. Li Qingshan stopped worrying, but when he looked down, he frowned again. The battle below did not begin immediately as expected. Altar Master Black Lotus seemed to have said something, and the various sect leaders were stunned. Just what had happened? The bamboo forest swayed with the sun's shadow, covering them in mottles. Although the winter in the Clear River Prefecture was very cold, it was not as bone-chilling as ancient Wind City. Qian Rongji sighed as she walked through the snow alone. An exquisite courtyard appeared before his eyes. It was still empty and cold. Only Lu Chuanfeng was there. He was currently writing furiously. His novel had already become his only source of pride, so he could not let his disciple steal the limelight. He was so engrossed that he did not even notice Qian Rongji's arrival. Qian Rongji smiled. This person had not been informed. She had taken him along with her to hunt down Altar Master Black Lotus, but that was within her expectations. That day, after she accepted Qiu Ruelio's invitation, she immediately reported to Wang Puxi. As expected, Wang Puxi told her to bear with it for now and act as a nighthawk on the surface. She would help investigate the internal affairs of the White Lotus sect and find the whereabouts of even more important figures so that she could report to the Rui Commandery and hunt them down. Instead, he purposefully gave her some information so that she could gain the trust of the upper echelon of the White Lotus sect. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. She obviously received quite a lot of rewards from both sides. However, her talent was far too mediocre, so she was unable to break through so easily. Thump thump. Qian Rongji knocked on the pillar. Is Li Qingshan here? You are? Only then did Lu Chuanfeng raise his head. He felt rather dissatisfied. His beloved disciple was no better than him, so why did he have so much luck with women? Qian Rongji introduced herself and said a few words. She took out a jar of alcohol from her 100 treasures pouch. I forgot. He still hasn't completed his trial mission, so he's just not fated to be with you. Sir, I'll treat you to this jar of alcohol. Lu Chuanfeng immediately beamed with joy. My luck with women has come. He coughed twice in a feigned manner. That's no good, right? Why don't we wait for Qingshan to return? Before Qian Rongji could back down a little, he said, "If that's the case, I'll gladly accept your offer." A while later, with a clang, Lu Chuanfeng spilled the jar of alcohol and collapsed on the ground. Just like the legends say, he's an idiot. Qian Rongji wrapped him up with true qi and spat out all the alcohol. Afterwards, she took away his tablet and made her way to the central formation of Cloud Wisp Island. Spying was a dangerous occupation no matter the age. They could fall deep into enemy territory at any time, and only death awaited them as soon as they were discovered. Not to mention a capricious double agent. However, she still lived rather peacefully. Throughout the entire process, she did not draw any suspicion from the White Lotus sect. This was because she reported everything to the White Lotus sect. Chapter 328. Just as the school leaders were about to take action, Altar Master Black Lotus said, "School leaders, do you only care about what's in front of you and not what's behind you?" "What do you mean?" Lu Changqing said. "This is my destiny as well as the destiny of the 100 schools of thought. Don't even think about wasting time with words. The 100 schools of thought is protected by a formation. Even if the White Lotus Mother comes personally, she won't be able to break through it easily." As Lu Changqing said this, his expression suddenly changed. He took out a formation plate with a dragon and snake coiling around it. The light that originally lingered around it had actually disappeared. The school leaders all knew what this meant. The dragon and snake formation that protected the 100 schools of thought had been broken. Qian Rongji watched as a white lotus grew out of the formation. It swayed gently, pure and beautiful. The endless pillar of spiritual qi that shot into the sky was immediately cut off. The formation was powerful, but it was also extremely precise. It was like an operating machine. As long as one of the key components had a problem, it would affect the entire thing. The sky distorted, but it was still blue. However, the fog surrounding the islands of the 100 schools of thought gradually dispersed under the winter sun. A few fishermen who were fishing on the lake looked at the islands in front of them in surprise. They had long heard that it was the residence of immortals, but this was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. What happened? The disciples of the schools walked out of the buildings and looked at the sky. They discussed among themselves, thinking that something had happened to the formation. Hua Sengzan was the first to sense that something was wrong. He said angrily, "Qian Rongji, what are you doing?" When he saw the resplendent white lotus again, his anger turned into disbelief as well as a hint of fear. He had long known that Qian Rongji was a spy in the White Lotus sect. However, he never expected that she would really throw herself into it. The White Lotus sect had long been hated by everyone. It was declining day by day, and its members were in a precarious situation. With her scheming, how could she really be so loyal? Qian Rongji said, "Commander Hua, I'm just a lowly soldier following orders. Why do you have to make things difficult for a weak woman like me?" Hua Sengzan wouldn't listen to her and pounced on her. The most important thing now was to destroy that white lotus. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qian Rongji didn't stop him and took a few steps back. Hua Sengzan was slightly surprised. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a white figure flashing in the depths of the bamboo forest and appearing in front of him out of thin air. It was a white-haired old woman. Although her face was full of wrinkles, she looked extremely benevolent. The deep smile lines on her face made her look like she was always smiling. She held a white lotus in her hand, but it was close to withering. He looked into Hua Sengzan's eyes. He was also very gentle, as if he was looking at his own grandson. However, Hua Sengzan felt a suffocating pressure. He made a turn in the air and leaped backward. Before he knew it, a few men and women stood behind him. Standing behind him were men and women, young and old, but they all had smiles on their faces. It was not a sneer, nor was it a fake smile. Instead, it was joy from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if all the sunlight and white clouds in the world were so delightful. Coldness poured down from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. Apart from the white-haired old woman, he was familiar with all of them. Every single one of them possessed astronomical amounts of merit in the Hawkwolf Guard. The remaining altar lords of the White Lotus sect were all gathered here. Qian Rongji bowed politely. Disciple Qian Rongji greets the Holy Mother and greets the altar lords. Hua Sengzan was shocked. Sure enough, the old woman was the White Lotus Mother. However, according to the rumors, wasn't she a middle-aged woman? Stand up. There's no need to be so formal. I still have to thank you for opening the door for me. You've taken quite the risk. Sharing the Holy Mother's burden is my duty. Who is he? He's Hua Sengzan, a Scarlet Wolf commander. He's always been trusted by Gu Yenying. Only when she heard Gu Yenying's name did the White Lotus mother carefully study Hua Sengzan. He really is a rare handsome man. If I were a little younger I would probably be tempted too. Following that Gu Yenying who doesn't understand the true meaning of life is like casting pearls before swine. Hua Sengzan knew he probably would not be spared this time. He smiled. Unfortunately, I don't like old women. Really? What do you think about this then? The White Lotus mother heard that, but she was not angered. Her body underwent a startling change. The wrinkles on her face flattened bit by bit, and her shriveled lips gradually reddened. Her white hair turned black and her skin became as white as snow. In the blink of an eye, she had turned into a beautiful young lady. The White Lotus in her hand regained its vitality, returning to a state where it was on the verge of blooming. The White Lotus mother said with a clear voice that resembled the cry of an oriole, "I might seem a little old at times, but I'm still a person after all." "Is he on the list too?" Chen Rongji said, "He is." "Then take him back and teach him a lesson so that he can become a member of the White Lotus sect." Before he could even see what the White Lotus mother had done, Hua Sengzan collapsed on the ground without putting up any resistance. Although he was conscious, he could not move a single finger, nor could he use a single strand of true qi. For some reason, a thought rose up in his head: is this the difference between us? The White Lotus mother left behind an altar lord to watch over the formations before directly making her way to Contention Island. The other altar lords led their followers to the various islands of the various clans to gather resources and search for the people on the list. The list came from Chen Rongji. It recorded the talented disciples of the various clans. The White Lotus sect had clashed with the Hawkwolf Guard time and time again, resulting in heavy casualties among their disciples. Moreover, they had been labeled as a cult, so they were suppressed from all sides. Their lineage had basically been severed. The plan this time was to deal with this problem. The list would replenish the White Lotus sect with new blood, especially for 10th layer Qi practitioners like Hua Sengzan. As long as they taught him a lesson, producing a few more altar lords would not be difficult at all. As for those who were not on the list, they would all be cleansed of their sins and reborn in paradise. Among the 100 schools of thought, the school leaders who were the most skilled in battle had all gone to hunt down Altar Lord Black Lotus, so how could the remaining people be the White Lotus Mother's opponent? The outcome of this battle had been determined right from the beginning. After listening to Altar Lord Black Lotus's words on Ancient Wind City, the various school leaders were all shocked. To the 100 schools of thought, the most important thing was these outstanding disciples that they had carefully selected and nurtured slowly. Once they suffered losses, the entire Clear River Prefecture would suffer a heavy blow. Even more terrifyingly, it was very likely for these people to become enemies in the future. It was rumored that the White Lotus Mother could forcefully instill the teachings of her teachings into the minds of cultivators, turning them into her allies. Wang Pushi finally understood where the greatest flaw in his plan was. If Chen Rongji really did meet the White Lotus Mother, then she would definitely be instilled with the teachings of her teachings. She would no longer have to consider the pros and cons. Even if she had to die for the White Lotus Mother, she would not hesitate. The Altar Lord before him was a living example. Altar Lord Black Lotus said, "Do you want to go back and save them, or do you want to stay here and kill me? I hope you can all make up your minds soon. Being hesitant is not a wise person." "I'll kill you first, you wretched spawn." The one-thought master let out a lion's roar. His staff shone with golden light, striking down at Black Lotus. In the courtyard within the bamboo forest, Hua Sengzan moved his lips with difficulty. He looked at Chen Rongji in confusion. "Why are you doing this? Don't tell me the White Lotus sect is actually controlling your thoughts?" "I've already said that I have no choice." Chen Rongji sighed. If it were possible, she would rather seek out fortuitous encounters and increase her strength bit by bit, rather than become embroiled in a dangerous conflict like this. It was not that easy to strike a balance between both sides. No matter how resourceful a measly Qi practitioner was, they still needed some luck to survive. However, she had always only gambled on situations where she was guaranteed to win. What she hated the most was luck. Now that she had done everything she could, all she could do was await the judgment of fate, as she was no longer a chess player this time, but a chess piece. Moreover, she was a chess piece that both sides were moving. There was no need for outsiders to explain the dangers and helplessness involved. Now all she could do was wait for the other chess player to appear. A white boot stomped heavily on the lotus, even crushing it forcefully. The White Lotus that even heavenly lightning struggled to shake was immediately reduced to mud and dust. The boot was embroidered with exquisite silver threads, twisting into a profound inscription. Hua Sengzan could tell with a single glance that it was an arcane artifact as he collapsed on the ground. He did his best to look up. He wore elegant white clothes with wings embroidered on it. Under the slanted sunlight, the person's face seemed rather blurry, but the smile at the corner of his lips would always remain clear and deep. Chen Rongji immediately stood up and bowed towards the owner of the boot rather tiredly. I am Chen Rongji. I have been waiting for the great commander for quite some time now. Hua Sengzan came to a realization. So that's why. After Chen Rongji completed her trial mission, he followed the rules and took her to the Rui Commandery to see this person. They had a private conversation before. The reason for all of this probably originated from this. The expression of the altar lord of the White Lotus sect who remained behind changed drastically. Every single disciple of the White Lotus sect was far too familiar with this figure. She was basically no weaker than the White Lotus mother. He immediately used an escape technique, and in the blink of an eye, he had already traveled several hundred meters away, leaving the formation far behind. The jade folding fan suddenly opened up, and she waved her hand casually. The altar lord felt a gentle breeze brush past him. He called out, "Holy Mother, go!" His body suddenly split in half. The bamboo forest fell silent for a while before snapping in the middle with a rustle. Looking down from above, a neat fan had suddenly appeared in the sea of trees on Cloud Wisp Island. White Lotus, checkmate. Guyening. The White Lotus mother suddenly looked back. Light surged into the air on Cloud Wisp Island, and the formation of dragons and snakes began to operate again. She had broken through the formation, but she was now trapped in the formation. What was going on? Just where had she gone wrong? It was impossible for Chen Rongji, who had been instilled with her teachings, to betray her. Gu Yening patted Chen Rongji's shoulder as a form of praise. It was truly rare for a Qi practitioner to remain true to themselves under the White Lotus Mother's heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple. She obviously had to make use of such a rare opportunity. Before she knew it, a group of cultivators in white had appeared in the bamboo forest. They stood behind her silently, awaiting her orders. She pressed her fingers together like a blade and swung them gently. Yes, sir. The gentle breeze rustled the lotus flowers. Ancient Wind City was in ruins. The estate of the Chen family had already been reduced to dust. Only the pond where the black lotus was planted remained the same. Carp swam leisurely in it, reflecting Li Qingshan's frowning face as he sank into his thoughts. Li Qingshan stood beside the pond, filled with many thoughts. The affairs of the world were like a game of chess. No one could grasp them. To be continued, RQ. Chapter 329. The battle only lasted for a short period of time, and it was a one-sided battle. With a group of patriarchs here, if they still couldn't suppress an altar lord, that would be the biggest joke in the world. When the battle reached its most intense point, Altar Master Black Lotus was already prepared to fight with his life on the line and drag one or two family heads down with him. However, he seemed to have sensed something and personally cut off the Black Lotus. He plucked a lotus seed from the Black Lotus and said, "My time hasn't come yet," before vanishing into thin air. The heads of the various families were afraid of being injured by his final attack, so they all dispersed, leaving him with a slim chance of survival. The slovenly Taoist priest and Ma Bai joined hands to chase after him. Altar Master Black Lotus might have escaped, but he had personally severed his life artifact, so his injuries were not light. As long as they could find him, they could cut off his last chance of survival. It was most suitable for the two of them to pursue and kill him. The other patriarchs would return to assist the 100 schools of thought. Li Qing. Chapter 64. Initially, Dragon Taoist Jia Shan did not know what had happened. He only felt at a loss. This battle was started by him, but he was clueless about everything that was hidden within. It was only when Han Qiongji asked Han Anjuan with extreme dissatisfaction that he roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. If this was a game between the Hawkwolf Guard and the White Lotus sect, or a game of chess for Gu Yening, then he probably could not even be regarded as a chess piece. Both of them knew that this mission was just a symbolic fuse. It was not the key to the matter at all. Even him and Han Qiongji coming to carry out this mission was purely a coincidence. If Hua Sengzan had a change of heart, perhaps the other two Hawkwolf Guards would come. There might not even be a need for anyone to come. There was no need to sacrifice or take risks. They were not used as bait or sacrificial pawns. There was no way Wang Pushi would sacrifice Han Anjuan's daughter, the second seat of legalism. The patriarchs of the various families appeared when the black curtain opened. The reason why he didn't make a move immediately, besides waiting for the Black Lotus to be completely planted, was that Han Anjuan wanted to give his daughter a test. Look at her performance. He believed that this kind of experience for Han Xiongji, who had not suffered too many setbacks before, this kind of experience, it would be a valuable asset. A bunch of family heads, there was no way he would watch them get killed with his own eyes. If Altar Master Black Lotus really made a move, the patriarchs had their own ways to protect them. After Han Anjuan left, Han Xiongji naturally cursed at him. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, was silent. It turned out that the biggest risk he had taken was to turn into a demon in front of all the family heads. Apart from the lingering fear, he also felt a sense of melancholy in his chest that he had to vent out. Compared to this situation, he would rather transform into his demon form. He wanted to have a battle to the death with Altar Master Black Lotus. Han Xiongji didn't think too much about it. She probably experienced this kind of test more than once. After scolding him, she didn't take it to heart. She saw Li Qingshan standing by the pond. Instead, it was a little strange. What's wrong with you? Was he worried about little Anne? She's fine, Han Anjuan told her everything, even after returning to the 100 schools of thought through a spirit tool. Li Qingshan laughed self-deprecatingly. I've been in the limelight quite a bit in the 100 schools of thought recently, so I really think of myself as someone important. If he had been bullied, he could endure it and wait for the opportunity to take revenge. If he had been used, he could also find the person who used him and ask for an explanation. But right now he was full of grievances, yet he couldn't find an opponent to fight back. Altar Master Black Lotus was very polite to him. It could be said that he had great self-restraint or was crazy, but the most fundamental reason was that he, Li Qingshan, was nothing. You say I'll die today, fine, I might really die. After chatting for a while, he felt that the family heads couldn't help but want to make a move, so he said, "You go first, the person I'm waiting for is here." Wang Pushi's thinking was probably even simpler. I asked you to carry out a mission without any danger, so what are you still dissatisfied with? Do you think I should tell you in advance? For what reason? Furthermore, Gu Yinying had no idea he had come to carry out this mission at all. Wang Pushi was just a pawn. It was as if someone had run out and clearly told Li Qingshan that he was only a supporting character when he was filled with the consciousness of the main character. No, he was not even a supporting character. He was just a Hawkwolf guard playing a small role. Hawkwolf guard B. Oh no, Han Xiongji asked, what's wrong with you? Li Qingshan said, women are very difficult to understand. This was a battle between a man's grand ambition and cruel reality. Perhaps the more beautiful the dream, the more painful it would be when it was woken up. Han Xiongji shot a glance at him. What she hated the most was when people used her as a woman, but when she thought about how Li Qingshan had risked his life to fight for a chance of survival for her, her gaze softened again. Are men that great? When they're complacent, they seem like they can do anything, but once they're dispirited, they're even worse than a woman. They act like they don't care, but they've already surrendered inside. Are you talking about Wasangzan? How did you know? Han Xiongji was taken aback. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. I couldn't tell normally, but you sure are a little cute. Han Xiongji's face reddened. She clenched her fists and said, I think you only have some bearing when you're fighting and drinking. As she looked at Li Qingshan's despicable smile, she was tempted to throw a punch at him. They looked at each other and smiled. The two of them felt much closer to each other. Let's go back, Li Qingshan said. Now that he understood where his troubles lay, he instead calmed down and became even more determined. He had to accept whatever he could accept and whatever he could not. This was life. No one was born to be the main character, and no one was destined to play a small role for the rest of their lives. He still had to continue down his path. All right. At this moment, the surface of the water rippled and a huge, red carp poked its head out. Monster. Han Xiongji clenched her fists. I raised it. Li Qingshan stopped Han Xiongji. You go first. I want to say goodbye to it. After sending Han Xiongji away, Li Qingshan squatted down and patted the big red carp's head. You're quite lucky. I think this pond is too small, and it won't be able to hold you soon. Why don't I put you in the clear river? The big red carp nodded and suddenly swam into the depths of the pond. Li Qingshan was puzzled when the big red carp swam back. It held something in its mouth and placed it in Li Qingshan's hand. Li Qingshan took a closer look and saw that it was a small black lotus seed pod. There were 10 to 20 lotus seeds in it and only one was empty. Could this be the black lotus's seed pod? Li Qingshan could not figure out whether the black lotus was an illusion formed by spiritual energy or a real plant. However, he knew that the lotus seed pod was definitely not an ordinary object. Is this for me? The big red carp nodded and opened its mouth wide. Li Qingshan put away the lotus seed pod and touched his 100 treasures pouch. He had already eaten all the spiritual pills. After thinking for a while, he found a spiritual fruit and gave it to the carp. Only then was it satisfied. Li Qingshan cast a spell and swept the big red carp onto a cloud. He picked up Han Xiongji and rushed back to the 100 schools of thought. On the way he released the carp into the clear river. It happily dove into the water and did not show any reluctance to leave. However, Han Xiongji casually asked, "Do you like Commander Gu?" Li Qingshan casually answered, "I do." However, Han Xiongji immediately turned hostile and ignored him. Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment. No matter how slow-witted he was, he could still sense Han Xiongji's thoughts. He could not help but feel happy. I, Li Qingshan, am not without charm. He could not help but think of that joke from a few months ago. He could not help but scrutinize Han Xiongji beside him. Her pretty short hair must have come from Han Anjuan's influence. There were many bald members among the military school's disciples. She had a tall nose bridge and looked very sculpted. Her pursed lips showed her determination or perhaps willfulness. She looked quite similar to the cool brother Han Tie. She had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Perhaps she looked too heroic on a woman, but she was undoubtedly a beauty. Han Xiongji's face became redder and redder. She was indescribably happy. She felt that although she was tested by the damn old man again, it was not entirely a bad thing. However, she finally could not resist Li Qingshan's gaze anymore. This fellow was not satisfied with looking at her face. He had already started to size her up and even came to the conclusion that she was very good. "What are you looking at?" When she said this, even Han Xiongji felt weak. "Do you like me?" When he said this, even Li Qingshan felt that he was very amateurish. How could Han Xiongji admit it? Thus, the two of them returned to the Dragon Snake Lake in a strange atmosphere. The sky had just turned dusk and the lake was covered in red scales. As he had hoped, this trial mission only took less than a day. However, everything that happened was completely beyond his imagination. Thinking back, he had only watched a big show and played a small role. He was only glad that he did not get a bento. However, when he approached the 100 schools of thought, he realized that the real show was actually here. The Dragon Snake Formation no longer existed. Every island was filled with tragic traces. Large areas of buildings had been toppled, and many disciples were busy cleaning up. The most exaggerated was Contention Island. The craggy mountains on the island seemed to have been chopped up and crushed, turning into large pieces of cracked boulders. Not a single complete building remained. Li Qingshan rushed to Ansrava Island. Only when he saw that little and was safe and sound did he relax. However, Ansrava Island was full of whales. Many monks had died. They had been refined by the altar masters of the White Lotus sect. Not even their corpses could be found. Li Qingshan hugged her tightly in his arms. He felt a different kind of danger. This was the battlefield of two golden core cultivators. Even the most talented chi practitioners would not dare to say that they could protect themselves. Back then, the soaring dragon elder had sliced through a mountain like tofu. He still remembered it vividly. Qingshan. With a call, Li Qingshan turned around and saw Wasungzan. Their eyes met. Both of them felt like they had just survived a disaster. Wasungzan said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know either." "Are you fine?" Li Qingshan wrapped his arm around his neck and smiled. "Do I look like I'm not fine? You're the one who rarely asks stupid questions like that." Wasungzan smiled as well, but it was rather forced. Compared to Li Qingshan, he had truly made a trip to the gates of hell. The White Lotus Mother only needed a single thought, and he would be a dead man. "Commander Gu wants to see you." Chapter 330. Li Qingshan did not expect that the place where Gu Yenying wanted to meet him was on Cloud Wisp Island. The bamboo forest was quiet, and the white clothes were whiter than snow. It was another winter. That dreamy figure was already in front of him. Li Qingshan calmed his mind and walked forward. Li Qingshan pays his respects to Commander Gu. Gu Yenying suddenly looked back. Her eyes were like an eagle's, as if she wanted to see through him. Li Qingshan raised his head and looked into her eyes. The memory from 2 years ago was suddenly confirmed. Everything was true and it was not a dream. He used to be a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger, but after experiencing so much and seeing so much, did he still have that courage? Gu Yenying suddenly smiled, like a chilly spring breeze, warm yet cold as it spread out. "You." The white clothes floated in front of him. Li Qingshan was slightly stunned. She specifically summoned him but did not say a word. What was the meaning of this? Gu Yenying stopped and looked back. "I had prepared some words for you, but now it seems that there is no need. In his eyes, there was no anger or dissatisfaction, no inferiority or self-mockery. There was only a firm awareness. There was no need for her to say much to such a man. She only needed to see how far he could go in the future. Li Qingshan said, "Why don't you say it?" "Then I'll say one thing. Even after 100 years, a piece of trash like you will not be qualified to drink tea with me. How about it?" Gu Yanning could not help laughing and laughed. Li Qingshan was silent for a moment. Very old-fashioned. Gu Yanning propped her chin with her folding fan. "Is that so? I can't think of anything worse. It's fine as long as it's like this." A true expert would not keep talking about ants all day long. They would only unconsciously step over an ant's nest. Who would specifically squat on the ground, point at a bunch of ants and say, "You stupid and weak insects." Unless there was something wrong with their brains. Li Qingshan said, "Is this the second sentence you've given me? Qing province is 30,000 miles long, and the martial world is but a corner." This was the first sentence. He had already done it. He had walked out of the disputes of Jianghu and arrived at the 100 schools of thought. This was a stage for cultivators to compete with each other. Gu Yanning raised her folding fan. A strong wind swirled around her and she placed it on a bamboo nearby. "Trash like you, even after 100 years, you still won't be qualified to drink tea with me." With another wave of the fan, a piece of bamboo was peeled off and blown in front of Li Qingshan. "Keep it well. In the future you can throw it in front of me and feel proud. Goodbye, little brother Qingshan." His voice was still reverberating in the bamboo forest, but he was already above the clouds. Not a single trace was left. In this battle, the White Lotus sect was basically annihilated. Only the White Lotus mother managed to escape. His cultivation was also greatly damaged. Now that he was heavily injured, he would never be able to do anything. Perhaps he could recover his strength in the future and stir up trouble again. However, he no longer had the right to be her opponent. To her, this game of chess had already come to an end. As a result, when the White Lotus mother fled, she did not even chase after her. She only watched this old opponent of hers go on her final journey, hoping that she would stop being so tactless and wait patiently until she left the Rui commandery at the very least. Li Qingshan returned to the courtyard of the bamboo loft. Hua Sengzan was waiting there. He asked, "What did she say to you?" "Yes." Li Qingshan passed the piece of bamboo to Hua Sengzan. Hua Sengzan's expression was very strange. "Do you want me to give it to you? I think you're more suited to this sentence than me." "Screw you. You can keep it for yourself." Hua Sengzan tossed it back. Lu Chuanfeng emerged from the door and rubbed his sleepy eyes. "Qingshan, you're back. It's already so late. This alcohol sure has a kick." Li Qingshan and Hua Sengzan looked at one another with bitter smiles. While the others trembled in fear and fought for their lives, he was sleeping soundly. Hua Sengzan said, "It's a joke, but it's also the truth. You understand how I feel now, right?" Li Qingshan said, "That's the truth. Don't compare me to you. If it weren't for the fact that you're a little more handsome, I would have cut ties with a piece of trash like you a long time ago." "You're saying I'm trash?" "Trash, if you're so capable, show me when you establish a foundation." "Alright, just you wait." The next day Hua Sengzan went into seclusion. Although he didn't show it, the shock that Hua Sengzan received was probably even greater than Li Qingshan's. From the beginning to the end, he wasn't told any details, and he almost died in the ambush. In the end, that person didn't even say much to him. In this aspect, he was even worse than Li Qingshan. If you think that my special treatment at the beginning is a reason for you to abandon yourself, then I'll only treat you as a Qi practitioner. Since we're destined to be people of two different worlds, why waste each other's time? Li Qingshan studied the black lotus pod carefully under the lantern light. He also tried to take out a lotus seed. It was like a black pearl, sparkling and translucent. It contained a wondrous power. However, it wasn't a miraculous elixir that could directly convert it into demonic Qi or true Qi. Since this black lotus was grown with the sacrifice of the entire ancient Wind City and tens of thousands of lives, did that mean that what was stored inside was the essence of flesh and blood? I'll let Little N take a look. With a thought, a petite gray figure silently stood in front of the door and pounced into Li Qingshan's arms. It was Little N. "What's wrong?" "I'm afraid I won't be able to see you again." The scene of two golden core cultivators fighting was like a natural disaster. No matter how strong a Qi practitioner was, they would still be in a precarious situation and feel uneasy. Her performance wasn't without reason. Although she didn't care about life and death, she couldn't let go of them meaninglessly. "Don't worry, we'll see each other again." We're going to the 9 heavens together. Li Qingshan kissed her hair and showed the lotus to her. Look, do you have any use for this? And Gang held the lotus in her hand and felt a surge of life force. Only this kind of power could be converted into her own cultivation through her flames. Li Qingshan smiled. Looks like this trip wasn't without gains. I don't know why, but that altar master Black Lotus didn't take the entire lotus with him, so we got lucky instead. At that time, Altar Master Black Lotus had unleashed all of the Black Lotus's power and assumed a stance of mutual destruction. If he plucked the entire lotus, the Black Lotus would instantly lose its core and wouldn't be able to unleash any power. The various clan masters weren't 3-year-old children. They definitely wouldn't be scared off by a bluff. And it was precisely that intense explosion of energy that turned the entire Gu Fengqian into ruins. And at the core of the explosion was an area of absolute darkness. Even the vision of the various patriarchs could not enter that area. It was at that time that the lotus had fallen into the pond. The big red carp leaped up and swallowed it, but it couldn't digest it, so it spat it out. The lotus itself didn't emit any spiritual light or qi, so Li Qingshan didn't notice it even though he was standing beside the pond. The various clan masters were in a hurry to kill Altar Master Black Lotus and return to help the 100 schools of thought. They didn't search carefully, so they ended up in the big red carp's collection. RT. Chapter 331. Under Li Qingshan's indication, and tried consuming a black lotus seed. Immediately, an extremely pure essence of flesh and blood was released under the heat of the flames. It was comparable to the flesh and blood of over 1,000 people. And immediately began to cultivate, completely refining the lotus seed. Li Qingshan stopped worrying too. Originally, he wanted to take it out for another round of missions, but that would waste a lot of time and would easily raise suspicion. His bloodthirsty nature could explain why he killed, but the disappearance of the corpses was not easy to explain. It would be terrible if they were targeted by someone with ulterior motives. With these lotus seeds and could at least cultivate for a long time. At the very least, she would not be held back by the lack of flesh and blood to devour. After leaving in here to cultivate, Li Qingshan pushed open the door to his room. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. White snow filled the courtyard. He needed to make some preparations for his own path. That night, Li Qingshan went to Benevolence Island and Wuwei Island to find Jichenzi and Ruexin. The schools of Taoism and medicine were both skilled in refining pills. As the top disciples of the two schools, they each controlled a batch of pills. He chose some of the higher grade and bought them, instructing them not to tell anyone else. After this great calamity, the two of them were extremely busy. Ruexin was busy treating the sick, while Jichenzi was taking over the affairs of the school of Taoism in place of the sloppy Taoist who had yet to return. After exchanging a few words and hurriedly exchanging pills, they went about their own business. Even Ruexin was no longer in the mood to smile. Finally, he went to the school of Miscellaneous Treasure Island. In the general store of miscellaneous goods, he exchanged all his remaining spirit stones for pills. He paid some attention to the prices of other items and discovered that the prices of spiritual artifacts and talismans had begun to rise. One could imagine the impact this battle had on the cultivators. Li Qingshan considered for a moment, but still did not sell the talismans and spiritual artifacts in his possession. He returned to Cloud Wisp Island, and was still sitting quietly. It looked like it would take some time to refine this black lotus seed. Li Qingshan did not disturb her. He summarized his gains from the night. Because he had tried to choose the higher grade pills to buy, there were not many of them. However, it should be enough for him to cultivate the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength to the 3rd layer. He did not intend to cultivate in seclusion. As long as he took the elixir every day and practiced his fist technique, it wouldn't take long for him to succeed. At that time, his strength and physique would become stronger once again, and his chances of transcending the heavenly tribulation would increase significantly. At dawn, Hao Pingyang came to visit and told Li Qingshan a piece of news. Zhang Lanqing was dead. He died at the hands of an altar master of the White Lotus sect. With just a single strike, he was reduced to nothingness without any room for resistance. If that altar lord, if they didn't want to capture Hao Pingyang alive, he was also dead. At this point, Hao Pingyang's voice was hoarse. His eyes reddened. Li Qingshan was silent for a long time. What can I do? I'm just here to tell you that I've already avenged him. I'm going to go to his house. Hao Pingyang said a few more words and then left. This was the last bit of existence left behind by that dark-skinned, well-behaved man. Li Qingshan was silent for a while, then began to practice his fist technique. In the empty and silent bamboo forest, He practiced the ox demon's fist of great strength again and again until he exhausted the last bit of his strength. Just now he was lying on the ground, panting. The sky gradually brightened. On this day, a mass funeral was held on Contention Island. It was a funeral, but most of the dead cultivators didn't leave behind their corpses. Even if they did, they were sent back to their hometowns for burial. The disciples of the various sects lit lanterns on the Dragon Snake Lake to commemorate their classmates, whether they knew or didn't. Li Qingshan watched from afar as the lanterns scattered in the darkness, gradually moving further and further away. He returned to Cloud Wisp Island and continued his cultivation. One by one, the elixir transformed into wisps of medicinal power that fused into his body. Then they turned into waves of power that surged and surged in his body, waiting for the moment to be released. A building rose up from the ground on Contention Island. Under the effects of the mechanical arts of the School of Moism, the construction speed was startlingly fast, not to mention there were many mechanical structures too. At the very top of the building, the 12 school leaders gathered together. The slovenly Taoist priest was filled with indignation. He had failed to hunt down Altar Lord Black Lotus in the end. The one-thought master glanced at him and he almost leapt up and cursed aloud. However, he did not do that in consideration of the current atmosphere. Earth Elder Huang sucked heavily on his pipe. The School of Agriculture had suffered great losses, not because of the disciples, but because of his precious fields and orchards. They had suffered quite a lot. The disciples of the White Lotus sect saw so many spiritual fruits and forcefully plucked them without caring whether they were ripe or not. Although they managed to retrieve all of them, they had lost quite a lot. Diagonally behind them were the primary disciples of the various sections. They also knelt silently. Only the seat behind Wang Pushi was empty. Hua Sengzan had entered secluded cultivation. With his personality, it was evident just how determined he was to ignore the bigger picture like this. And was dressed in black clothes. Her long, soft, curvy hair was barely coiled into a bun with a wooden hairpin, but it still draped down her back. She had digested the black lotus seed, and her cultivation with the path of white bone and great beauty had increased once again. She also pushed her cultivation as an artifact refiner to the 8th layer, which was more befitting of a primary disciple. It was also worthy of the pills the one-thought master had given her. Li Qingshan glanced past Ruexian. She nodded slightly and the corner of her lips curled up slightly. This major event that had shaken up the 100 schools of thought did not seem to affect her at all. He believed that if it were not for the feelings of others, she would still be able to smile fearlessly. She was not just uncaring as a doctor. She was basically heartless, which made Li Qingshan glare at her in exasperation. As the main caretaker, Lu Changqing remained in the main seat. He cleared his throat and attracted everyone's attention. He said, "The 100 schools of thought has undergone such a great change." After a series of mourning, he suddenly changed the topic. But it has also exposed many loopholes. Some school leaders are weak and useless. They can't even keep a close eye on their waste tablets, so how can they still claim the position of school leader in shame? He did not mention any names, but everyone looked at Lu Chuanfeng, who sat at the very end. In the end, this drunken dream had not allowed him to avoid this disaster completely. Lu Chuanfeng became embarrassed, but he had grown used to it. It was not like Lu Changqing had the right to remove him from his position as school leader. The reason why he had lost his waste tablet was all because of that person's plan, so how was he supposed to stop it? Lu Changqing said, "Our 100 schools of thought is in urgent need of a capable and responsible school leader to watch over the formations of Cloud Wisp Island." Li Qingshan was perplexed. Surely they could not take over 2 islands in one go. The school leaders would be overwhelmed too. Lu Changqing said, "In order to replenish the power our 100 schools of thought has lost as soon as possible, I suggest a new school be stationed in the 100 schools of thought of the Clear River Prefecture to watch over the formations of Cloud Wisp Island. Fellow Chu, please come out." Chapter 332. Thump, thump, thump. The walking stick struck the ground again and again. An old man with a hunched back made his way into the room under the support of a young man. His face had already deteriorated to a rather terrifying degree. Only his eyes remained clear. Li Qingshan had never seen someone so old. He believed that if it were not for his cultivation at Peak Foundation Establishment, he would have been reduced to a pile of bones a long time ago. "I am Chu Sherdao. Greetings, fellow cultivators." Chu Sherdao pushed aside the young man's support with one hand and let go of his walking stick with the other, bowing to everyone. Everyone stood up and returned the greeting. Even Earth Elder Huang could no longer regard himself as a senior. He put down the tobacco pipe in his hand and said to Lu Changqing, "You've actually invited Master Chu. Is Master Chu planning on becoming the school leader?" Chu Shidao was not a nameless figure. He was renowned throughout the entire Rui Commandery. No one dared to not gasp in admiration at his skill in painting. Obtaining a painting from him was an extremely honorable matter. However, it was rumored that he was close to the end of his life, so he had stopped painting a long time ago and secluded himself in the Forest of Springs. No one expected him to actually appear here. I'll be honest with you all. I don't have much time left, so I don't dare to occupy the position of school leader for too long. When the time comes, my disciple will take over. Danqing, why don't you bow to the seniors? Only then did the patriarchs realize that Chu Shidao had come to guide the handsome young man next to him. The young man looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, but his cultivation base was already at the 10th layer of qi refinement. He was definitely worthy of the word genius. They had heard a long time ago that Chu Shidao had taken on a final disciple and remained in seclusion for a decade just to teach this child. Now that they had seen him today, it really was true. There were no objections. If a figure like that was willing to join the 100 schools of thought of the Clear River Prefecture and gain a school of painting, it would be an honor for the 100 schools of thought. And it was rumored that he had many disciples who were not his direct disciples. He could even replenish the strength of the 100 schools of thought. Another seat had been added. He ranked below Lu Chuanfeng. Lu Chuanfeng probably only had one chance in his life to gain the upper hand. However, the ownership of Cloud Wisp Island could not be decided so easily. When Lu Chuanfeng heard that his foundation was about to be taken away, he grew anxious. Cloud Wisp Island. For thousands of years, it has always been the island of our school of novels. We have carefully maintained it for many years. Are we going to take it away just because of a small mistake? This is too unreasonable. There were also some differences in opinion among the various family heads. But of course it wasn't because of the trash Lu Chuanfeng, but because of Li Qingshan who stood behind him. Li Qingshan laughed at himself because of what he had gone through this time. However, in the eyes of the patriarchs, he was a genius with a bright future. Or the power of battle. They were all impeccable, and he had even been personally summoned by that person yesterday. Such a person was not someone who could be casually suppressed. Lu Changqing put on a straight face and said, "That's not it. You know very well what you've written in the past." The One Thought Master said, "That might not be appropriate. Although we've never accepted the way school leader Lu conducts himself, not only has he stopped writing those obscene books in the past half a year, but he's even recalled and destroyed all the books he's written in the past. It's a testament to his sincerity. Everyone makes mistakes. Making mistakes is the best way to improve oneself. School leader Lu, you better reconsider your decision." Lu Chuanfeng was extremely touched. "Thank you for speaking for me, Master. Right now, no one cherished the title of Master of Wind and Moon more than him." After comprehending the righteous path of the School of Novels, he recalled all his books voluntarily. The One Thought Master glanced at little N. "This is all because of you. This humble Taoist also feels like Master Chu shouldn't be in such a hurry to take over." The slovenly Taoist priest spoke up as well, supporting the One Thought Master for once. "A person who's about to die still dares to come to our 100 schools of thought and strut around. He's utterly despicable." To Lu Changqing's surprise, even Wang Puxi and Han Anjuan objected. Out of the 5 school leaders, 4 actually disagreed with his opinion. No matter how great Chu Shidao's reputation was, no matter how great his cultivation was, he was still an outsider. As soon as he arrived at the 100 schools of thought, he wanted to take over. It was extremely easy for it to lead to xenophobia. Li Qingshan's relationship with these people played an extremely subtle role as well. Ever since he came to the School of Novels, coupled with Lu Chuanfeng's own efforts, the School of Novels' reputation had indeed changed bit by bit before he knew it. Although it was still a pile of mud, it was worth supporting at the very least. Otherwise, who would be crazy enough to speak up for the guy who originally wrote obscene books? Chu Shidao said, "I wonder when can a qi practitioner become the leader of a school? Nor have I ever heard of a school only having a single disciple?" Lu Chuanfeng was speechless. Cultivation would always be the most important standard of evaluation for cultivators. It was also his greatest shortcoming. "It won't be long before I transcend the heavenly tribulation," Chu Shidao said. "It won't be long before I have to return as well. I've long heard of the wonders of the School of Novels, and how they can turn fiction into reality. It just so happens that I, the School of Painting, have the same ability. Why don't we have a competition to determine the ownership of Cloud Wisp Island?" How could Lu Chuanfeng dare to compete with a Foundation establishment cultivator? He immediately tried to reject the challenge. I won't bully the weak, and it's not good for a school leader to compete in front of others. Chu Shidao's gaze suddenly turned to Li Qingshan. This must be your disciple. I'm Li Qingshan. Greetings, Grandmaster Chu. I've long heard that you're skilled in battle and that your body tempering technique is astonishing. Do you dare to compete with my disciple? How would we compete? Li Qingshan glanced at Chu Danqing. Paintings and novels are both elegant matters. It would be too vulgar for painters and authors to fight with their fists and feet. Why don't we hide behind the scenes and turn fiction into reality? My disciple will produce a painting while you'll produce a novel. We'll let the painting and the characters in the novel decide who's better. What do you think? Cloud Wisp Island will belong to whoever wins. Even the school leaders present had never heard of a competition like this, but they all felt like Chu Shidao was looking down on their opinions far too much. Lu Chuanfeng shot a glance at Li Qingshan, telling him to turn it down. Now that so many school leaders supported them, what was the point of competing? Li Qingshan had no intentions of agreeing in the first place. If it were a duel, he was confident regardless of whether Chu Danqing was at the 9th or 10th layer. However, he had absolutely no confidence in a duel like this. The old man had some understanding of him now, so how could he fall for a trick like this, where the upper hand could take on the lower horse? If that's the case and you still don't agree, then all I can do is submit a petition to the 100 schools of thought of the Rui Commandery, asking them to abolish the School of Novels of the Clear River Prefecture. Chu Shidao stomped his walking stick against the ground forcefully, demonstrating his unwavering determination. It's just that doing things like this is far too vulgar. I don't want to do that. All the school leaders knew why Chu Shidao was so fearless. Chu Shidao was not exaggerating. He had come from the commandery city of Rui in the first place. He wanted to use his connections to abolish this chi practitioner school leader as well as the school of novels that only had a single disciple. Most importantly, all the school leaders present had once submitted a petition together. Perhaps Chu Shidao only needed to give it a slight push and it would be done. Surely they could not submit a petition to protect the school of novels at a time like this. Lu Chuanfeng paled. He had some understanding of Chu Shidao's influence. The school of novels had just set foot on the right track and was currently developing. If they were really abolished, then all of their previous efforts would go to waste. However, it was impossible for him to give up on the ancestral property of Cloud Wisp Island. He looked at Li Qingshan for help. Li Qingshan said, "All right, I can agree to it. However, the path of the school of novels cannot be like the school of painting, which requires time to spread and gather the power of belief. Only then can it become real. I can publish a book, but I'll need a year at the very least to spread it everywhere. A year is too long. Anyway, I need time. If Master Chu doesn't agree to it, then there's no need for the competition. Please submit a petition to the Commandery of Rui and abolish our school of novels." In the end, after Lu Changqing's mediation, it was set at 6 months. Chu Shidao had his concerns too. He had already incurred the displeasure of the school leaders by taking over the school of novels. If he used even more drastic methods, he would probably incur the wrath of the masses. He had already gained a deep understanding of the school of novels before this. Li Qingshan had already written a book, but the book was about the illusory matters of the Jianghu, so it was impossible for it to oppose Danqing's paintings. As a result, all he could do was write a new book, which would take a few months at the very least. Even if he succeeded, there would not be enough time for it to spread, and he would not be able to gather enough power of belief. The gathering dispersed. Chu Shidao and Chu Danqing followed Lu Changqing to the residence of the School of Confucianism. Li Qingshan and Lu Chuanfeng returned to Cloud Wisp Island to discuss a plan. Lu Chuanfeng became frantic. "Oh my, 6 months? How is that enough? You've agreed far too rashly." Li Qingshan said, "If I don't agree, do you have any other ideas?" Lu Chuanfeng said, "Hurry up. I'll grind it for you, so hurry up and write." "Whatever, why don't I make some changes to that book of yours before it's sent out?" Wielding the dragon-slaying blade, Zhang Wuji split open the top of Radiant Peak in a single stroke, shocking the cultivators of the 6 great sections. Cheng Kuan has buried 12 devastating chaotic thunder seeds under the Shaolin Temple. He wants to destroy all the cultivators. What do you think? Li Qingshan was startled. He couldn't help but admire Lu Chuanfeng's quick wit. He hadn't thought of this idea at first. The Wuxia novel had been changed to Black Tortoise, and its combat power had increased by more than 10 times. Then what about drifting overseas? Cultivators can't be trapped on an island, can they? Are you stupid? Beyond the 9 prefectures is the boundless sea. Even if you go there now, you definitely won't be able to return. It's all up to us novelists Yun how to write it. Li Qingshan thought for a moment. Then change it. Lu Chuanfeng was overjoyed when he received the instruction. He left in a hurry. Li Qingshan shook his head. He was thinking of another idea. Lu Chuanfeng's idea was naturally not bad, but it might not be able to collect that much power of will. In his previous life, this book was first published in the newspaper, and then promoted by TV series. Only then did it reach such a level of popularity. Rome wasn't built in 6 months. So what if it was changed to destroy the 9 prefectures? If there wasn't enough power of will, coupled with the limitations of the divine talisman of great creation itself, it might only be able to shatter a boulder on the chest. Li Qingshan returned to his room, unfolded a piece of white paper and began to write. He continued with the plan he had thought of and made preparations for both sides. These stories should be able to quickly gather the purest and truest power of will. Chapter 333. There couldn't be some defensive formation here, could there? Chu Danqing pondered as he stepped on the cobblestone path. There was a thick layer of snow on top and a layer of bamboo leaves, but no one swept it. The bamboo forest was mainly green, but there was also a hint of yellow mixed in. It stretched high into the sky, and in his eyes, it naturally turned into flower green, light green, emerald green, goose yellow, garcinia yellow, dusky yellow, and so on. The myriad of colors changed from three-dimensional to flat, forming an exquisite meticulous painting. He shook his head and threw these thoughts out of his mind. He had been studying in the mountains for 10 years, and was almost going crazy from studying painting. The outside world was still better. The senior apprentice sister from the School of Medicine just now was really beautiful. Although his master often said that there was a Yen Ryu in the painting, and he also had the power to make Yen Ryu walk out of the painting, it was a living beauty. It was different from a painting. This was also the biggest difference between him and his master. His master had a distracting thought, but he still wanted to keep it. It's you? Li Qingshan looked at Chu Danqing, who was walking over, looking left and right. It's me. I'm here to see the future territory of the painter. Chu Danqing puffed out his chest. Chu Shidao had asked him to find out the truth about Li Qingshan. Know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. However, he had not thought of what to do yet. Do you want to drink? Li Qingshan did not seriously sprawl in front of his desk to write. Instead, he leisurely leaned against the corridor, holding a jade cup in his hand and surrounded by jars of wine. Although he had decided on the direction of his writing, he still felt troubled when it came to actually writing. He walked around the room a few times, and suddenly remembered that he had not drunk the 100 jars of wine Sun Fubai had given him. He wanted to imitate the story of Li Bai's 100 poems on drinking, so he took them out and drank a few cups alone. Although they were all fine wine, he felt that it was lacking in flavor. Li Taibai wanted to raise his cup to invite the bright moon, to form a trio. This wine was indeed not easy to drink. After thinking about it and was preparing for the assembly, Millipede was hibernating, Wasungzan was in seclusion, and Han Che was busy with military affairs. He could not get away. Just as he was feeling miserable about not having a drinking buddy, he suddenly saw Chu Danqing and invited him over. Chu Danqing was stunned for a moment. The words he had prepared in his stomach could not come out. He had never drunk much. A painter was not a poet. He couldn't be drunk all day. Only when he was clear-headed could he be confident and steady. Smelling the fragrance of the wine, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It was a clear stream. The wine was poured into 2 jade cups from the jar. Chu Danqing's real name was Goodner. He was 21 years old. Because he had a delicate baby face, so he looked very young. He was discovered by Chu Shidao in his hometown when he was a beggar on the streets. Possessing a strange bloodline, he was known as the verdant blood of painting. Hence, he was called Danqing, following his master's surname. At the age of 11, he had been brought to the mountains by Chu Shidao to learn painting. He had only come out of seclusion a month ago. This time he had come to investigate Li Qingshan's situation. After drinking a dozen jars of wine, Chu Danqing had already confessed everything before Li Qingshan could get any information out of him. He hooked his arm around Li Qingshan's neck and spoke from the bottom of his heart. "I want a woman," Chu Danqing shouted. His voice echoed in the bamboo forest. Then he laughed foolishly. Li Qingshan shook his head and sighed. Look at what a good kid had become. You're drunk. I'm not drunk. Drink, let's continue drinking. I can't drink anymore. Why can't I drink? I have money. Chu Danqing searched his 100 treasures pouch for a long time, but he really couldn't find any silver. He took out a pile of paintings. I'll pay with my paintings. Then, Li Qingshan also obtained a pile of ready-made samples to understand the painter's abilities. You guys. With a cry of surprise, Han Qiongji came to the bamboo loft. Since Hua Sengzan wasn't here, she, as the second seat of legalism, was extremely busy. However, when she heard that Li Qingshan wanted to bet with someone, she still took the time to come and take a look. However, she saw a handsome young man almost leaning into Li Qingshan's embrace. He was even holding a wine cup and feeding wine to Li Qingshan. She immediately felt as if she was struck by lightning. So this was his hobby. No wonder he was so indifferent to her. Then, she remembered that before Hua Sengzan went into seclusion, he once said to her, "If I don't work hard, I'm afraid that someone will cut off all ties with me." Could it be that the flower had also fallen into his hands? This Li Qingshan was really a scumbag. The flower had just gone into seclusion, and he already had a new lover. Sigh, what am I thinking? Don't misunderstand. He likes women. Li Qingshan immediately saw through what Han Qiongji was thinking and quickly said. However, he definitely didn't expect that Han Qiongji's thoughts would be so complicated in an instant. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Danqing also saw the three Han Qiongjis. He raised the wine cup in his hand. Ah, three beauties, come and drink. Me? Li Qingshan shrugged. Where did this drunkard come from? Ah, 10th layer qi refinement? After hearing Li Qingshan's explanation, Han Qiongji finally realized that the person in front of her was Li Qingshan's future opponent. She really didn't know whether she should be happy for him or not. He came to inquire about information, drank a few jars of wine and spoke freely. He even gifted Li Qingshan a pile of paintings. Thinking about it, great official Li's opponents were either geniuses like Chu Tian or the 700 fierce warriors of the school of militarism. Even enemies like Altar Master Black Lotus could be fought with him and came out unscathed. Now he had to face an opponent like this. It was really hard to explain. Don't look at him. His paintings can defeat ordinary 10th layer qi refinement cultivators. Although people had the habit of bragging after drinking, Li Qingshan believed that this wasn't drunken talk. The 4 words, jade blood of vermilion, definitely weren't just drunken talk. From a beggar to a 10th layer qi refinement cultivator in 10 years, his level of genius was no less than the reincarnation of Chu Tian. Artists could concentrate their blood and spirit energy into their paintings. Once they needed it, they could summon it. It was similar to the school of militarism. However, they didn't need to gather the power of wishes. As long as they had enough time, they could build an army. The world was vast, and there were indeed many talented people. No one could be underestimated. Han Qiongji carefully examined Chu Danqing. She really couldn't see any sign of genius in this drunkard. Even that guy Chu Tian could be considered a bit arrogant. Li Qingshan picked Chu Danqing up and found an empty bedroom. He casually threw him on the bed, and Chu Danqing immediately started snoring. Li Qingshan snorted. I haven't had enough yet. As a result, Han Qiongji crossed her legs casually and sat down before Li Qingshan. She accepted a new cup of alcohol from Li Qingshan and drank it all in one gulp. She smacked her lips. Apricot blossom brew from the 10 kilometers store. You've been there before? Just when Li Qingshan wanted to refill her cup, she had already taken a jar for herself. TSK. In the tower. What kind of alcohol haven't I drunk before? This group of young masters mingled around in a prosperous place like the Clear River Prefecture, in a place of luxury like the tower. It could be regarded as satisfying the desires of the mouth and the senses of the eye. Li Qingshan glanced at her. Actually, I like women too. Han Qiongji had only drunk half of her cup when she suddenly found herself unable to drink any more. Things like being alone with a woman, keeping a distance between men and women, and so on. These thoughts that rarely ever appeared in his head suddenly popped up, and his face became slightly flushed. He feigned anger. If you want to drink, then drink. What's with all this nonsense? For some reason she wanted to hear him continue. She wanted to see what kind of nonsense he could come up with. She was a magnanimous person, so there was no need for her to blame him too much. However, Li Qingshan felt like Han Qiongji was very right. If you want to drink, then drink. What's with all this? Don't tell me you're going to copy Chu Danqing? Shout that I want a woman? His gaze landed on the pile of paintings. Although he would have to return them to Chu Danqing once he woke up, he might as well use this opportunity to study them. He picked up one of the paintings. It depicted a lifelike oriole bird. Li Qingshan remembered how to use the cursive sword calligraphy and tried channeling his true qi into it. As if it had triggered something, the oriole bird suddenly began to move. It flapped its wings and let out a crisp cry, breaking free from the restraints of the painting. It circled around Li Qingshan a few times before suddenly diving into the bamboo forest and vanishing. It flew away. Li Qingshan looked at the white paper in his hand and was stunned for a moment. His figure suddenly disappeared, and in the span of a breath, he returned to his original position. He was holding a struggling oriole bird in his hand, thinking about how to shove it back into the painting. Han Qiongji was also attracted by this strange scene. She also took the opportunity to extricate herself from her messy and awkward thoughts and picked up another painting. They were almost done drinking, but the more Han Qiongji drank, the more energetic she became. She didn't give Li Qingshan any chance to take advantage of her. She felt slightly regretful. She was also almost done studying the painting. At the very least, she knew how to return it to its original position. She could consider returning it to Chu Danqing. Li Qingshan suddenly raised his head and revealed a strange smile. It ran away. Chu Danqing abruptly woke up from his dream. Thinking about how he had behaved when he was drunk, he felt as if his heart was being scratched and he wanted to smash his head against the wall. Not only had he not drunk much, but this was the first time in his life that he had drunk. Back then, when he was living on the streets, he could only drool at the tavern. In the mountains, his master had never drunk alcohol. He only hated that his childhood memories had been evoked. He wanted to make up for it, but he had lost so much face. Even more, he hated that he had only stayed in the mountains for 10 years. He had forgotten that the hearts of men were sinister and that the world was difficult. Hearing the voices of Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji in front of the court, he leaped out of the window and soared into the sky, fleeing Cloud Wisp Island. He didn't want those paintings anymore. Fortunately, he still had a trace of sobriety. What he took out were all unimportant exercises. It didn't matter if he gave them to that detestable Li Qingshan. Otherwise it would really be too late for regrets. These paintings are mine now. Li Qingshan put away the pile of paintings. He already had a plan in mind, knowing what he should write. The most naive people in the world were children. Adults might be mesmerized for a moment, but they would eventually know that it was nothing more than an illusion. However, children would believe it to be real, believing in the existence of these inconceivable things. The demonic ghost that the first ancestor of that family saw back then was one that specialized in harming children. Of course, Li Qingshan couldn't harm children. However, he knew that among the many categories, there was one called fairy tale. The power of wish that each believer could provide from their pure hearts was probably equivalent to that of 10 adults. Fairy tales were short and concise. They were easier to spread than bulky tomes. However, fairy tales were also as vast as the sea, leaving Li Qingshan with no choice. Western fairy tales might not be able to adapt to the climate. Which Eastern fairy tale should he focus on? The King of Farting? Simple, interesting, easy to spread, and powerful and practical. A fart that could send mountains flying. However, when he thought of summoning such a character under the watchful eyes of the public, with his bare buttocks sticking up, even though Li Qingshan was thick-skinned, he still felt hot. Until he met Chu Danqing and saw his paintings. He couldn't help but think of an extremely famous character. Along with the Black Cat Sheriff and the King Kong Calabash brothers, he was one of the 3 great childhood idols. Coincidentally, his ability was the same as that of a painter. And these paintings would prove his existence. I want a monthly vote. 3 fellow cultivators, come and cast 3 monthly votes. Chapter 334. Han Qiongji saw that Li Qingshan was distracted. She smiled and waved her hand in front of his eyes. What are you thinking about? Li Qingshan said, I'm thinking of a way to deal with this little brother Chu. Han Qiongji frowned. Is there really a way? I might as well give it a try. Li Qingshan smiled. His bronze-colored face was brimming with sunshine confidence. Han Qiongji's heart rippled. The cup in her hand stopped. Senior Sister Han, the commander has invited you back. Qian Rongji came to Bamboo Loft Qian and bowed with her head lowered. It was as if she had not heard anything. Thank you for the wine. Han Qiongji put down the wine cup and left in a hurry as if she was escaping. Li Qingshan watched her leave. His gaze fell on Qian Rongji. His smile disappeared immediately. It was replaced by a cold winter day. Qian Rongji, I was just about to look for you. Can you explain to me what happened in Ancient Wind City? Gu Yenying had issued a gag order regarding what Qian Rongji had done, which could be regarded as a form of protection for this Nighthawk, who had performed the most meritorious deed. As a result, Not a lot of people knew about the inside story. Li Qingshan could only guess a thing or two based on his understanding of Chen Rongji. Chen Rongji made her way to the veranda and sat down diagonally. She picked up the cup of alcohol that Han Qiongji had left behind and drank by herself under Li Qingshan's gaze. Afterwards, she began to explain everything that had happened. After hearing everything, Li Qingshan could not help but sigh. During the few months he had been in secluded cultivation, her cultivation had not advanced by much, but she had not been idling around. She had been using her own methods to curry favor. You won't be in any danger. Little and won't be in any danger either. I have no right to remind you. Are you sure there won't be any danger? No, but we can only blame ourselves for being too weak. I can't leave the 100 schools of thought anymore. Chen Rongji drank cup after cup. Li Qingshan understood. No matter how heavily injured the White Lotus Mother was, killing her would be as easy as crushing a bug. As the greatest traitor of the White Lotus sect, she would have to live her days carefully from now onwards. Profit from betrayal. He would have to pay the price for his betrayal. Commander Gu promised me that if I could reach Foundation establishment, she would take me to the Rui Commandery. Li Qingshan said, so she has already arranged a way out for you. Escape route? Without the 100 schools of thought, how long will it take for me to reach the Foundation establishment stage? 10 years? 20 years? 50 years? The biggest possibility was that he wouldn't be able to reach Foundation establishment. Even if he managed to, would he be able to live in peace in the Rui Commandery? Chen Rongji smiled bitterly. Gu Yenying had given her a generous reward, but she was not little and Chu Tian or even Li Qingshan. With her talent, it would already be a miracle if she could reach the 6th layer of artifact forging. She hated Gu Yenying uncontrollably. She hated how she manipulated her like a chess piece. She hated how she clearly saw through her hatred, yet she did not take it to heart. She hated how she did not even have the ability to bite back. Li Qingshan fell silent. There was no longer a place in the world that could shelter her now that she was hated by a golden core cultivator. This vicious woman who had made it to the 100 schools of thought with him might seem glorious, but she had actually reached a dead end. Chen Rongji suddenly stood up and fished out a pile of items from her 100 treasures pouch. There were a great number of pills and spiritual stones. There was even a virtue accumulation pill among them. There were also many mid and high-grade spiritual artifacts, as well as a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. The virtue accumulation pill and the supreme-grade spiritual artifact had all been given to her by Gu Yenying. To a Qi practitioner they could basically be regarded as supreme treasures. Li Qingshan also suspected whether Chen Rongji was drunk or not, and even more drunk than Chu Danqing. I'm going to carry out a mission, so I'll leave these items with you for now. If I don't return, I'll give them to little Anne. Right now? Li Qingshan was taken aback too. He had heard that powerful cultivators all knew some divination techniques. If she left right now, she would basically be walking into a trap. She would probably be tortured to death by the White Lotus Mother. I don't want to die. I just don't want to live like this. Chen Rongji smiled charmingly and combed her hair. She had only just tamed fate. She could plan and scheme according to her own will. Yet now, because of the White Lotus sect, she had lost the leeway to maneuver. Any plan was filled with the possibility of failure. Compared to death, she found this situation even more intolerable. Right now, she wanted to gamble with fate again, just so that she could no longer rely on it to survive. At this moment, the sky twisted. Dense mist sealed up the islands of the 100 schools once more. After several days of repair, the formation of dragons and snakes finally operated once more, protecting the disciples of the 100 schools. Many disciples of the 100 schools of thought stopped and emerged from the buildings, gazing up. They discussed with one another quietly, "Now it's great. In the past I felt like I was rather restricted, but now, without the formation, I feel like I have no clothes." Countless fearful and uneasy souls calmed down with the reactivation of the formation. Chen Rongji smiled self-deprecatingly. She left Cloud Wisp Island, left the 100 schools of thought, and stepped into the treacherous waters of fate. Li Qingshan stowed these items away silently. He did not bless her, nor did he curse her. Glancing at the sky, he returned to his room and began to write. The paper balls scattered on the ground. Li Qingshan was vexed. Li Bai had written hundreds of poems in a drinking contest, but could he, Li Qingshan, not write a fairy tale in a drinking contest? An idea flashed through his mind. Li Qingshan stood up. This isn't how the story should be written. When he arrived at the Cloud Wisp Society, Sun Fubai and Lu Chuanfeng were anxiously revising his novel. However, the amount of work required was not small. A novel that was 1,000,000 words long had to be revised in its entirety. Moreover, it had to be able to match the beginning and the end. Even if they did not sleep or rest, it was not something that could be finished in a few days. Sun Fubai also said, "Qingshan, this is too rushed. We can only try our best." Li Qingshan then said to Lu Chuanfeng, "Help me draw some things." "I don't have the time," Lu Chuanfeng shouted. "Then I'll go find other artists." Li Qingshan remembered that the Cloud Wisp Society also had many artists who specialized in drawing illustrations for novels. Li Qingshan selected a young artist who could draw meticulously, then voiced his thoughts and asked them to draw. After Li Qingshan's visit, the members of the Cloud Wisp Society knew that he was one of the 3 masters. They did not dare to be negligent, and they hurriedly drew with all their might. Li Qingshan meditated. After a while, an artist handed over a sample drawing. "Boss, what do you think?" The other artist hurriedly sped up. Li Qingshan took a look. It was indeed lifelike and extraordinarily exquisite. The image of a poor youth was vividly painted on the paper. However, Li Qingshan shook his head. "No, it's too well drawn. How could a good drawing not work?" The 2 artists looked at each other in dismay. "This is for the child. I have to make it as simple and clear as possible and don't leave any white space. I want full color." Li Qingshan confirmed his thoughts. This story could only be expressed with pictures. Back then he had read a picture book. And he had to ensure that he could understand the meaning of the picture. Children's literacy was very limited. On second thought, what he was making now was no longer a so-called novel, but a comic book or a comic book. However, the original novelists had always been based on hearsay. They did not rigidly adhere to words. No matter what method was used, it was enough as long as people knew and believed it. He wanted to use the methods of artists to defeat artists. He stayed in the Cloud Wisp Society until night time, and finally decided on the style of the drawing. However, no matter how simple it was, the drawing produced by the 2 artists was still much more exquisite than the picture book in his memory. Then, he immediately gathered all the artists who were skilled in meticulous drawing and began to imitate the drawing. The story was very simple and there were less than 100 pages in total. In the end, Li Qingshan added a voiceover that was so simple it was almost childish at the bottom of the drawing, and it became a picture book. Li Qingshan weighed it in his hand. The original manuscript was crucial to summoning the characters in the book, as well as his trump card to defeat Chu Danqing the painter. In a small town 30 kilometers away from Clear River City. Thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. A peddler chewed on a rattle drum and carried a shoulder pole, making his way through the alleyway paved with limestone. In the alleyway, a door opened and a little head poked out. "Peddler uncle, do you have candy?" "Yes, sesame candy, maltose candy, sweet candy. We have everything." The peddler shouted at the top of his lungs, listing off a string of goods like he was singing. A group of children scurried over like little monkeys, surrounding the peddler as they held a few copper coins in their hands. "What's this?" A child saw a pile of brightly colored picture books on the goods. There were 4 words written on them, but he only recognized the word horse. The peddler said, "You're the sharp-eyed one. Take a look." The children held a book in each hand and flipped through it. Perhaps they didn't quite understand the contents of the book, but the beautiful drawings alone were enough to attract their attention. Their hearts suddenly wavered. Should they buy candy or books? "How much is this book?" "I'll buy it," said a chubby kid. He had a little more copper coins than his companions. "I'll buy it too," said the oldest child. He had learned how to read in the private school, so when he understood the words below, he was immediately drawn in by the story in the book. Even if he did not want to eat the candy, he would buy it. The peddler said, "It's free. It's a gift. 1 book per person. You're not allowed to take more." The children cheered. "Can I take it too?" a child said timidly. Compared to his companions' cotton-padded jackets, his patched clothes seemed particularly thin. He did not have a single copper coin on him. He had only come to join in on the fun. "Take it." The peddler casually stuffed another 2 pieces of candy into the child's mouth. The money he earned from giving these books away was even more than what he earned from selling the entire load of goods. He was extremely happy to be able to have a good new year. The peddler walked far away and the children gathered together. "It's so beautiful. What's this drawing?" The oldest child coughed twice, mimicking the teacher. "Come, I'll read it to you." Sun Shuping took a new chapter from Sun Fubai. He was prepared to go back and revise it. After he had thought of how to say it, he would teach it to the other storytellers. Although he felt that the book would not be as charming as it was when it was not changed, there were not many changes. If he could explain some of the key points well, it would be more interesting. Cutting off the bright peak with a single slash was quite interesting. The young owner looked young, but his writing skills were really impressive. He was much better than the second owner, the mistress of Moon Breeze. P.S. Treat Singles Day as if it doesn't exist. Yes, just ignore it. Women are not important. As long as you have the monthly votes, that's enough. Chapter 335. Although time was tight, Sun Shuping's footsteps were steady. His face was flushed and his cloth clothes had been replaced with fur. He looked energetic, very different from the impoverished old scholar of the past. His current job was to train young scholars for the Cloud Wisp Society, and he earned quite a lot. Although he usually did not need to show his face in public, he often could not help but want to go on stage and win the applause of the audience. Firstly, he was itching to show his skills. Secondly, the money he earned from the stage belonged to him, and the Cloud Wisp Society did not take a single cent. Sun Shuping, on the other hand, often felt embarrassed and advised his boss to think about the long term and withdraw some money. He now considered the Cloud Wisp Club to be half his home. Naturally, he hoped that the Cloud Wisp Club could have a long history and flourish so that lowly artists like him could walk with their backs straight. When he returned to his room, he saw his disciple, Stone, lying on his stomach and reading a picture book. He frowned and said, "Stone, what are you looking at instead of going on stage to study?" Sun Shuping had originally not planned on letting his disciple continue in this line of work, but after joining the Cloud Wisp Society, he changed his mind. He wanted to nurture him properly. Stone raised his head. "Master, I want this book." Sun Shuping had read Li Qingshan's picture book once before. Although it was interesting, it was just a story to coax children. There were almost no words and the length was too short. It was not suitable to be used as a book or song, so he did not think much of it. Now that he heard Stone say this, he felt that it was not a bad idea to make this story into a segment. It was a good chance for Stone to practice his eloquence on stage. Lu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai knew of the existence of this picture book. It was all thanks to Sun Fubai's connections that it had been able to spread so quickly. However, they also felt that this picture book, which did not conform to the family's standards, could not possibly compete with Chu Danqing of the School of Painting. In the blink of an eye, they threw this matter to the back of their minds. They focused even more on revising Li Qingshan's book. Every time they finished revising a chapter, they would immediately spread it everywhere through the mouth of the writer. The effects were excellent. The Cloud Wisp Society's reputation soared, filling the two with confidence. More than 10 days had already passed. Li Qingshan sat in the meditation room and examined his body. Inside the divine talisman of great creation, specks of power of will gathered and glowed brightly. His book and painting quickly spread among the two groups. In every teahouse and tavern, every child whispered to each other Li Qingshan's name. It was spreading out bit by bit, turning into bits of faith and gathering into the ocean of wish power. Meanwhile, as for the cultivation of Ox Demon's fist of great strength, there had never been a day when he stopped using spirit stones to buy medicinal pills. He was already halfway there. In another half a month he would be able to reach the next level. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Qingshan thought that it was about time for her to arrive. After waiting for another half an hour, and finally appeared outside the door and threw herself into Li Qingshan's arms. She looked a little angry. "Who made us so angry?" Li Qingshan stroked her long hair with a smile. During this period of time and was extremely busy. The eminent monks that the One Thought Master had invited all hurried over from various places, and would visit every single one of them, chanting the Buddhist Dharma a few times and exchanging a few words of Buddhist wisdom. It was basically a test. If the eminent monk just happened to bring a disciple or two with them, then it would be even more troublesome. They would have to compete to see whose disciple was better. Even when there was no wind, there would still be waves. With Anne's cultivation in Buddhism, the One Thought Master obviously achieved complete victory. He was filled with pride, so he was in a jubilant mood every single day, and on the other hand was extremely vexed. This greatly affected the time she spent with Li Qingshan. Compared to arguing with the monks, she was much more willing to stay in his arms peacefully. She switched to a more comfortable position. The path of white bone and great beauty really is right. These bald donkeys should all be burned to death. Today, the nun that the old nun brought clearly couldn't win against me in an argument, yet she insisted that I shave my hair, or I wouldn't be clean at all. It's my loss. She did not care about the outcome, but she did not want to waste time. Li Qingshan broke into laughter and pinched the tip of her nose. Looks like your comprehension of the path of white bone and great beauty has improved yet again. Exactly. And held his hand and carefully studied the patterns on it. Her large eyes blinked a few times, and she suddenly thought of something. Let's go into secluded cultivation. Since when did dull secluded cultivation become her favorite activity? That was solitude where she would never be disturbed. Li Qingshan said, the assembly of Dharma is about to formally begin. If I go into secluded cultivation now, the one-thought master will definitely eat me up. You should just listen carefully. You'll definitely gain an even deeper comprehension of the path of white bone and great beauty. And was only acting coquettishly. Before him, she would always become a little more normal. Li Qingshan said, there's only the two of us on the island right now, so let's just treat it as secluded cultivation. We'll go into secluded cultivation for a few hours. And said softly, all right. The next morning, the fragrance of sandalwood wafted into the air. And had already left. Ever since the first eminent monk arrived, she had been in charge of every single morning class in the Ansrava temple. This should have been an extremely great honor, but it also left her particularly troubled. The one-thought master knew that his disciple was not easy to appease. He was afraid that she would stubbornly insist on doing things her own way and become a laughingstock, so he promised her many pills. In order to earn a portion of pills for Li Qingshan, all she could do was shoulder the responsibility of the primary disciple of the school of Buddhism seriously. As long as she could help him, she could endure this momentary separation. Li Qingshan accepted the pills from her. Apart from being happy and relieved, he also felt that it was rather strange. He shook his head and tossed the strange thought out of his head. He had not told An about what Chen Rongji had left behind. As her guardian, he did not want An to have anything to do with a woman like that. Of course, if Chen Rongji really did die outside, he could tell An dead people would not affect An's future anyway. However, he had never heard anything like that. He had only heard from Han Xiongji that after Chen Rongji completed a mission safely, she immediately accepted a second mission. The location of the mission was even further away from the main headquarters of the Hawkwolf Guard in Clear River Prefecture. She basically seemed like she was seeking death. However, Li Qingshan had a feeling that she would not die outside so easily. If she were not quite confident, she would never have done something like that. Whatever. Her life or death had nothing to do with him. Li Qingshan stood up and made his way into the depths of the bamboo forest. He began practicing. And was working hard for his sake, so how could he slack off at all? There was an unnatural rustle from the leaves. Li Qingshan suddenly turned around and threw a punch. With a thump, it landed in a hand that seemed to be forged from metal. Li Qingshan said, "Tie, why have you come?" "I've come to pay my debt." Han Tie was slightly surprised. The power of the punch actually made his hand ache slightly. "I almost forgot. Tang Zi still owes me 2 punches." Li Qingshan swung his fist. Han Tie retreated rapidly, vanishing into the bamboo forest. "Come to the main martial arts stadium of the School of the Military. Don't forget you have a debt to pay as well." "Unfortunately, I like collecting debts the most, not paying them." Li Qingshan shot off like an arrow, directly pursuing him. Chapter 336. The bamboo forest turned into a field of colorful green shadows that retreated to both sides of Li Qingshan. The dazzling dragon snake lake suddenly appeared in front of him. A wave of water rushed towards Great War Island. In front of the wave, Han Tie walked on the water as if he was walking on flat ground. Li Qingshan leaped up and stepped on a cloud. He rode the cloud and chased after him, leaving a long cloud trail behind him. Huge pillars of different heights reached the sky. The military school's great martial arts field was right in front of him. Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Several hundred disciples of the school of the military stood in neat rows in the martial arts stadium like statues. There were at least 100 to 200 military disciples that appeared this time. They had died in the calamity of the White Lotus sect. Although all of them were expressionless, there was a sense of sorrow lingering in the air. After going through a baptism of life and death, their momentum was even fiercer than before. An army with righteous indignation was bound to win. Han Tie passed through the formation and suddenly turned around. His body was still sliding backward due to inertia. His feet plowed 2 shallow grooves in the ground. He raised his arm high like a spear and pointed it at Li Qingshan. "Revenge! Revenge!" The roar was like a landslide and thunder. Li Qingshan jumped down from the cloud. He squatted down and landed heavily on the ground. He stood up and extended his right hand as if inviting, "Come." This time there were no spectators on the island. Other than the military disciples, no other disciples were allowed to enter the island. The only two exceptions were Han Qiongji and Ru Xen. Han Qiongji stood together with the 10 military disciples. She was full of interest and fighting spirit. This time, Li Qingshan would definitely lose. He had not seen the true power of the military school. However, she felt that this man was extremely charming when he fought against so many without fear. Ru Xan stood on the other side of the great martial arts field on a pillar platform that was several meters tall. Looking down at the entire battlefield, her crimson lips parted, and infused her voice with zhenqi. It was transmitted into Li Qingshan's ears. Go harder. Li Qingshan turned a deaf ear. This time he couldn't hold back even if he wanted to. He moved his feet and ran forward briskly. In the next second, he transformed into a black tiger and charged into the military formation. Several military disciples were sent flying by the collision. When he turned his head, his eyes were like a tiger's. His wolf-like eyes met hers. Set up the formation, he roared. The military disciples surrounding Li Qingshan restrained themselves from attacking. They all retreated, revealing the strongest 12 people and slowly advancing. It was a joint attack. None of the schools could defeat the militarists. Sure enough, that's more like a military strategist. Li Qingshan grinned. From weak to strong, it was better to give it his all. In the eyes of the military disciples. However, it was like a wanton mockery of the humiliation from the crushing defeat last time. The grief of losing a comrade instantly turned into the flames of anger. When they attacked at the same time, their zhenqi turned into swords, spears, ice and fire. Last time they didn't even use the joint attack until the end, but now they directly used it. Such a decision flashed in their minds. This time I only need one move to make you fall. On the contrary, Li Qingshan's heart was as calm as still water. He used his sixth sense to sense everything in front of him. As expected, there wasn't a single flaw. Then he would create a flaw. Li Qingshan raised his arms. Wave-like blue zhenqi wrapped around his arms. However, he didn't attack any military disciple. Instead, he fiercely smashed his arms into the ground. Bang! The ground trembled and a deep pit was formed. A ring-shaped shock wave spread in all directions. Every military disciple couldn't help but tremble. Having no flaws was perfection. Once perfection was destroyed, it would become full of flaws. Looking at Li Qingshan again, he had already used the rebounding force to leap into the air. The swords, spears, ice, and fire all passed under his feet. He was half a beat too slow. Li Qingshan looked down at the battlefield. He pushed his palms backward. His body was like a straight spear, piercing towards a large group of weaker military disciples. The world of cultivators was a world that pursued individual strength. The strong ruled everything. They weren't restricted by the weak. How could it be so easy to win by surrounding them? Seeing that the previous situation was about to repeat itself, Han Qiongji shook her head. Ru Xen squatted at the side of the pillar without a care for her image. She smiled happily with her red lips and white teeth. It seemed like she wouldn't be able to get so much consultation fee this time. However, it was worth it to see him suffer. A huge snake opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Li Qingshan. The snake's head seemed solid, and the snake's neck seemed illusory. However, when it reached the snake's body, it became faint and merged with the 500 military disciples surrounding it. Unknowingly, they had formed a strange rotating formation. The strongest trump card of the military formation. Through strict training, everyone's spirit and willpower were merged into one. With the combined power of everyone, they formed a single attack. The coiling snake formation was specially set up to kill powerful cultivators. Vital energy surged out. Li Qingshan turned around and punched out. With a bang, Li Qingshan was sent flying. He crashed into a pillar and slid down. His body felt like it was about to break. The huge vital energy contained in the snake's head was probably only comparable to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Hey, I'm fine. Li Qingshan raised his head and met Ru Xian's smiling eyes. He laughed loudly and said, "Interesting." The first time he defeated the military disciples was interesting. If he had the same experience again, even he would feel bored. Only a strong opponent was worth challenging. Han Qiongji clenched her fists tightly and revealed a worried expression. However, when she saw the eccentric woman from the medical school talking and laughing, a nameless fire immediately rose in her heart. She waved her fist and said, "Revenge." Han Che glanced at her and waved his hand. "Advance." Li Qingshan supported his body with his knees. Seeing the army slowly approaching and a long snake spitting out its tongue in the sky, he smiled and moved forward. Boom, the snake's head bit down and smashed a large pit on the ground. Li Qingshan was already prepared and dodged. Relying on his superhuman speed, he lingered outside the military formation. He tried to attack a few times but he didn't know where to attack. The weakest military disciple was the snake's tail, which was hidden in the middle of the formation. The snake's outer body was like an iron wall, blocking all damage. However, the disadvantage was also very obvious. Their movement speed was too slow. Even among the 12 experts, only 1 or 2 could keep up with Li Qingshan's speed. However, they didn't dare to approach him, afraid that he would kill them one by one. They could only let him move about freely. Han Tie shook his head slightly. This brat's reaction was too fast. Just now, when an ordinary person faced such a terrifying attack, they would definitely think of dodging. If they dodged, they would be completely forced into the formation and would only end up being strangled to death. However, he did the opposite and met force without hesitation. He also had the qualifications to meet force with force. If an ordinary 7th-layer Qi practitioner dared to meet force with the snake's head, even if they didn't die they would be heavily injured. However, he just stood up and patted his butt as if nothing had happened. Li Qingshan continued to move, leading the entire military formation. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. Finally he saw the weak spot. With a leap he charged into the military formation. After a while, in the great martial practice field, 500 military disciples were lying on the ground. However, as long as they were still conscious they all cheered. Many of them shed tears of excitement. They had won. That monster like Li Qingshan had finally fallen. The depression and humiliation that had been suppressed in their hearts for many days seemed to have been relieved at this moment. Li Qingshan charged into the coiling snake formation and quickly pulled the military formation apart. However, he immediately fell into a bitter battle. Because he had received that attack just now, he had suffered internal injuries. Finally, his true Qi was exhausted and his physical strength could not take it anymore. He collapsed. He lay on his back and looked at the clear sky. Suddenly, a figure blocked the sunlight. Han Tie stretched out his hand. Li Qingshan grasped that hand and stood up. The group of military disciples looked at Li Qingshan. When their anger and humiliation dissipated, they all felt a sense of admiration. This man, after all, had fought against all of them with his own strength. Even though he had lost, it was still an honor. Do you want to learn the military's battle techniques? Han Tie's handsome face that seemed to be cast from ice and iron seemed to have become slightly gentler. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Of course, but I need to rest first." He shouted, "Ru Xen. I'm here. Thank you for your patronage. 3,000 spirit stones." Ru Xen arrived on a green leaf and said with a smile, "I don't have a single spirit stone right now." Li Qingshan's words were not false. He had used all his spirit stones to buy medicinal pills. Naturally, he would not use the ones Chen Rongji gave him. It's okay. It's okay if you have spirit tools or talismans. Later I'll choose my own. Sleep. Ru Xen waved her hand and the green leaf scattered, lifting all the heavily injured military disciples up. How can I sleep? Li Qingshan said to Han Qiongji who was beside him, "Senior Sister Han, help me keep an eye on her. Don't let this woman steal my things." He was exhausted and fell asleep, snoring everywhere. Why me? Hey, don't sleep. Han Qiongji saw that Li Qingshan was heavily injured. She originally wanted to follow him, but in front of so many military disciples, she could not bring herself to do it. Everyone seemed to know what she was thinking. She was hesitating, but when she heard this, she was inexplicably happy. Han Tie said, "You go. I'll take care of the military disciples and help negotiate with the price. I get ripped off every time." Han Qiongji found an excuse. Whether it was the military disciples or her Han family, they did not lack the consultation fees. Although Ru Xian's mouth was unforgiving, the fees she charged were considered fair. On Benevolence Island, the military disciples who were waiting to be taken care of by the first miss were nowhere to be seen. Han Qiongji sat in front of the bed, holding her cheek and looking straight at Li Qingshan. She had never been so moved by a man in her life. Since she was young, Han Tie was often taught a lesson by the old man until he was covered in injuries and bedridden. She would also stand at the bedside and laugh loudly. Knock, knock, knock. Have you seen enough? Ru Xen knocked on the door and said with a smile. When did you? Han Qiongji jumped up. I've been standing here for 2 hours. Didn't you see? Ru Xen said in surprise. What? Of course I saw it. That's why I'm asking if you've seen enough. You're joking. I've only just arrived. Ah. Han Xiongji could not resist her gaze. Her face flushed and she said, "Don't touch his things. I'll go take a look at the others." Then she rushed out the door. Ru Xan walked to Li Qingshan's bed and saw the 100 treasures pouch on his waist. She reached out to grab it, but halfway through she suddenly clenched her fist and punched Li Qingshan's lower abdomen. She said with a smile, "You're awake." Li Qingshan held his abdomen and propped himself up. "You're crazy." Ru Xan said, "Who told you to break the contract? I told you to be more heavy-handed. Victory and defeat are common in the military. I've already tried my best. Going easy on him isn't considered trying your best." Ru Xan suddenly pressed on Li Qingshan's shoulder. Her gentle face was inches away. She shook him lightly and breathed out. Chapter 337. I didn't go easy. Li Qingshan casually pushed her away. Ever since the misunderstanding was resolved, he no longer had any thoughts about Ru Xan. This woman's temperament was too twisted. She was always in a state of mischief. He did not want to be fooled by others for no reason. Ru Xan said, "You clearly could have won but you lost. Isn't this considered going easy?" 500 people working together was not an easy task. It required an extremely high level of discipline. Maintaining the coiling snake formation was even more exhausting. As long as Li Qingshan dragged it out, it would not take long for the formation to collapse on its own. He could then use the same method he used last time to defeat them one by one. It would be even easier to defeat this group of military disciples who had lost a lot of their numbers and morale than last time. "Don't you think it's boring to win like that?" Li Qingshan lay back down on the bed. It was not a life and death battle, so there was no need to waste so much effort. Winning or losing was not a big deal. The key was to gain enlightenment from it, train one's body, hone one's skills, and prepare for a day in the future. Of course I won't be boring when I have spirit stones to take. Women just like to haggle over every ounce. Don't you understand the principle of a small stream running for a long time? You look down on women. Ru Xan pinched Li Qingshan's shoulder. Your strength seems to have increased again. 1 spirit stone, 2 spirit stones, you? Ru Xan was stunned. Li Qingshan grabbed her slender white hand again. Right now we are in a state of balance. Feel as much as you want. Although she was always mischievous, he felt much more relaxed when he was with her. You wish. Ru Xan laughed, but her face darkened. Haha, Li Qingshan, you have such a day. What are you two doing? Ru Xan, tell me what is going on. What's going on? Chu Tian rushed in like a whirlwind. He pointed at Li Qingshan and laughed, but when he saw the two of them, he could not accept it. Li Qingshan. You. Han Xiongji was about to stop Chu Tian when she saw this scene. Even Ru Xan rolled her eyes. What's wrong with us? It was as if he had been caught in the act. Li Qingshan returned to Great War Island. He found Han Tie. Han Anjuan was lecturing the military disciples while Han Tie stood beside him. When he saw Li Qingshan, Han Anjuan pouted angrily. Han Tie walked over and said to Li Qingshan, "Follow me." Li Qingshan followed Han Tie to an iron gate. Han Tie took out his waist token, opened the iron gate and walked into the darkness. The gates opened one by one. More and more doors closed and the two of them went deeper underground. Li Qingshan never thought that beneath Great War Island. It was a completely different world. He was even more curious about what kind of battle technique Han Tie would teach him. Finally, when they reached the lowest level, they saw a formation emitting a spiritual light, spitting out a huge spiritual light. It turned out that the school of the military's formation was built here. As expected of the school of the military. The security of the formation was definitely not something that the school of novels, which had casually built in the middle of a bamboo forest, could compare to. However, it was not the book collection vault that Zhang Xian had imagined. Han Tie stopped, turned around and said, "Thank you." If Ru Xian could see it, he could also see it. Although the original purpose of summoning Li Qingshan was to give the military disciples a sense of danger and a chance to fight, after experiencing the chaos of the White Lotus sect, they could not lose again. Losing once or twice could boost their morale, but if they kept losing, it would weaken the army's willpower. They urgently needed a victory to boost their morale. Li Qingshan said, "What's there to thank me for?" I said I did my best. Defeating a military disciple did not bring him any practical benefits. Instead, he had lost a great opportunity for actual combat. After this battle, the effects of practicing the ox demon's fist of great strength were much better than practicing boxing in the bamboo forest. Han Tie said, "You can punch me a second time." Li Qingshan said, "If I want to fight, I'll fight openly and not sneakily. I don't like punching bags, so you can fight back as much as you want in the future. Then don't even think about touching my face again." In the darkness, Han Tie's mouth seemed to curl up, but it was only for a moment. Li Qingshan said, "I usually do what I say. Less nonsense, where are the battle techniques?" Han Tie took out a dozen or so jade scrolls from his 100 treasures pouch. "These are all battle techniques suitable for Gui Water True Qi. You didn't call me to such a secret place just to say those words, did you?" "So what if I did?" Li Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked down. The so-called battle technique was a battle technique that combined qi and blood. It was similar to spells but different from spells. In a sense, it was a superior martial art. The people of Jianghu not only had to cultivate inner force, but they also had to cultivate all kinds of martial arts in order to unleash their battle power. Cultivators were the same, and the profoundness and variety of true qi was even greater than inner force. For Li Qingshan, who was good at close combat, it was a necessary skill. In a battle that could change in an instant, being a bit faster at a critical moment was the difference between life and death. Just like martial arts, there was also a difference in strength between battle skills. What Han Che had brought out were all rare and powerful battle skills. Even if he was a military disciple, if he didn't have an outstanding performance, he wouldn't be taught. Although the 100 clans could communicate with each other, the core things couldn't be taught to outsiders. Not to mention there were battle techniques that the Han clan had collected themselves, and they were only taught to Han clan disciples. Without Han Anjuan's permission, Han Che didn't have the right to take them out. This was no longer just for the sake of training Li Qingshan for the military. That day in ancient Wind City, Li Qingshan let Han Xiongji leave first, and then he personally opened a path for her to escape. Han Anjuan saw it with his own eyes. Although he didn't say it, he had his own plans. Li Qingshan also felt something about this. His gaze suddenly froze on a jade scroll, and he let out a soft sound of surprise. This battle technique had an extremely majestic name, Ocean Wielding. The introduction said, "Absorb the power of 100 rivers, wield the vastness of the ocean, and achieve boundless merit." 5 words immediately popped up in Li Qingshan's mind. Boundless Ocean Technique. And this wasn't the first time Li Qingshan heard this. In order to help Li Qingshan make the right choice, Han Tie also said, "You have a good eye. This is the strongest battle technique out of all, but it needs a specialized cultivation method to activate it. Although your true qi is pure, it's still a bit lacking. You should change to another one." This further confirmed Li Qingshan's guess. This ocean wielding was most likely a battle technique derived from the boundless ocean technique. A sect naturally couldn't be supported by just one cultivation method. After the fall of the vast sea sect, various cultivation methods were scattered, and ocean wielding fell into the hands of the Han clan. Li Qingshan hurriedly said, "Do you know where I can find the cultivation method to activate this battle technique?" Chapter 338. Han Tie's answer, however, disappointed Li Qingshan. He didn't know the current whereabouts of this technique, so he recommended a set of ice bone-shattering fist to Li Qingshan, which could transform one's Gui water qi into the power of extreme ice. It was very destructive, and it could also condense ice battle armor around one's body, combining attack and defense. Li Qingshan had already read through all of these jade slips. Gui water true qi was not proficient in destruction, so most of these battle skills followed a gentle path, focusing on using softness to overcome toughness. The ice bone-shattering fist could be regarded as the one with the greatest offensive power, but it paled in comparison to ocean wielding's ferocity and brutality. This combat skill of the ocean sect completely reversed the saying that Gui water qi was not good at attacking. Once it was used, it was like a huge wave in a tsunami, and it was continuous. Li Qingshan thought for a moment and opened his eyes. "I choose this." He put ocean wielding into his bag. Li Qingshan wasn't trying to gamble on luck. If qi couldn't use this combat skill, then what about demonic qi? His demonic qi was also of the water attribute. Needless to say, it was fierce and overbearing. It would definitely not be a problem to use this combat skill. The way of the demons was his foundation. In a flash, he naturally made a choice. Moreover, he might be able to find the second volume of Arts of the Boundless Ocean. Han Tie didn't say much. He put away the other jade slips and returned to the ground with Li Qingshan. After Han Anjuan finished lecturing, he suddenly pointed at Li Qingshan and said to the military disciples, "It won't be long before this person becomes stronger. At that time, what are you going to do?" "Defeat him." the military disciple said with an imposing aura. Li Qingshan smiled. Then let's see who improves faster. His Gui water chi was extremely condensed. Although it was a bit difficult to use ocean wielding, it was not impossible. As long as he could exert 1/10 of its power, it would greatly increase his combat power. The next day, early in the morning, a red sun had just leaped out of the lake of dragons and snakes when the bell on Ansrava Island rang loudly. The Buddhist Dharma that the One-Thought Master had been preparing for a very long time. It had finally begun. The entire Ansrava Island was shrouded in a creamy mist that gave off the faint scent of sandalwood. The sound of a wooden fish being struck. The chanting of scriptures lingered in the sky above the Anusrava temple. The temple hall and the ancient pagoda appeared even more dignified. A total of 9 senior monks of the foundation building realm had arrived. Each one of them had a dignified appearance. Although this was a Buddhist matter, it was of great importance. There were also a few clan heads, led by Lu Changqing, who came out to entertain them and then stayed to listen to the sermons. Many disciples from various sects had come. The Great Tao was the same. Even if one did not learn from Buddhism, if one could gain wisdom, it was also beneficial to one's cultivation. Li Qingshan went to the side to listen for a while. He felt dizzy and all he could see was his shiny bald head. What Zen maxim? What saying? I don't understand any of it. All he saw was little Anne in a set of bluish-white kasaya robes. His long dark hair that resembled seaweed draped over his shoulders. He sat in the temple hall, sometimes in thought, sometimes nodding and sometimes retorting. He dealt with everything calmly. As a result, Li Qingshan stopped worrying and backed out silently, returning to Cloud Wisp Island to cultivate diligently. When he gave the sermons, little and rarely spoke, but once he did, the monks would often be rendered speechless. They would need to think for quite a while before they could answer. The path of white bone and great beauty was not just an ability or cultivation method. It also recorded the wisdom and comprehension of a great Buddhist cultivator. Little and needed to comprehend its essence. Every single question revolved around this ability, and he would always be able to hit the nail on the head. This allowed the monks to feel refreshed and enlightened. They would often need to think before they could answer. The monks were all well versed in Buddhist studies. After some thought, they would most likely be able to come up with an answer. However, these answers would often be different, leading to a new round of debate. When the monks looked at Little Anne again, their gazes were completely different. They suspected that she was also a reincarnated celestial, and the reincarnation of a sect leader at that. If she did not possess some lingering wisdom, how could a child ask such profound questions? There were some questions that even they felt were not intelligent enough to answer. Obviously, they could not answer all of Little Anne's questions. Otherwise, her cultivation would not have remained at foundation establishment. However, during this process, Little Anne's comprehension of the path of white bone and great beauty deepened by another level. After comprehending it, she could relax her control over her chi refinement. On the 3rd day after the Dharma assembly began, her chi refinement cultivation reached the 9th layer. Clearly, she was not far from that final step. It left the eminent monks completely dumbfounded. Never had they seen someone practice chi like he was drinking water. If this continued, foundation establishment would be as easy as pie. This allowed the One-Thought Master to balance out slightly, but his original plan had fallen through. Right now, it did not seem like the monks were guiding Little Anne. Instead, it seemed like Little Anne was guiding the monks. However, it gave rise to another problem. These eminent monks who were indifferent to fame and fortune all became greedy. They felt like studying in the school of Buddhism could not be regarded as truly taking the One-Thought Master as their master. At most, it was like the relationship between a child and a teacher in a private school. With Little Anne's talent, she completely deserved a formal master and more support. The school of Buddhism was generally referred to as Buddha, but there were hundreds or even thousands of sects under it. They constantly contended with one another. Who didn't want a disciple like that to pass on their legacy and spread their teachings? It was already too late for the One-Thought Master to feel regret. From the day the Dharma assembly began, he refused to let Little Anne leave his side at all. He even secretly wrote a letter to her. However, there were people who discovered the relationship between Little Anne and Li Qingshan. They sent disciples to Cloud Wisp Island and discussed with Li Qingshan. They all secretly offered extremely great benefits, so Little Anne could become their disciple instead. Under the curtain of night, Li Qingshan saw off another person. He turned around and passed through the deep, twisting corridors, returning to his room. A woman currently sat on his seat in the room, reading a book under the lamp. She seemed like she had just taken a bath and changed her clothes. Her hair was still rather damp, and she seemed much shorter than regular women. Her hair only reached her shoulders and was rather disheveled. There were even a few strands that stuck up against her forehead in an untamable manner, giving her a mischievous, cute and lazy appearance. Her thin, navy cotton robes clearly outlined her enchanting curves, as if it was silently telling her that she was already a mature woman. The woman blushed and closed her book in an unconcerned manner. She shot a glance at Li Qingshan. "What are you looking at? Senior Sister Han?" Li Qingshan only dared to make this judgment when he heard her voice. Today Han Xiongji was very different from her usual big sister appearance. She actually seemed rather gentle as she read under the lamp. "What's wrong?" Han Xiongji was afraid to look straight into Li Qingshan's eyes. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "I thought that the Han clan still had a second Mississippi. Why are you free to come over today?" Everyone had their own lives and it was the same for Han Xiongji. Wasungzan was in closed-door cultivation, so the responsibilities of the chief disciple and Scarlet Wolf commander fell on her. However, things that Wasungzan could finish in 2 hours were difficult for her to handle even if she spent 10 times the time. She was truly overwhelmed. Fortunately, she was rather popular and forcefully assigned tasks, so she had some spare time. If it were in the past, she would naturally relax and play to her heart's content. However, for the past few days, she had been feeling somewhat restless. Often, a person's figure would appear in her mind. Today she had just taken a bath. For some reason, she had changed into a set of clothes that she normally did not wear. She could not help but walk over to see what Li Qingshan was doing. However, she was unable to say that, so she changed the topic. "What's the monk doing here?" Li Qingshan told her the whole story and Han Xiongji said, "The Lone Mountain Temple is also a medium-sized sect, so we can consider it. The Lone Mountain Master is a great cultivator who has condensed a Saraira. He's renowned throughout the entire Rui Commandery. I never thought his disciple would participate in the assembly of Dharma this time as well. He's qualified to be Little Anne's master." The Lone Mountain Temple was not located in the Clear River Prefecture. The Foundation establishment monk who had come this time was his direct disciple. One of his conditions was to accept him as a disciple on behalf of his master. Li Qingshan said, "Isn't it good to stay in the 100 schools of thought?" Han Xiongji said, "With Little Anne's cultivation, reaching Foundation establishment is only a matter of time. How is he supposed to stay in the 100 schools of thought?" Li Qingshan said, "Don't the Rui Commandery also have the 100 schools of thought? So you don't know. The 100 schools of thought in the Commandery are just for show." With Han Xiongji's careful introduction, Li Qingshan just now knew that the 100 schools of thought in the Rui Commandery were not an expanded version of the Clear River Prefecture. Several hundred or even 1,000 Foundation establishment cultivators would study together under the guidance of over a dozen Golden Core cultivators. Every single Foundation establishment cultivator was an elite who could dominate an entire region. How could they still get along like chi practitioners? It was even more impossible for Golden Core cultivators to gather together. Instead, they all had their own dwellings. As a result, the 100 schools of thought in the Commandery basically existed in name only. They served more of a management role. They did not even have the function of communicating with one another. After all, things in the basic domain could be exchanged. However, at this level, any cultivation technique would be useless. Any cultivation method would be a secret of each school. Let alone the fact that external disciples could not learn it. Even disciples of the main school had to specially acknowledge a master before they could learn it. This kind of master-disciple relationship was no longer the indifferent relationship between teacher and student right now. Instead, it had returned to the traditional master-disciple relationship, where they were like father and son. At this point, finding a good master was of utmost importance. "Don't tell me I have to find a master too?" Li Qingshan said. It was no wonder the monk earlier hinted that he could visit the Lone Mountain Monastery. Han Xiongji said, "Of course. Who doesn't want to find a master to support them? Unless their talent is lacking or they're too old, so they can't find a master who's willing to accept them." Li Qingshan was obviously not one of them. It was possible to say that anyone who could emerge as a Foundation establishment cultivator under the strange fee system of the 100 schools of thought would definitely be young prodigies. They would not have to worry about finding a master. This was the special method of inheritance of the 100 schools. It was different from cultivation sects, but it was also similar. Li Qingshan laid out his hands. "Does the School of Novels have Golden Core cultivators? Or in other words, Golden Talisman cultivators?" The school of novels primarily cultivated the divine talisman of great creation. After the second heavenly tribulation, their color would turn golden. Actually, apart from foundation establishment, all the cultivators in the world were the same. Further up, due to the different cultivation methods, they would be referred to differently. The school of Buddhism called them sariras, the school of novels called them golden talismans, sword embryos for sword cultivators and golden core cultivators. This was still a habit passed down from ancient times. Han Qiongji lowered her head. You might be a disciple of the school of novels, but you don't necessarily have to find a master from the school of novels. For example, I might be a disciple of legalism, but if I can reach foundation establishment, I'll definitely acknowledge my uncle as my master. Han Qiongji's uncle was obviously one of the three pillars of the Rui Commandery, Great General Han Anghua. Chapter 339. Li Qingshan was taken aback. Although he was a disciple of the school of novels, his primary cultivation was still the path of the school of the military that combined body and qi. He probably could not find a better master than Han Anghua in the entire Rui Commandery. The effects of a good master were obvious. For example, the second volume of the Arts of the Boundless Ocean could be found with a single order from him. Cultivation could only be converted into power and influence through the accumulation of time. From this perspective, Gu Yening might be even better. As the daughter of the Hawk God, her future prospects were limitless. However, Li Qingshan was not stupid enough to mention other women in front of Han Qiongji. And no matter what, he refused to lower his head before that woman. When other people liked a woman, they would have to bend their knees and compromise, but he just had to straighten his back for that woman to see. Han Qiongji's words seemed unintentional, but there was actually a great deal of meaning behind them. Was she implying that if he became the son-in-law of the Han family, he would be able to establish ties with the Han family and borrow their power? He had to admit that the temptation was rather great. And it also touched Li Qingshan slightly. No matter what, having a woman think so much for you was always something worth rejoicing over. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? I'm only saying it casually. I'm not going to introduce you to him. If you want to take this path, go beg my father yourself. Han Qiongji's face became even redder under the light of the lantern. I, Han Qiongji, haven't fallen to the point where I have to use my family to move a man. Pa, why should I move him? What's so special about him? He's just a little more free-spirited and valiant than the disciples of the Han family, and he's a little more determined and self-disciplined than the disciples of legalism. Normally, he does not take her willfulness to heart, but he can stand up for her in times of need, fearless of death. For a moment, her heart was in knots. He was no longer as carefree as he was in the past. Yet he said nothing about it. It made her tempted to grab him by the neck and get to the bottom of this. Even though Li Qingshan was not an infatuated saint of love like Wasangzan, he still understood. A man and woman alone in a room, talking about the future in the middle of the night. It wasn't that simple. The beauty under the lamp had a different kind of charm. He was not a person who was overcautious and indecisive. If he wanted to do something, he would do it. He grabbed Han Qiongji's hand and said softly, "Senior Sister Han." Han Qiongji's body trembled, but she didn't withdraw her hand. She pretended that nothing had happened and asked, "What is it?" Li Qingshan snickered inwardly, "It's just that I haven't reached the 9th layer of aura refining yet. I'm a little impatient." Back then the two of them had only treated it as a joke. They had never expected that it would come true. Han Qiongji bit her lip. She glared at him. She was very happy in her heart, but she was not someone who was good at hiding her feelings. This joy naturally appeared in the corner of his eyes. Li Qingshan was getting more and more insatiable. He took the opportunity to hold her waist. The light reflected their shadows on the wall, merging into one. Their posture was the same as the time when Li Qingshan held her in his arms and said those bold words. However, the mood was very different. Han Qiongji also jumped to the side like last time and shouted, "If you have something to say, say it. Why are you touching me?" Her face didn't show much anger, but it was very red. I'll go first." Han Qiongji left in a hurry. Li Qingshan lay on the bamboo floor with his arm as a pillow. He smiled and shook his head. Interesting. Maybe in the near future, there would be one more warm bed in this poor house of his. Outside the window the winter snow fell. Looking at the dark sky, he thought of the green ox again. It did not forget the person who dug the well when drinking water. If it were not for the green ox's help, how could he have walked so far into the world and made such a beauty fall in love with him? Before he knew it, another year had passed. In a few days he would be 18 years old. From a young boy he would become a real man. He had to think about the future. If he chose a master, did it mean that he and Little Anne would have to separate? After all, he couldn't become a monk, and he didn't want to delay Little Anne's development. Most of the time what separated them wasn't irresistible oppression or obstruction, but their own pursuits. There was also the secret he hid, the conflict between his half-dream and the person in front of him, and the tragic situation of being chased by his brother-in-law, father-in-law, and even his future master if his marriage fell apart. Every one of them was enough to make people break their heads thinking about it. Therefore, after thinking about it for a while, he decided not to think about it anymore. The boat would cross the bridge when it came to it. He just had to follow his heart and stride forward. He couldn't possibly say to Han Xiongji, "I think we should focus on our studies." Oh no, cultivation. We shouldn't have any distracting thoughts. Unless he was crazy or impotent, he wouldn't say such words. Late at night, the Dharma meeting continued. The eminent monks were tireless. They sat upright and still, speaking as their gazes wandered about. They treated everyone else as competitors. Right now they were no longer competing over the Buddhist Dharma. There was also a once-in-a-century genius disciple. They no longer had any doubts. Little Anne's existence was enough to determine the rise and fall of a temple or even a sect. The discussion of the Dharma continued, but they seemed rather absent-minded already. At this moment an old man appeared in front of the hall. His hair and beard were all white and his hair draped over his face. His hands hung to his sides and his eyes were dull. His expression was dull. If it were not for his kasaya, it would have been impossible to imagine he was a monk. The one-thought master beamed with joy and bowed deeply. Master. He had not sent an urgent message for nothing. His master had actually rushed over so quickly despite being thousands of kilometers away. The monks cried out and bowed in a hurry. One-thought's master? Was he the Anilam Light Chan master of the Chan monastery of Devanaga? It was rumored that he practiced the great scripture of annihilation arduously in the monastery and had not left the monastery for several decades already. Why had he come here? The old monk that the one-thought master referred to as master turned a blind eye and a deaf ear. He directly arrived before Little Anne like an idiot. Little Anne raised her head and their eyes met, only to see the old monk's eyes suddenly erupt with resplendent light, eclipsing all the lanterns and flickering light in the hall. They seemed like two miniature suns. The old monk said with great difficulty, "Are you willing to go to the Chan monastery of Devanaga with me to cultivate?" The monks immediately gave up on that thought. The Chan monastery of Devanaga was the greatest Buddhist sect renowned throughout the Green Province. As the head monk of the Bodhi courtyard, who could contend against the Anilam Light Chan master? And who could turn down his invitation? They never thought the one-thought monk would be so resolute as soon as he struck. As a matter of fact, even the one-thought master himself had never expected to be able to invite his master from the Chan monastery of Devanaga. He had no other choice either. Originally, he planned on taking Little Anne to the Chan monastery of Devanaga to see his master after she reached foundation establishment. Even more unexpectedly, his master directly granted Little Anne the highest recognition as soon as he saw her without any questions or tests, allowing her to enter the Chan monastery of Devanaga to cultivate. The hall, or even the entire Ansrava temple, fell completely silent. They were all waiting for that reply. The result was without any suspense. The Chan sect had obtained another supreme prodigy. Before long, the Chan monastery of Devanaga's authority would become even more firm and unshakable. Chapter 340. I don't want to. Xiao An's expression remained the same as he replied with a clear and tender voice. The Buddha hall seemed to become even quieter. In the Buddhist niche, the plump cheeks of the Buddha statue glittered with golden light under the illumination of the eternal flame lantern. There was a profound smile on it. His thin eyebrows and eyes seemed to take in all the believers, but at the same time, he seemed to see nothing at all. Everyone doubted whether they had heard wrongly or not. It was an invitation that no one could refuse, but someone did. The one-thought master's mouth hung agape. Even his thoughts halted for a moment. Back then, after successfully reaching foundation establishment, he emerged from the 100 schools of thought and turned down the invitations of a few temples, heading to the Chan monastery of Devanaga thousands of kilometers away to become a disciple. He knelt outside the Bodhi hall for 3 days and 3 nights before the Anilam Light Chan master accepted him into the Bodhi hall. He was tested for another 3 years before he was accepted as a formal disciple. He had never regretted this choice. Otherwise, with his luck and aptitude, it would have been impossible for him to advance to a higher realm. Little An Yu, the Anilam Light-Chan master raised his hand and stopped the One-Thought master from continuing. He looked at Little An's expression was calm and unmoved. The Anilam Light-Chan master sighed. The path of cultivation is boundless, and the Buddhist Dharma is boundless. Why must you stubbornly persist? Little An bowed and said, "Thank you, Shurzuan, for bestowing me with this Dharma name." If not wanting to separate from him meant stubbornness, then she would rather use this as her Dharma name and never change it. The Anilam Light-Chan master smiled at first, rejoicing over the cleverness of his thoughts. Then he sighed, lamenting over how stubborn he was. Then, without confirming or denying it, he floated away. The One-Thought master went up with a mixed expression and bowed. Junior sister One will. Little An returned the gesture. Senior brother Yin Yan. Although there was no ceremony. But for the Zen sect, which paid particular attention to direct one's heart and see one's nature to become a Buddha, these superficial courtesies were insignificant. Buddha pinched a flower, Mahakassapa smiled, master and disciple got along well. In just a few words their status had already been decided. All the monks got up and bade farewell. The Dharma assembly came to an end. The number one genius in the 100 schools of thought in 100 years. He was also the first to find his future destination, which was the holy land of Buddhist cultivators that spanned 15,000 kilometers across the Green Province, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. After Little An sent all the monks away, he also took his leave from senior brother One Thought. The One Thought master obviously knew where she wanted to go. He waved his hand helplessly. Go. Even his master could not do anything about it. He silently allowed her to use One Will as her Dharma name. How could he care about it? On Cloud Wisp Island, after hearing about what had happened, Li Qingshan fell silent for a while. He rubbed Little An's head and smiled. If you want to go cultivate in the Chan Monastery of Devanaga in the future, I'll become a monk with you. However, I'll only be a monk who drinks and eats meat, plus a perverted monk. Little An shook his head. No, I'll stay with you. I don't want you to be a monk who eats meat and drinks wine. Li Qingshan said, I see. When the time comes, I'll pay a visit to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga with you and get some benefits from the Anilam Light-Chan master. You can just come out and work alone. I'll also go find a master to learn a thing or two. By then I'll build a dwelling and you can build a temple on the side. How's that? It'll be the best of both worlds. Little An said softly, all right. This was their future. There was nothing worth worrying about. It was already late at night. The two of them laid on their backs, staring at the ceiling. They listened to the rustling snow outside together. They both felt extremely peaceful inside. All right, what do you think of that, Big Sister Han? Li Qingshan turned around and laid on his side. Big Sister Han? Little An turned around in doubt. Her two large eyes shone in the darkness. She's Han Xiongji. She's worth 100 regular people, Little An said indifferently. I'm not telling you to eat her. Forget it, child. You won't understand even if I tell you. Li Qingshan was speechless. He lay back down. Little An climbed onto him and stared at him. All right, I'll tell you. Li Qingshan raised his hands in surrender and told her what happened tonight. You like her? Little An blinked. A little. Li Qingshan shrugged. Han Xiongji was naturally a good girl. Although they didn't have deep feelings for each other, as long as they spent some time together, they would naturally have feelings for each other. His parents in his previous life and this life had all gone through the same thing. It wasn't some third-rate romance drama where they had to love each other to the death. You want to marry her? With the awakening of many memories, especially after reading many novels for Li Qingshan, Little An was no longer unfamiliar with these things. It was just that she didn't expect this kind of thing to happen to him. She felt very shocked. Not necessarily. It's possible. Li Qingshan touched his nose embarrassedly. He felt like a divorced father who wanted to remarry and was asking for his daughter's consent. His usual heroic and casual attitude couldn't be shown at all. He admitted that he wasn't a romantic person like Hua Sengzan. He probably wouldn't be able to feel that kind of infatuation without regret in this life. When he was young in his previous life he might have had this kind of thought. But in this life, it had been sharpened by more than 10 years of hard life. Only the simplest and most direct things were left. Little An suddenly became unhappy. She got down from Li Qingshan and turned her back. Hey, what's wrong? As long as you're happy. Little An thought that Li Qingshan would be stuck with that woman day and night like in the books. He probably wouldn't have time to accompany her anymore. She felt even more sad. Li Qingshan pulled her body over. He saw that her eyes were red and tears were streaming down. It was as if he had done something that angered the heavens and people. He also panicked. I didn't say that I would definitely marry her. It's fine if you don't like her. The future wasn't that simple. More than 10 days later, on Contention Island, in the underground cave abode of seclusion. A drop of sweat flowed down his cheek, dripped from his chin and landed on the wet ground. Li Qingshan's body knelt on the ground. His long hair hung down and covered his face. The muscles all over his body twisted like dragons and snakes. It was as if he was bearing a heavy burden. Scarlet blood flowed into his skin, revealing the color of black iron. He opened his mouth wide, revealing his long and sharp fangs. 2 bulges appeared on his forehead, as if there were 2 horns that were ready to rush out at any time. Li Qingshan suddenly raised his body and let out a furious roar. His arms spread out to the extreme as if he was breaking free from invisible shackles. Hoo! It was the sound of his heavy breathing. It was filled with incomparable comfort. Hoo! It was his movement that kicked up a fierce gust of wind, surging through the dwelling and ruffling little Anne's clothes and long hair. Li Qingshan stood up. The color of his skin gradually returned to normal, and his knotted muscles settled down too. However, his figure seemed slightly bulkier, like a statue carved out of marble. After this period of arduous cultivation, in particular the pills he had exchanged for with spiritual stones, he had basically eaten them all. He had finally reached the 3rd layer of the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength. Although the resources he required with each step forward were even greater. Back then, reaching the 1st layer only required drinking and nourishing his body. The benefits to his body became greater and greater. In particular, his strength had basically increased by several times. Although it was suppressed by the Spirit Turtle's demon core, he could still feel the surging strength surge through his body, almost ready to burst out. He changed his clothes and said to little Anne, "It's time for me to pay the school of the military a visit and test out the results of my cultivation. I'll help you." Little Anne took out the Guardian King's Pearl. It shone with golden light, conjuring a golden avatar. It was even more realistic than ever before, as if it was a golden person standing there instead of a golden statue. During this period of time, she had comprehended and summarized what she had learned from the Assembly of Dharma. Because she had been by the One Thought Master's side, she had only ingested 2 or 3 of the Black Lotus pods. Now that she had this opportunity, she could finally use it to cultivate. She ingested another 7 or 8, and her cultivation advanced drastically. The golden sash drifted about, and the Guardian King's avatar arrived before Li Qingshan in the blink of an eye. It swung down with the huge Vajra sword. Fair enough. Li Qingshan caught the huge sword between his palms. Apart from the short period of time just now, where he was afraid of the demon chi leaking out, there was actually no need for him to enter secluded cultivation. He had only done it to make her happy, basically making up for the hardships she had gone through when she was trapped in the Assembly of Dharma. He could tell that she was still rather reluctant to leave, so he would stay a little longer. He could also use this opportunity to practice the ocean wielding that he had never had the time to study. The 2 of them cultivated separately, stopping from time to spar and joke around. Time passed by bit. Originally, Li Qingshan planned on spending another half a month in secluded cultivation, but as soon as he began practicing this battle skill, he could not help but delve into it. He was shocked by the exquisite combination of chi in the body, submerging himself into it involuntarily. Speaking of which, it was quite strange. His ability to comprehend various cultivation methods had always been very average, but he felt like a genius when it came to his comprehension of battle skills. Little Anne benefited quite a lot too. He ingested the black lotus seeds in the lotus pods one by one, turning them into flames and merging with his bones, condensing another skull prayer bead. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. The door to the dwelling opened slowly. Li Qingshan walked out and yawned, gazing down. This time, their secluded cultivation was not at the lowest level of the dwelling, which had been occupied by Hua Sengzan. After such a long time, he wondered how his cultivation was progressing. "Let's go." Li Qingshan hugged little Anne and stepped into the hollow in front of him. This time there were no clouds condensing. Instead, a wave-like blue light appeared under his feet. As if he was stepping on a spring, he soared into the sky. Ocean wielding? The wave-treading stance condensed water into shape. Using the force of the water, one's speed was several times faster than cloud treading. Furthermore, one's agility was greatly increased, as if one could walk in the sky. After emerging from the underground, the sky was blue, and the sun was dazzling. The snow had melted, and the spring scenery was brilliant. Li Qingshan took another step back and shot toward Cloud Wisp Island in the distance. During this period of time, the willpower accumulated in the divine talisman of great creation had reached a peak. Although he could not see it with his own eyes, the effect of the book and the painting was obviously very good. Moreover, as expected, his thin painting album was a level better, and he could easily conjure the characters in it. However, it was still not enough. He needed to become stronger to have a chance. It was time to go out and use the paintings in his hands to do some publicity so that the illusory could become real. P.S. Failed to wake up. I almost had insomnia last night. I'd better write in the morning. Chapter 341. Remember? Li Qingshan's figure whistled through the air, attracting the attention of quite a few people. A group of disciples of the School of Agriculture were currently working in the fields. They raised their heads and pointed at the sky. Look, what's that? That looks like Li Qingshan. The disciples of the School of Agriculture all sighed in amazement. Their eyes were filled with indescribable envy. Before they knew it, Li Qingshan had already become an influential figure in the academy. The people he was usually on good terms with and his enemies were all renowned figures too. Recently, there had even been rumors that the leader of the School of Military, Han Anjuan, intended to take Li Qingshan in as a son-in-law, marrying the second senior sister of the School of Legalism to him. In just a year, he had gone from being the most embarrassing disciple of the School of Novels to where he was. He was basically a legend to cultivators who were also commoners. Oi, Li Long, isn't that your fellow villager? Li Long stood barefooted in a paddy field. The green seedlings were arranged neatly. This was not Longevity Island, but the island where the School of Agriculture grew crops. He had received a piece of land for himself when he distributed it to the new disciples. He raised his head and watched as the faint blue streak vanished into the sky. He remembered his master saying that he would definitely become an impressive figure, but even his master probably did not expect him to make it to where he was right now. He lowered his head and smiled. Yeah, he's a great hero of our Crouching Ox village. During the spring test last year, his wood affinity had reached B-, so he passed the School of Agriculture's test and became a disciple. Back then, the village head had sent him to the Iron Fist School to learn martial arts so that his son would no longer need to work in the fields. He never thought that he would still have to return to the land in the end. The School of Agriculture was indeed very suitable for a disciple with average talent and no background like him. The crops with intelligence they grew could replace pills and improve a person's constitution bit by bit. They could eat what they grew and they could also trade with other seniors and juniors. They could also be sold for spiritual stones. Compared to other families, the life of the School of Agriculture was monotonous and boring. They would clear away the weeds repeatedly and use their true chi to nurture each seedling. Many people felt bored and often called for companions. He went to Clear River City to have some fun. The young sect master of the Iron Fist had also come to invite Li Long a few times. Even Li Long had refused. He still had to return the 100 spirit stones to Li Qingshan, as well as the next year's worth of spirit stones. He also had to work hard on his cultivation so as to avoid doubling the tuition fee. He could not afford to slack off in the slightest. Gradually, the young sect master stopped coming. He worked from morning to night. Other than listening to the lecture, all he could do was lie on the ground with his face covered in dust. He would fall asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, and he would be suffocated by the heavy pressure. When he was young, there was a drought in the year when he followed his father to fetch water. The water they brought back was poured into the ground, and it dried up in the blink of an eye. That situation was truly despairing. After a day, their hands and feet were full of bloody blisters. Grandpa sighed. Farming was a struggle against the heavens. Yes, fighting for one's life with the heavens wasn't just a privilege of cultivators. Perhaps it was because his ancestors had been farmers for generations, so the blood of farmers flowed through his body. He gradually experienced unprecedented joy from this primitive labor. He watched as the seedlings grew healthily day by day. When he nurtured them with his true chi, they seemed to nurture him as well. Before he knew it, his cultivation as a chi practitioner had broken through the natural barrier of regular people of the Jianghu, surpassing Protector Yen and reaching the third layer. That day he lay on the ground and cried in joy. As his tears fell on the ground, he thought of the time when the drought ended. It rained heavily and he rolled around in the rain happily. That kind of joy was definitely not something that sleeping with a red lady downstairs could compare to. From that day onwards, his heart settled down. He did not go and watch the free public performances of the School of Music. He did not go and watch the spectacle of Li Qingshan challenging the military disciples either. Only today did he suddenly discover that he was no longer jealous of Li Qingshan. A disciple of the School of Agriculture said, "The test is about to begin. I heard he's skilled in the spiritual rain technique, so why don't you get him to water the ground for you?" The School of Agriculture had its own competition as well, which was to see whose crops were taken care of better. The winner would be rewarded. Li Long patted the dirt off his hands and smiled. "I'll go ask him and see if he's free or not." Over the past year he had never gone looking for Li Qingshan even once. He felt slightly inferior, so he did not want others to think that he was trying to curry favor with him. Now he no longer felt jealous, so he naturally did not feel inferior. Moreover, he could finally repay some of the kindness he had shown him in the past. When he saw this fellow villager again, Li Qingshan was almost unable to recognize him. His face was tanned, his hands were rough, and he gave off a rustic aura. He no longer resembled the high-spirited prodigy of Crouching Ox Village. His gentle eyes gave off a completely different aura from before. When Li Long looked at Li Qingshan again, he felt the same way. He was composed and confident, and he looked around proudly. The name Qingshan had been mocked by the village for many years. Only now did he understand what the name meant. Li Long took out a bag of spiritual rice. "I planted this myself. Try it. I still don't have enough spiritual stones on hand. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait for another year or so." "There's no hurry. It's fine to wait another 3 or 5 years. It's not like you can run away anyway." Li Qingshan opened the bag of rice. Every grain was the size of a peanut, and they gave off a fragrant spiritual qi. He praised, "Good rice. I think this rice is worth 50 spiritual stones. If you can take out 3 more bags, we'll be even. Next year. I'll either eat or sell the rest." Li Long nodded gratefully. It was not because of the spiritual stones but out of respect. He glanced past the bamboo forest on Cloud Wisp Island. It's quite a pity about this land and these bamboo shoots. The land allocated to each disciple of the School of Agriculture was limited. Among the 100 schools, the School of Novels had the highest land per capita. As one of the main islands, Cloud Wisp Island was an excellent spiritual land. Naturally, it was much better than the island where Li Long grew rice. If it was used to grow crops, it did not need to be so meticulous. With a little care, there would be a good harvest every year. The bamboo shoots that broke out of the ground were also rich in spiritual qi. Li Qingshan became more and more aware that Cloud Wisp Island was a truly treasured land. He definitely could not give it to others. "If you like it, you can cultivate it. You can pick as many bamboo shoots as you want. I don't have time to take care of them anyway." Although the spiritual bamboo shoots could be used as a substitute for pills, their effects were limited. It was not worth it for him. He might as well learn alchemy from Wuxia. Li Long felt rather regretful that he had not visited Cloud Wisp Island earlier, but he was unwilling to take advantage of the situation for nothing. In the end, he made an agreement with Li Qingshan. He would provide the labor, and Li Qingshan would share half of the crops and bamboo shoots he harvested. Li Qingshan was happy to be able to help his fellow countrymen and obtain many things for free. Even if he did not eat these things, it would be good for Millipede to recover his vitality. Speaking of which, that guy's hibernation should be over by now. Just as he was thinking this, he felt the bug sac at his waist tremble. He agreed to Li Long's request to water the plants. "I still have some matters to attend to. You go back first. I'll be there in a bit." After Li Long left, Li Qingshan let out Millipede and fed him a pouch of spiritual rice. "Don't be in such a hurry. There'll be bamboo shoots soon. Just bear with it a little longer. I'll take you underground very soon." After pacifying Millipede back into the bug sack, he went to help Li Long cast the spiritual rain technique a few times. Once little and returned from dealing with the matters at the School of Buddhism, the two of them passed through the formation of dragons and snakes together and left the 100 schools of thought. They arrived in the prefectural city of Clear River first. Li Qingshan wanted to take the paintings Chu Danqing had given him on a tour around the city. If he could complete some missions along the way and earn some merit, that would obviously be for the best. The envoy in charge of issuing missions dared not slack off. He took out a list of missions and gave them to Li Qingshan to choose from. Li Qingshan picked through them carefully. He happened to see a mission that was in progress, and the person in charge was Chen Rongji. He asked, "Has Chen Rongji returned?" "Madam Chen has returned twice." She immediately accepted another mission and left. All 3 missions were to a remote region far away from the prefectural city. Li Qingshan thought, not only is this woman vicious to others, but she's vicious to herself as well. It's like she's basically looking for death. After choosing his mission just when Li Qingshan was about to leave, the envoy in black suddenly said, Madam Li, Madam Han is upstairs right now. Nothing in the world spread faster than gossip and gossip. Although the two people involved were completely clueless about it, it had already caused quite an uproar in the Hawkwolf Guard. The Han family's son-in-law selection was no small matter. Li Qingshan said, Senior Sister Han is here too? I'd like to pay her a visit. Madam Li, be careful. Madam Han has been in a very bad mood recently. Li Qingshan knew this was probably related to him, so he felt rather guilty. He had to give her an explanation. The warm spring sun shone into the room diagonally. Han Qiongji currently frowned as she sat in Hua Sengzan's seat, handling official business. Her shoulder-length hair had been dyed a golden brown, but her face was as bleak as the winter sun. Suddenly there were a few knocks on the door. She said coldly without even raising her head, Come in. Li Qingshan made little and wait outside while he pushed open the door and entered. Senior Sister Han. Han Qiongji immediately became furious when she saw Li Qingshan. After that night, she originally thought their relationship had progressed, so she was just waiting for him to come find her. However, after waiting and waiting, she did not see him. Only after asking around did she learn that he had gone into secluded cultivation again, but he did not even tell her. A layer of frost immediately formed on her face. She barked, Get out. Li Qingshan sighed softly and retreated. Come back. Han Qiongji suddenly stood up. She did not expect that he would not even be willing to explain. Li Qingshan said, Is there anything else? You're pissing me off. Han Qiongji bit her lip. Her heart was filled with bitterness. That night's situation was still vivid in her mind. She had never lowered herself to please a man, but she was treated with such disdain and perfunctory disdain. Li Qingshan could not bear it. This was the first woman in his life who liked him. Moreover, compared to Gu Yenying, who was so far away, she seemed more genuine and lovely. If possible, he did not want to betray her feelings. However, since they were not fated, there was no need to be entangled. He could only apologize. Let's go, little Anne. In the long corridor, Li Qingshan frowned as he walked in front. Little Anne followed closely behind. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pulled on Li Qingshan's sleeve. P.S. Begging for votes, begging for votes. Your support on this site is my greatest motivation. Remember. Chapter 342. Li Qingshan turned around and asked, What's wrong? Little Anne turned to look at the door that was still open and said, If you marry her, can we still be together like this? Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, It's fine if you don't like it. Although he was very reluctant to part with her, it would be easier to end things while there were no feelings between them. If there were feelings in the future, it would be troublesome. This was also for her own good. Go and marry her. Little Anne let go of his sleeve and suppressed the strange emotions in his heart. This was what he had always wanted. This was probably the best choice for him. He could even become the disciple of that great General Han. Sai, how could she be an obstacle to him? Are you serious? Really? It'll be too late for regrets in the future. Not to mention what would happen if he abandoned her after taking advantage of her. It wasn't in his character to go back and forth. I don't regret it. Watching Li Qingshan disappear in front of the door, Han Qiongji finally couldn't bear it anymore. She leaned on the table and cried. Li Qingshan, you bastard. Han Qiongji, you are so useless. He's just a man. Suddenly she felt a warmth on her head. She looked up and met Li Qingshan's eyes. Even though Li Qingshan had a heart of stone, he couldn't help but feel touched. This arrogant and domineering woman also had such a weak side, but it was for him. If he missed this chance, wouldn't it be a regret for the rest of his life? He reached out, wanting to wipe away her tears. Why did you come back? Han Qiongji pushed Li Qingshan's hand away and wiped away the tears on her face. Sorry? As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, Han Qiongji grabbed his wrist. You. It was as if she was afraid that he would disappear again. She let go of his hand and felt that she was pitifully weak when the two of them were together. But it was also very pitiful. Li Qingshan held her hand. Don't worry, I won't leave. Who cares? Han Qiongji tried to shake him off but failed. You should leave. Don't bother me here. Can you wait for me to come back? Wait for you for what? It's a beautiful spring day. It's a good day to go sightseeing, Li Qingshan said with a smile. Tossing aside the last layer of worry in his heart, he was in an extremely good mood and immediately took the initiative. Since she wanted to be his partner, then let's get along well. Han Qiongji's mood was completely disturbed by him. Her mood fluctuated and she couldn't speak for a moment. Alright, I'll take that as a yes. Li Qingshan decided on his own. Looking at her rosy lips, he wanted to kiss her goodbye, but he was afraid that he would scare her. Instead, he touched her cheek and turned to leave. You come back soon. Han Qiongji couldn't help but stand up. Li Qingshan looked back and saw that there were still traces of tears on her face, and her shoulder-length hair was a little messy. The joy on her pretty face couldn't be concealed. Although she was shy, she still looked straight at him with undisguised sincerity. For a moment she was extremely adorable. Li Qingshan almost changed his words and said, "Let's go sightseeing now." "Alright, Qiongji." Li Qingshan smiled slightly and closed the door. Han Qiongji sat there and was stunned for a moment. She bit her lips, but she couldn't suppress the smile on her face. She couldn't help but stand up, spin around and stretch while facing the window. It was indeed a beautiful spring day and she couldn't help but look forward to it. Knock, knock, knock. There were a few knocks on the door. Han Qiongji hurriedly wiped away the tears on her face and resumed her cold appearance. A green-clothed attendant trembled as he walked in. "Lord Han, I want to ask for leave. My mother, alright, approved." After a quarter of an hour, the entire building was filled with rumors that Lord Han's irritable period had finally passed. That Lord Li really had a miraculous effect. Indeed, everything had its vanquisher. The attendant who managed the mission book was even awarded as a meritorious service. In the sky, above the clouds, Little An looked at the smiling Li Qingshan and pouted. Do you really have to be so happy?" As if he could hear her thoughts, Li Qingshan pinched her cheek. "You'll understand when you grow up." Little An asked rather curiously and eagerly, "When I grow up, will you marry me too?" Li Qingshan said, "Forget it. I don't want to be hunted down by the monks of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. That's a place as renowned as the Sword Collection Palace." Just the thought of the fate of marrying their genius female disciple terrified him. "I won't." "Even if you won't, there's nothing you can do about it. Just obediently be a nun, a job with a very promising future." Li Qingshan sniggered. Under Little An's attack of, "I'll cry if you don't agree," Li Qingshan could only raise his hands and surrender. Alright, I'll marry you." Little An immediately cheered up, but she became troubled again. "But if they really come looking for trouble, what are we supposed to do?" Li Qingshan saw how she was seriously considering it, so he showed off his sturdy arm and smiled. "Then I'll blow up all their bald heads. Then I'll help you." Little An found this to be a good idea. Before she had even formally joined the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, she had already begun thinking about how to betray the monastery and betray her master and ancestors. A tiny city appeared in the fertile land beneath her feet. Li Qingshan took out a map and compared it. They had already arrived at their first stop. It was noon and the weather was still rather chilly. There were only a few people scattered on the streets, only a group of children. They ran around and laughed tirelessly, but because they disturbed someone else's afternoon nap, they were scolded and chased to one side. "Where are the dogs of the Green Wolf gang?" Suddenly, a bellow rang out, rousing everyone from their dreams. They all emerged from their homes to see just who it was that had come looking for trouble with the Green Wolf gang. The leader of the Green Wolf gang was currently treating a few of his friends from the Forest gang to a meal. He was already rather drunk, but when he suddenly heard that, he shuddered and flew into a rage. "Someone's come to make trouble for us. Brothers, get ready. Let's deal with him." Around 40 good men from the Green Wolf gang filed out, standing in a formation at the entrance. The leader of the Green Wolf gang sat on an armchair at the very center. Many people stuck their heads out to look around on the two sides of the street. The children even widened their eyes. All they saw was a figure that was not tall striding through the dust on the perfectly straight street, making his way over slowly. The leader of the Green Wolf gang squinted his eyes and made out the figure. It was a child around 11 or 12. He wore a wide-brimmed straw hat and a tattered cotton-padded jacket that was covered in patches. He held a brush in his hand. So it's a child. Has he gone mad from eating his heart? But the children's eyes instantly froze. Some of them hurriedly took out a picture book from their pockets, lowered their heads to look at the painting, then raised their heads to look at the person. They repeated this a few times, their mouths slowly falling open. The furrowed brows of the leader of the Green Wolf gang relaxed. He had thought that it was some impressive figure, but it turned out to be a crazy child. But just now, that loud bellow still caught his attention. "Who do you think you are? How dare you cause trouble in my Green Wolf gang? The child said in a crisp voice, Green Wolf gang, you scourge the common people and deserve to die a horrible death. Today I will uphold justice and rid the people of evil. The Green Wolf gang members roared with laughter. The leader of the forest gang said, Leader, why are you wasting your breath on him? I've been so bored lately, dig out his heart and bring it to the bar for me. As he spoke, he even licked his scarlet lips. Because he liked to eat human hearts, especially children's hearts, he was known as the Heart-Eater Ghost. He was also an infamous first-rate expert. The leader of the Green Wolf gang waved his hand. Take him down. 2 gang members stepped forward. The child took out a scroll painting from behind his back. With a shake of his hand, he revealed that it was the Tiger Descending the Mountains painting. With a howl, a huge tiger pounced forward, its front paws pressing down on 2 gang members. With a hook of its blade-like claws, it ripped open their stomachs and pounced towards the leader of the Green Wolf gang. This huge tiger was 10 times more ferocious than a normal tiger. It pounced into the Green Wolf gang members like a tiger pouncing into a flock of sheep, slaughtering them. Fear froze on the faces of everyone who saw this scene. Only the children's eyes lit up with joy. It's him, it's him, it's him. The moment the Heart-Eater Ghost saw the huge tiger pounce out of the painting, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This was clearly not the method of a mortal but a legendary cultivator. No matter how strong the people of the forest gang were, they could not possibly be a match for a cultivator. Using his lightness skill, he scaled the walls and leaped over the houses to escape. But just as he leaped over 2 eaves, he felt his heart go empty as if something was missing. Looking down, he didn't know when, but there was a bloody hole in his chest, but his heart had already disappeared. Turning his head, he saw that his heart was in the hands of a man, blood dripping down. He had eaten many hearts in his life, but this was the first time he had seen his own heart. An indescribable pain and despair welled up in his heart. I haven't done this kind of work in a long time. Looks like I'm not out of practice. Li Qingshan casually tossed the heart to Little and released the blood flame of corpse incineration, incinerating the man's skin and bones. At this time, the battle between the huge tiger and the Green Wolf gang had also ended. The huge tiger in the painting was not very strong, only at the 3rd or 4th layer of chi refinement. But against a group of people of the forest gang it was too easy. This painting was naturally one of the paintings given to him by Chu Danqing. Although the people it created were enough to use similar methods, in order to save the power of wishes and prepare for the battle in the future, it was still better to use the power of wishes to activate the paintings. Li Qingshan took out another painting from his 100 treasures pouch and tossed it into the air. When it unfolded, it was completely blank. The blank painting spun and sucked all the corpses into it, returning to Li Qingshan's hands. Dozens of corpses appeared in the originally blank painting. This painting was equivalent to an artist's 100 treasures pouch. Not only could it store inanimate objects, but it could also seal living things. It was very interesting. Moreover, he saved them up and gave them to Little N as backup food. It was really a one-stop service that took care of killing and burying. The child in the straw hat rode the huge tiger and leaped away. Everyone walked out of their houses and saw that the Green Wolf gang, which had been running amok for a while, had already disappeared without a trace. If it were not for the traces of blood on the ground, it would seem like a dream. The children's faces were all red with excitement as they ran around the streets, cheering. At first, the adults did not know why they were so happy until someone suddenly remembered, "Hey, isn't that child the person in the painting book that second little girl made me read to her? Could it be that the painting in that painting book is real? P.S. The latest record for rope skipping is 70. Chapter 343. In the sky, Li Qingshan sat cross-legged on a cloud. He could feel that the divine talisman of great creation was gathering the power of belief much faster now. If belief was a form of power, then the people in the city below were gradually beginning to believe in an illusory existence. Let's go to the next stop. Li Qingshan patrolled the land. All the missions were carefully selected by him. There were many missions and they covered a wide range. However, they were also extremely simple. Basically, their main goal was to defeat the people of the Jianghu. It was not that he could not complete the more difficult missions. He believed that there were few people at the level of Qi practitioners that he and Little and could not defeat. However, the key was to make the characters he wrote stand out. Moreover, once Qi practitioners were involved, there would be all sorts of trouble, and it would be beyond the understanding of mortals. Even if he went to kill the palace master of the Sword Collection Palace right now, the commoners would not know who he was. Cracking down on those local tyrants who bullied men and women and ran amok in the village was what the common people loved to see. Gradually, the image of a young hero was established in the hearts of the commoners. Yes, a young man. Li Qingshan had originally designed him to be a half-grown child. However, the child grew up in the legends. Every time he appeared, he would be different. He would appear in the world in an image that was more in line with the expectations of the people. Discussions broke out under every roof. The patches on the young man's clothes increased and decreased accordingly. The color of his belt would change from red to green. The brush in his right hand remained the same, but his left hand would sometimes hold a flute and sometimes a gourd. His final appearance was the integration of thousands of beliefs and wishes. At the same time, the power of belief gathered by the divine talisman of great creation increased exponentially. The young hero also became more and more realistic and powerful. His eyes even shone with a light no different from a living person's. This made Li Qingshan secretly amazed. The mysteriousness of the school of novels. Of course, he still did not possess the ability to think, so he could not be considered a living person. He could only say some stylized lines like a machine. At crucial times, Li Qingshan had to control him like a puppet. However, Li Qingshan could feel it. What restricted him was no longer the amount of power of belief, but the level of the divine talisman of great creation. The level of the divine talisman of great creation was restricted by the level of qi refinement. Only by transcending the heavenly tribulation and converting his true qi into spiritual qi could he reconstruct the divine talisman of great creation and bestow it with greater power. At that time, he might really be able to communicate with people like a living child. At the top of the tallest tower in the city, Zhao Lingshu stood with his arms crossed. Looking coldly at the back of the tiger riding away, he leaped up and a pair of metal wings spread out from his back. Gliding across the sky, he chased after them. With a whooshing sound, a strong gust of wind blew. It descended from the sky and landed in front of the youth. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" The youth said with an exaggerated expression as if he was acting in a play. Zhao Lingshu said coldly, "Which painter's disciple are you? You dare to imitate others to act chivalrously and help the weak? Those tricks of yours can deceive mortals, but they can't deceive me. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" The youth continued to speak with an exaggerated expression as if he was acting in a play. "Do you know who you killed on the Jade Mountain?" Zhao Lingshu raised an eyebrow. He was born in a den of mountain bandits. His father and brothers were all mountain bandits. Due to his talent as a qi practitioner, the sect master of a large sect renowned throughout the Clear River Prefecture had taken a fancy to him and accepted him as a disciple. After many years of arduous cultivation, he had already reached the 7th layer. He never thought he would return to his hometown in glory only to discover that all of his family had already died to the point where not even ashes remained. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" The youth said with an exaggerated expression as if he was acting in a play again. If Zhao Lingshu had played games before, he would definitely find this scene extremely familiar. There was nothing he could do. Although the youth seemed no different from a real person, even able to use many powerful techniques, he was not human at the end of the day. It was exactly because he had never played games before that Zhao Lingshu flew into a rage. "All of the people you killed were my family. I want you dead." Swish. The sword on his back flew out of its sheath, wrapping around the youth's neck like a bolt of lightning and a swimming dragon. Zhao Lingshu had already seen the youth's decapitated appearance. He had not come for revenge on a whim. Instead, he had secretly investigated for a very long time. Although the youth possessed the abilities of a painter, his paintings were only at the level of a 3rd or 4th layer qi practitioner. There was nothing to fear. Sure enough, the youth only blanked out. He watched the flying sword stab over without reacting at all. Just as he was about to get his revenge, Zhao Lingshu felt a sense of loneliness, as if he had left the world behind. As a cultivator, he was destined to walk a lonely path. "Farewell, father. Farewell, brothers. Please protect me in the afterlife." However, the flying sword missed. The youth vanished into thin air, while the huge tiger was compressed into a thin piece of painting, flying into the air. Zhao Lingshu was taken aback. "Oi, what's wrong with you?" A man in green descended from the sky on a white cloud with a child, calling out to Zhao Lingshu. Li Qingshan had just diverted his attention to chat with little N in the sky. When he turned his head, he saw the flying sword flying towards him. He immediately dispersed his power of will and summoned the huge tiger back. Zhao Lingshu said coldly, "So all of this was controlled by you behind the scenes?" Little N had been observing and listening in all directions, talking to Li Qingshan for a while. I was wondering why those dogshit mountain bandits on Mount Yute were so arrogant. So it was you who supported them from behind. Li Qingshan said angrily after understanding the whole story just now. He had some impression of that place because he had saved more than a dozen women from the bandits' lair. All of them had been toyed with beyond recognition, and some of them had even gone crazy. He had never seen the legendary heroes of the underworld who served justice and enforced justice on behalf of the heavens even once. Mortals are like ants. They can't escape the fate of being toyed with and killed. Since you've admitted it, then die. Zhao Lingshu made a sword sign, and the flying sword flashed towards him. Li Qingshan's aura was only at the 7th layer of the Qi refinement realm, and the child beside him was only a mortal. He had absolute confidence that he could kill them on the spot. Although things were a little unexpected, everything was under his control. Seeing Li Qingshan use his hand to catch his flying sword, he sneered. Break. Li Qingshan casually caught the flying sword. I see that you're also like an ant. Zhao Lingshu activated the flying sword repeatedly. The flying sword buzzed incessantly, but it didn't move an inch in Li Qingshan's hand. He was shocked, knowing that he had encountered a powerful opponent, a rare body cultivator. The metal wings on his back spread out and he soared into the sky. Fortunately, he had this pair of Mahist iron wings bestowed by his master so he could fly freely in the air. In the blink of an eye, he saw that Li Qingshan was already flying towards him. His speed was even faster than the flying sword. Zhao Lingshu hurriedly retreated as he said, Why do we have to fight and kill each other for mortals? I've already thought it through. Ever since I stepped onto the path of cultivation, I should cut off these worldly feelings and have nothing to do with them. I still have to thank you for cutting them off for me. I'm Zhao Lingshu. May I know your name? Diane. Li Qingshan used the wave-treading style and suddenly sped up, arriving in front of Zhao Lingshu in the blink of an eye. His right hand was like a tiger's claw, easily piercing through his protective true qi and piercing through his skin and rib cage. He grabbed his burning heart and pulled it out. This tiger demon steel's heart had a special flavor when used against cultivators. I can't believe I'm going to die here. Zhao Lingshu's pupils suddenly dilated. My path of cultivation has just begun. He used the last of his strength to crush the talisman for help. He became a snack for little N, but there were a few useful items in his 100 treasures pouch. In particular, the pair of metal wings was rather interesting. As for Zhao Lingshu's request for help, Li Qingshan did not take it to heart at all. After spending a year in the 100 schools of thought, he gained an understanding of all the renowned sects in the Clear River Prefecture. The association was a gang similar to the Iron Fist. He had forgotten whether their leader was a 9th or 10th layer Qi practitioner, but he was definitely not a foundation establishment cultivator. In the eyes of the people of the Jianghu, they were terrifying leviathans, but in his and Little An's eyes, they were just a bunch of self-propelled 100 treasures pouches and family buckets. He was only afraid that they would not come. Li Qingshan even considered whether he should wait here and wait for them to deliver themselves to his doorstep. However, who knew whether they would succeed or not? At the end of the day, proper business was still more important. He was in a hurry to go back and go on a date with Han Qiongji. He leapt up and left on a cloud. 2 hours later, an old man arrived in the wilderness and looked around. He was the leader of the association. His cultivation had already reached the 9th layer, approaching the peak of Qi practitioners. If Li Qingshan knew he had arrived so quickly, he would probably regret not waiting a little longer. The master and disciple were connected. The old man could sense that Zhao Lingshu was already done for. He was furious. His most talented disciple had actually died here. All his years of nurturing had gone down the drain. Revenge? Forget it. There were no traces of a battle on the ground. How could he afford to offend someone who could kill Zhao Lingshu silently? A gang like theirs seemed majestic, able to take all the money and beauties in the secular world as they pleased, but in the entire cultivation community, they were truly at the bottom. Whether it was the disciples of sects or the disciples of the 100 schools of thought, none of them could be offended casually. The slightest carelessness could lead to the destruction of their entire sect. He pitied this disciple of his. His ambition was greater than the sky, but his life was thinner than paper. A month later, the divine talisman of great creation shone brightly. The light blurred the inscriptions on it, illuminating his sea of qi like a blue sun. Li Qingshan smiled in satisfaction, but just that was not enough. However, the seeds had already been scattered across the ground. Next, he just had to wait for them to bloom and bear fruit. There were around 3 months left, which should be enough. Li Qingshan stood in front of the bustling Hawkwolf guard and raised his head, gazing at the vice commander's room below the eagle. He smiled resplendently. "Qiongji, I'm here." He actually felt rather excited. After all, this was the first time he had gone on a date in the 18 years since he transmigrated. Little and had taken the 1,000 corpses picture to Ansrava Island, which gave him enough time. On the rippling lake of dragons and snakes, it was a beautiful spring day. A small boat drifted along with the waves. Li Qingshan lay in the cabin leisurely. A beauty sat beside him. Her eyes were gentle, and her valiant appearance was filled with tenderness. Her plump, vermilion lips were alluring. When she opened and closed them a few times, she let out an indistinct, clear voice. "Gu Yenying and I are in danger at the same time. Who are you going to save first?" Chapter 344. Li Qingshan suddenly stood up and shook his head as if he had yet to wake up from the dream just now. He found that to be extremely familiar. "Don't play dumb. Tell me." Han Qiongji's face was bright red as she pinched Li Qingshan's cheek viciously. Compared to the original version, this question was obviously much easier to answer. Li Qingshan said, "Obviously to save you. Even she can't deal with the danger, so what can I do?" Originally, he thought Han Qiongji would be dissatisfied with this clever answer, but he never expected her to smile. "That's more like it." Her slender fingers brushed past his cheek, and he felt a gentle itch. The boat rocked gently, which made his heart ripple. The warm spring breeze lifted up the curtains on the bow of the boat. Her sweet smile deeply infected him. He felt fortunate that he was here. Under his smiling gaze, she suddenly felt like she was rather frivolous. After all, this was only the first time they had gone on a date. However, she also found this sight to be so familiar. She had been anticipating it for a very long time. She was as fiery as fire. If she did not have any feelings for him, she would even ignore a handsome man like Hua Qingzhan. However, if she did fall for him, she would erupt like a volcano, unable to control herself. She did not hold herself back, but it still melted away the sturdiness in Li Qingshan's heart. "With just you, you won't be able to touch her even if you have 10 lifetimes, so don't let your imagination run wild like a little flower." Han Qiongji pinched Li Qingshan's nose. She could turn a blind eye to Begonia's charms, but she felt rather powerless against Gu Yenying. Not only was Gu Yenying the great commander of the entire Hawkwolf Guard of the Rui Commandery, but she was also an idol. Hua Qingzhan was not the only one. There were basically countless people who were infatuated by her. Even the Marquis of Rui was like that. Not to mention others. Li Qingshan smiled confidently. "Ha, just you wait. I'll marry her and make her your sister." "Don't even think about it." "Who agreed to marry you?" Han Qiongji said angrily, her hands gently caressing him. It immediately turned into kneading. Li Qingshan said, "You'd better hurry up. If you're too slow, you can only be the younger sister." Han Qiongji suddenly pressed on top of him and grabbed his collar, causing the boat to shake. This was outside the Dragon Snake Grand Array, in the boundless Dragon Snake Lake, hidden and deep within a vast stretch of withered reeds. A clear voice rang out. A few water birds were startled. "Li Qingshan, I'm telling you, you have to listen to me from now on." "Why?" Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. In this world, there was no such thing as a man giving in to a woman. However, looking at it from this angle, it really was a mountain range, but he didn't know how it felt. "Because I'm your senior sister, your senior." Noticing the look in Li Qingshan's eyes, she said, "Because I'm your senior sister and your senior." Han Qiongji's face was slightly red, but she proudly stuck out her chest. "Then I have to work hard to advance and quickly become a commander." Li Qingshan casually held her slender waist. Under the thin spring shirt, it was tight and smooth to the touch. Han Qiongji trembled slightly. She let his hand stop there, leaned down and threatened fiercely, "From now on, you're only allowed to touch me. If you dare to be fickle with me, you'll what? I'll cut you up." Han Qiongji also couldn't help but laugh. "So it's still new. You should at least use it." Li Qingshan's hand conveniently slid down to her perky buttocks. Han Qiongji jumped up. Her face was red at first, but she suddenly laughed out loud. She touched Li Qingshan's head and said, "So you're still? How pitiful. If you perform well, I'll take pity on you in the future and let you have a taste of being a woman." She regained her previous boldness and looked at Li Qingshan as if she was looking at something in her bag, her face full of satisfaction. Sometimes she would suddenly remember that he was still a few years younger than her. Of course, for a cultivator who was easily hundreds of years old, this gap of a few years was not a huge chasm. However, she would often forget this because the feeling he gave her was always mature and calm, so she was the younger one. Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. Then I'll have to trouble the experienced big sister Han to teach this little brother a few moves. You're talking nonsense, of course I'm also? Han Qiongji said angrily. Also what? Li Qingshan snickered. Only then did Han Qiongji know that he was teasing her. She poked his forehead heavily. You'll know in the future. Li Qingshan looked her up and down. His gaze seemed to penetrate her clothes and take in all of her exquisite and delicate body. He was imagining the future. Han Qiongji adjusted her figure slightly unnaturally. In the past, if a man dared to look at her like this, she would inevitably roar, "If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyes." Most of the time this was not just for show. Regardless of whether it was the military or the legalists, they would not teach their disciples to be soft-hearted. Li Qingshan suddenly shook his head. He opened the cabin door and walked out. He looked at the boundless reeds and said, "I want to have many wives and concubines. I want to have all the beauties in the world as my wife. How can I stop here?" "You still dare to say it?" Han Qiongji pounced and firmly hooked her arms around his neck. However, with her physical strength, it was really difficult for Li Qingshan to feel the slightest pressure. It was more like she was hanging on his body. Instead, her full breasts pressed tightly against his back made him feel a wave of pleasure. He only smiled and said, "These are all from the bottom of my heart. You just bully me because I like you. You're only with me because you want to take advantage of me." Han Qiongji suddenly let go of him and retreated to the side. Li Qingshan turned around and saw that her eyes were already red. She was glaring at him and he smiled slightly. Indeed, looking at her rude and innocent appearance, he could not help but want to bully her a little. He went forward and wrapped his arms around her waist, saying gently, "Qiongji." "What?" Although his tone was fierce, his heart softened. "Nothing. I just feel that you're becoming more and more adorable. Do you think that because of this I'll?" Han Qiongji's pretty face turned red, but her resentment had already disappeared without a trace. "Just having you is enough." These were Li Qingshan's heartfelt words. Although he said that he wanted to have all the beauties in the world as his wife, when she was by his side, she had already attracted all his attention. Yes, she did have this charm. Moreover, everyone's time and energy were limited. He had to accompany Little and cultivate and learn alchemy. Even if he had 3,000 cups of water, he did not have the time to drink it. Could it be that he would waste all his precious time in the land of tenderness? The things he wanted to do. There was still a lot more. Han Qiongji's eyes became misty, and her heart was filled with boundless joy. So this was what it felt like when two people were in love with each other. Just a word was enough to make one's heart bloom with joy. She, who had once been dismissive of this kind of lingering love, now deeply experienced the beauty of it. She raised her head and said, "Remember what you said." "I said it. It's getting late. I'm going to learn alchemy. You should also return to the school of legalism to handle your affairs." With absolute willpower, Li Qingshan let go of her waist and took a step back, leaving her warm and moving body. "Are you going to find Wuxia?" Han Qiongji could not help but imagine the way they interacted with each other. Was it the way they were just now? Plus, there was a reluctance to part. She immediately felt strange. Yes, learning alchemy and trusting your own man is a woman's duty. Li Qingshan ruffled her hair. Although he wanted to be intimate with her here for a day, he was afraid that it would lower Han Anjuan's evaluation of him. Since he wanted to be with her, this was the thought of his future father-in-law. He had no choice but to consider it. After listening to his explanation, Han Qiongji felt a wave of warmth and peace in her heart. She bit her lip and tacitly agreed with his words about men and women. She was not a fussy woman in the first place. It was just that this was her first time in love. She had lost her sense of normality. "Okay, you go. I'll go to Cloud Wisp Island tonight to find you." A man and a woman alone together at night. That's not very good. Li Qingshan understood that the views of this world tended to lean towards the conservative side at the end of the day. If they were both commoners and married privately, no one would say anything. However, Han Qiongji was the young miss of an aristocratic clan after all. Although she was usually carefree, she still cared about her reputation. "What's not good about it?" "It's settled then," Han Qiongji said and stepped onto the bow of the boat. She took a step ahead of Li Qingshan and soared into the sky. The boat rocked for a while. Only then did Li Qingshan understand. She was afraid that he and Wuxia, a man and a woman, would be together at night. It was rare that she could come up with this kind of scheme. As expected, palace dramas were not a lie. If he really had 3 wives and 4 concubines, it would probably cause him to worry to death. What was this scheme called? Feeding the tiger with one's own body? Li Qingshan couldn't help but look forward to it. He put the exquisite boat into his 100 treasures pouch and soared into the sky. Benevolence Island, in Ru Xian's alchemy room, a huge alchemy cauldron was located in the center. It was shaped like 3 celestial cranes with their wings spread out to embrace each other. It was called the 3 Cranes Cauldron. It was snow-white in color and looked elegant and delicate, just like her. Ru Xian was dressed in white and sat in front of the cauldron. Her beautiful temples hung high, and a few strands of fine black hair hung down. She looked simple and elegant, bringing out the best in this alchemy cauldron. As soon as she saw Li Qingshan, she revealed her usual gentle smile. Your face is full of spring and the stars of the red phoenix are moving. Qingshan, are you pregnant? Li Qingshan sat down on the praying mat next to her and said with a serious expression, That's right. Ru Xian, from now on don't tease me anymore. It's impossible for us to be together. Just focus on teaching me alchemy. Ru Xian let out a meow sound. She was mimicking a cat in love. She tilted her head to her shoulder and looked at Li Qingshan from the corner of her eyes. Her eyes were like silk, and it was enough to captivate his soul. She was simply maliciously destroying the elegant image that she had created normally. However, it was filled with a different kind of allure. Don't even think about it. Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. After getting to know her a few times, this woman's jokes had become more and more shameless. However, he couldn't deny that it was extremely touching. Ru Xian frowned and said resentfully, Li Lang, you really forget the old when you have a new person. She shook her body. So mushy. I feel like I've suffered a loss. Forget it, the jokes will end here. Today I'll talk about alchemy using civil and martial fire. The effects of the spiritual herbs, the control of the pill cauldron, and the control of the time passed through her vermilion lips. It allowed Li Qingshan to understand that alchemy was actually so particular. Sometimes, the effects of a pill would be worlds apart just by a moment or two. During this period there was no lack of jesting. The biggest advantage of learning from her was that he would never feel bored. However, there would no longer be any physical contact. It wasn't that Li Qingshan had turned over a new leaf and decided to be a good man who didn't cheat. Instead, it was Ru Xian who said with a smile, If you dare to touch me again, I'll tell Miss Han. How do you know it's her? Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment. Other than her, who would like a man like you? You're not elegant, not handsome, and not honest. You're only good at fighting. That's barely a good point. Li Qingshan raised his index finger and shook it gently. Ru Xian, oh Ru Xian. You can't say that the grapes are sour when you can't eat them. Moreover, fighting is where the soul of a man lies. Don't you also stare when I fight? There's no need to say more. I understand. I'm sorry that I've let you down. I can only... Ru Xian interrupted with a roar, You think too highly of yourself. You better stop before you go too far. Li Qingshan laughed out loud. Ru Xian first put on a straight face. Then she also laughed out loud. It wasn't that there weren't any men who could talk and laugh with her. However, there was only one who could be strong without desire. Just like the joke just now. This could only be done with him. Intentionally or unintentionally, was he trying to test her? The conclusion was that he was indeed a stubborn man. Once he decided on something, he would do it regardless of the consequences. On the contrary, if he decided on something that couldn't be done, he would do it without any hesitation. It could be said that he could take it up and let it go at will. Such a man was as hot as fire when he was aroused. But when he was cold, he was also quite terrifying. This was where his charm lay. You are indeed very special. Alchemy, alchemy? At dusk, Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He pushed open the door of the pill room and saw Han Qiongji wandering by the lake not far away. Qiongji, why are you here? Nothing, I just came to see you, Han Qiongji said hurriedly. But when she saw Li Qingshan's smile, which seemed to see through her, she felt a little helpless. Ru Xian walked out and said with a smile, Let's stop here for today. She didn't do anything else, which made Li Qingshan sigh in relief. They returned to Cloud Wisp Island together. They found that many places had been cultivated and planted with various crops. Lu Chuanfeng rushed out of the room and asked, Qingshan, how is it? When he heard that Li Qingshan had returned, he specially waited here. When he saw Han Qiongji, he was startled. Han Qiongji. Li Qingshan said, What's wrong? It turned out that the erotic novels that Lu Chuanfeng wrote in the past were not only looked down upon by men, but also by Han Qiongji, who was a woman. She once scolded him in public in the building. Since then, Lu Chuanfeng would avoid her whenever he saw her. Now, enemies often crossed each other's path. Patriarch Lu, long time no see. Han Qiongji casually bowed to him. In any case, she had to give Li Qingshan some face. Yes, yes. Lu Chuanfeng looked back and forth between the two of them. He suddenly pulled Li Qingshan to the side. You too? He clenched his fists and wagged his thumbs. Li Qingshan nodded, yes. Lu Chuanfeng patted Li Qingshan's shoulder, showing a look of admiration. He originally thought that it was just a rumor, but he didn't expect it to be true. This Han Qiongji's appearance, figure, cultivation and family background were all impeccable. However, her temperament was too. When she got angry, she would always be unscrupulous. Ordinary people couldn't stand it. There were also many people who thought that as long as they could get on the Han family's ship, it wouldn't be a problem. However, they all failed and humiliated themselves. There were even rumors that she had a special interest in women. Actually, it was spread after Lu Chuanfeng was scolded. No one expected that she would actually fall in love with Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan asked, "What are you back for?" Lu Chuanfeng said, "I'm worried about you. In another 2 or 3 months, it'll be time for you to compete against Chu Danqing, yet you're still in the mood to carry out missions. How's the collection of the power of belief?" "It's all right." Li Qingshan glanced at the divine talisman of great creation again. In just a single day it had grown by almost 1/10. This was the benefit of the divine talisman. Just by sitting at home it could constantly grow stronger. As the saying went, 1 spreads to 10 and 10 to 100. The effects of publicity had multiplied. The seeds he had planted had already begun to sprout. Of course, there would definitely be a limit to this growth. It was restricted by the region of the Clear River Prefecture, but the benefits were long-lasting. It would not stop for the next century at the very least. Are you confident you can definitely win? I can't say I'm certain, but I never fight a battle unprepared. I don't have to worry if you put it that way. We definitely can't hand Cloud Wisp Island to outsiders. Alright, did you get that disciple of the School of Agriculture called Li Long to use our land? Li Qingshan said, yeah, that's fine. Don't worry, you'll get a share of the benefits. It's fine. As long as you can win this battle, it's fine even if you chop down all the bamboo on the island. In the past, Lu Chuanfeng had thought of something like that too, but back then no one was bold enough to get close to the School of Novels. A few disciples of the School of Agriculture had thought about it in the past, but Earth Elder Huang told them off indifferently when they returned, just plant your own piece of land first. Ever since then, none of the disciples of the School of Agriculture were bold enough to mention this. Only a new disciple like Li Long had no idea what was going on. Perhaps it was because the reputation of the School of Novels had changed greatly, or perhaps it was because of Li Long's hard work, but he had gained Earth Elder Huang's approval and was certain that he had already planted his own piece of land. Thus he did not encounter any obstructions. He asked for the help of his fellow disciples he was familiar with, and very quickly the land was planted. Is there anything else? Li Qingshan said impatiently. A world of 2 with a vulgar middle-aged man. What was he thinking? Lu Chuanfeng glanced at Han Qiongji again and muttered, with a woman, he forgot about his master. After Lu Chuanfeng left, Han Qiongji asked, you haven't done the same as him, have you? Li Qingshan asked, what's the same? I heard that he used the power of wishes to materialize the woman from the book and then did that kind of thing. What a pervert, Han Qiongji said with a look of disgust. Of course not. The level of my divine talisman of great creation is too low right now, so the person I materialize isn't real. There's no point in doing that kind of thing. I'll think about it after I reach Foundation establishment. Li Qingshan said as he pondered. Looking at Han Qiongji's unfriendly expression, he smiled and said, let's have some fun. However, if he was really like a real person, wouldn't that mean that many of his ambitions from his previous life could be realized? A portable harem. This kind of temptation was really hard to resist. This couldn't be considered a betrayal, right? It was inevitable for men to have their own little secrets. Han Qiongji said, I'm not joking with you. If I find out, I'll cut. Stop. Li Qingshan turned to look into the depths of the bamboo forest. What are you standing there for? Come over. It was only then that Han Qiongji realized that Little and was standing silently in the forest not far away. Under the moonlight, he looked like a delicate jade peck. His expressionless face had a hint of terror. Little and walked over and asked curiously, What did you cut? Li Qingshan said, watermelon. Han Xiongji knew that this child was extremely important to Li Qingshan. Moreover, with his talent and strength he couldn't be ignored. He couldn't ignore her, so he tried to be as kind as possible and greeted her. Little and glanced at Li Qingshan. Under his signal, he called her sister Han. Li Qingshan didn't think much of the two-person world becoming a three-person world. Of these two, one was his family and the other would become his family in the future. It wasn't a bad thing to get close to each other. Han Xiongji, on the other hand, felt very uncomfortable. This child was really too strange. She also tried to get close to him. But the child's eyes were always as cold as water, like a delicate puppet. Only when he talked to Li Qingshan would he suddenly come to life and have a trace of vitality. It was strange that Li Qingshan didn't feel strange about it at all. As the night deepened, Han Xiongji had to say goodbye. She felt that tonight was not as beautiful as she had imagined in the afternoon. Passing through the secluded bamboo forest path, Li Qingshan sent her to the lake and said, "Little Anne's temperament is not very close. Please don't take it to heart." Han Xiongji said disappointedly, "I don't care about her opinion, but I always feel that I am an outsider between you two." Every exchange of eyes seemed to hide a secret signal that outsiders couldn't understand, but the two of them were inseparable. Li Qingshan said with a smile, "We didn't become like this at first sight. We have experienced a lot." He gently hugged her and patted her back comfortingly. "From now on, we will be like this in the future." Han Xiongji made a sound of N, and said with a smile, "It's good that she is here. You can't just take advantage of her." "Is taking advantage of my own woman?" Just as Ru Xin said, from a certain point of view, he was indeed a stubborn person. If he wanted to let go, he would let go. If he wanted to have something, he would hold it tightly in his hands. Han Xiongji also felt this kind of determination from his words. Her heart also calmed down. She bit her lips and put her hand on her chest. "I will work hard." She put her hands behind her back and stepped back. When she stepped on the surface of the lake, a circle of ripples appeared under her feet. She softly said, "See you tomorrow." She lightly turned around and walked away step by step. Her footsteps were light and fast like a child. Looking at her distant figure, Li Qingshan quietly said, "Me too." He sincerely hoped that there would be such a day where he could tell all his secrets to her. When they returned to the bamboo building, Li Qingshan asked, "What do you think of her?" Little An said, "She's worth 200 people." Li Qingshan knocked her head and jokingly scolded, "Is doubling the number of people considered respect? It's too late to regret now." Little An covered her head and pouted, "I don't regret it. How could that woman keep up with his footsteps and accompany him to the ninth heaven?" The spring rain fell continuously on the great military training field. Li Qingshan, who had been invited again, said to the military disciples who had formed a battle formation not far away, "This time, it's impossible for you to win." Han Xiongji stood behind him and waved her fist. "Qingshan beat them up." This made all the military disciples sad. They felt that their most important position had already fallen before the battle even started. As the school of the military with the strictest management and even forbade their disciples from leaving the island, there were not many female cultivators who were bored enough to come here to watch them abuse themselves. Only Han Xiongji would come here often and admire their efforts. She could talk to them and she could be said to be the dream lover of the military disciples. Now that their dream was shattered, and their rival in love was right in front of them, they roared angrily and united. Chapter 345. Formation. With a shout, a huge snake raised its head from the formation. Compared to last time, it was much more condensed. Clearly, the military disciples did not waste the past few months. Li Qingshan bowed slightly. Like a large bow being slowly pulled, the invisible string stretched to its limit. At the same time, a flower rose from under his feet. Bang! It was like the sound of a bowstring vibrating. Li Qingshan disappeared and turned into a black shadow. He pierced through the fine curtain of rain and formed a temporary hole. When he was dozens of feet in the air, his speed slowed down. However, he immediately took a step back and crushed an illusory wave. With a bang, the ring-shaped chi blew away the curtain of rain. His figure climbed even higher. As if he was stepping on an invisible ladder, he quickly became a black dot in the gray sky. What was he going to do? Every military disciple had the same question in their mind. Was he going to escape? No, they immediately dispelled this thought. Although Li Qingshan was despicable, he was not a coward. After their victory last time, when they calmed down from their ecstasy, They clearly understood that they should not have been able to win back then without any explanation. They developed even more respect towards Li Qingshan. This guy was a true hero, an opponent worthy of respect. It was no coincidence that he managed to win senior sister Han's heart. However, the more it was like this, the more they had to defeat him. They could not bring shame to the military or the Han clan. The huge snake raised its head and flicked its tongue. Behind the formation, Han Tie stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Han Qiongji from afar. He saw her clenching her fists and looking at the sky. Her face was rosy, her eyes were clear, and her face was radiant. It was as if she had changed into a different person. She now had a hint of feminine beauty. He also looked at the sky. He silently said, "Well done." Ru Exang covered her eyes with her hand and looked into the distance. What a stupid idea. The wind howled. Li Qingshan had already reached the highest point in the sky. He had a panoramic view of the islands of the 100 clans. The scattered islands were like large ships floating on the blue lake. Suddenly he turned around. Heaven and earth flipped in that instant. The gray clouds became a vast expanse of land. Beneath his feet, above his head, and in the blue sky floated green clouds. Then he began another climb. "He's here." It was unknown who shouted, but the crowd raised their heads. With the gray clouds as the background, the small black dot was rapidly growing larger and clearer. It was a blue ball of light. A rapidly spinning ball of water. It tightly wrapped around Li Qingshan, its surface rippling with ripples of turbulence. It formed a suction force that attracted all the drizzle in the air, and the water ball quickly grew larger. Ocean wielding? Vortex form. This was the only defensive move in ocean wielding. Its defensive method differed from the spirit turtle's profound shell. It did not create an indestructible structure. Instead, it was like a vortex, deflecting and nullifying the enemy's attacks. Water, no matter if it wanted to attack or defend, had to move as fast as possible. This move was the same as the wave-treading form. It had an extremely high demand on true qi, but it did not place too much emphasis on the quantity of true qi, which was why Li Qingshan was able to use it. With the help of the wave-treading stance, he continued to accelerate. He was like a blue meteor falling to the ground, falling precisely in the direction of the snake's head. The whistling and rumbling filled everyone's ears. The water ball became extremely large, and its bearing as it fell from the sky was shocking. All the military disciples were fearless. They circulated their true qi as hard as they could and let out a united roar. The snake's head and the water ball collided in an instant, and the water ball collapsed, revealing Li Qingshan in the center. Blue swirls of true qi revolved around him. The snake's head was completely unscathed. It only dimmed slightly and moved away slightly. The true collision occurred in the next moment. Li Qingshan was like a drill, plunging deeply into the snake's head and piercing through it as he spun. Boom! The ground shook and waves of earth swept out in all directions. The huge snake that had been pierced slowly dispersed. Li Qingshan finally smashed into the ground as he wished. However, he felt like he had hit the grayish-yellow sky above his head, making him dizzy. If not for the protection of the true qi whirlpool and the cultivation of the ox demon's third layer, which strengthened his physique to a whole new level, he would have been severely injured by this attack. Li Qingshan stood up shakily and discovered that he was standing in a huge pit. The true qi in his body had been completely depleted, and he had to use his body to face the enemy again. He walked out of the pit and discovered that all the military disciples had fainted. And none of them could stand up. It turned out that the huge snake formed by the military formation was the fusion of their true qi and wills. The result of being defeated in a direct confrontation was a backlash. The ground shook and waves of earth rose up. All of them fainted. Ru Exang clapped her hands gently. Business is here. Regardless of whether it was the backlash of true qi or the backlash of mental energy, with her medical skills, she would be able to take care of everything smoothly. Li Qingshan stood at the edge of the pit and laughed loudly. Only by defeating all of you like this can it be considered satisfying. Han Qiongji flew over from the high platform and gave Li Qingshan a hug. After spending more than a month together, the two of them had become very close. Li Qingshan, who was dry firewood, was quickly set ablaze by Han Qiongji's fire. This caused the eyes of the 9 seats disciples standing beside Han Tie to turn red. They wished that they could attack right now and challenge Li Qingshan. However, no one was confident that they could win. This guy was simply too strong, unreasonably strong. If Li Qingshan had torn apart the military formation, it would have been easier for them to accept it. However, he had broken through it head-on like this. It was simply unimaginable. Could he still be considered a seventh-layer Qi practitioner? His inconceivably strong physique and inconceivably pure true Qi were combined with his peerlessly exquisite battle skills. Using his innate talent for battle, he had achieved this amazing result. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, no matter how bold Han Qiongji was, she felt her face burning hot. Just now she was really infatuated with him. She could not help but let go of Li Qingshan. However, she did not expect Li Qingshan to wrap his arms around her slender waist. She could not help but stick to him again. She wanted to resist, but when she saw his bright smile, her heart went numb and she let him do this. Li Qingshan looked around. Wasn't the great wish of the past being fulfilled little by little now? Han Tie said to the 10 seats disciples beside him, "Next time prepare to fight." Time flew and in the blink of an eye, it was midsummer. Li Qingshan sat cross-legged in the alchemy room. In front of him was a bronze alchemy furnace. The handle of the furnace was cast in the shape of a dragon and a tiger. This was the most common dragon-tiger furnace among alchemy furnaces. It imitated the shape of a real dragon-tiger furnace and belonged to the standard. This was naturally one of Li Qingshan's many underground collections. Although it was only a middle-grade spirit weapon, its grade was already the highest. The most difficult to forge was the alchemy furnace, followed by the crafting cauldron. If one was forging a flying sword, the speed of the sword was a little slower, a little faster, a little longer, a little shorter, and there was a certain amount of error. However, for alchemy furnaces, the slightest bit of instability and inaccuracy could possibly destroy a furnace of pills. In serious cases, there was even the danger of the furnace exploding. It was an absolute test for a refiner. A good cauldron could greatly increase the success rate of a cultivator who was good at it. It was simply a cornucopia, and its importance was extraordinary. Therefore, the value of a cauldron was extremely high. The value of a middle-grade spirit weapon cauldron was not inferior to a normal top-grade spirit weapon. It could be said that Li Qingshan was very lucky to be able to find a mid-grade spiritual artifact cauldron among over 1,100 treasures pouches. A few days ago, when he was just about to formally begin refining pills, he had seen a high-grade spiritual artifact cauldron in the School of Miscellany. Its price of 5 digits was truly a sight to behold. It would have been fine in the past, but now he had exchanged all his spiritual stones for pills. Even if he converted all his contribution to the Hawkwolf Guard into spiritual stones, he would only be able to reach 3 digits. 4 digits was out of the question. Don't let your thoughts run wild. Look at the cauldron. Ruexian called out. Li Qingshan dismissed his thoughts in a hurry. He had already refined the cauldron of Qi amassing pills for 3 days and 3 nights. If he failed at the very last moment, then it would be a waste. And the spiritual herbs used for refining pills had all come from the 100 schools of thought. He had to use this cauldron of pills to turn in the mission. If he failed, then his 3 digits worth of spiritual stones would shrink to 2 digits. If it were not for the fact that a master alchemist like Ruexian had agreed to keep an eye on him, he would have never been bold enough to accept such a difficult mission. Li Qingshan raised his head in some confusion again. Didn't you say that the outcome is basically set now that we've reached this step? All we need to do is wait for the cauldron to open? Ruexian smiled. Yeah, I just wanted to scold you a little. Li Qingshan wanted to grab her neck again. He had always been a person who did things when he wanted to. He spread his fingers and reached towards her ankle viciously. There was nothing he could do. He was sitting while she was standing. He still had to keep an eye on the cauldron so he could not grab the top. Ruexian said, "Don't you dare." Li Qingshan thought for a moment, then retracted his hand. If he grabbed her, this woman would really dare to complain to Qiongji. She was good at everything, but once her jealousy flared up, there would be no reason to reason with her. A while ago, when he went to the School of Miscellany, he was also warmly received by female cultivators. He joked with them a little. Fine, he admitted that there were a few things he said that were a little out of line. As a result, she almost exploded and spent a lot of effort to coax him. If Ruexian reported him again, then it would really be like a volcano erupting. Actually, even if you grabbed me, I wouldn't tell her. I'm not that bad. Come, do you want to try? Ruexian deliberately lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing her slender feet. She took a step towards Li Qingshan. Don't. Li Qingshan glanced at it, unfazed. Ruexian softly patted Li Qingshan's head. Good boy. Li Qingshan curled his lips and let her be. They were already very good friends. Otherwise, she wouldn't have accompanied him to look after the cauldron for 3 days. Although she asked for 1,000 spirit stones as soon as she opened her mouth, After some joking, she still did it for free. There were a few times when he would have almost failed if she hadn't reminded him in time. After waiting for another 15 minutes, the cauldron flashed and the lid slowly opened. White steam screeched and drowned the two of them. It filled the alchemy room and contained an intoxicating medicinal fragrance. Without waiting for the steam to dissipate, Li Qingshan impatiently walked in front of the cauldron. He saw that all of the medicinal herbs had fused into a white paste at the bottom of the cauldron. There wasn't a single impurity in it, and it was as pure as thick fog. The pill was done. Chapter 346. Li Qingshan put his hand on it and it glowed with a blue light. The white ointment began to twist and turn, finally forming perfectly round pills that fit the specifications. He still couldn't be considered to know how to refine artifacts, but simply changing the shape of an object wasn't a problem for him. Ru Xian personally divided the refined pills into 2 portions, one with 60 pills. She smiled and said, "This is for the mission. Give me your hand." Then she picked up a qi-gathering pill and placed it in Li Qingshan's hand. "This is yours." Li Qingshan looked at the fruits of his labor after not sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights, then raised his head to look at the smiling Ru Xian. He felt a deep malice. She just wanted to see him in a bad mood. The pill refining mission didn't have any additional rewards. It purely depended on the person's pill refining skills. As a pill refining novice, the fact that he didn't lose anything was already thanks to the middle-grade spiritual artifact furnace and Ru Xian. Ru Xian admired Li Qingshan's expression with satisfaction. She felt that these 3 days of hard work had finally paid off. Then she said, "Your skill at separating the ingredients is too poor." He placed his hand on the 60 qi-gathering pills, and a white light appeared. Some of the white ointment was extracted, and 3 more qi-gathering pills were condensed. The remaining pills were exactly the same size, and they met the requirements of the mission, not one bit more. Li Qingshan casually said, "Thanks." He lowered his head and put the 60 pills into the brocade box. As for the 4 qi-gathering pills, he directly threw them into his mouth. Ru Xian had already grown accustomed to this. In a few days' time, it'll be the competition with the School of Painting. School of Miscellany has already set up a bet, so tell me some inside information. Do you think it's better for me to bet on you losing or on you winning? Li Qingshan rolled his eyes at her. "Up to you." "Alright then, I'll bet on you winning. However, if I lose, you'll have to pay for it. However, if I lose, you have to compensate me for my losses. In your dreams." Li Qingshan pushed open the door and got up. In the west, the red glow of the setting sun seemed to be burning as it was reflected in the lake. It was extremely beautiful. Sure enough, Han Qiongji was standing in front of the curtain of multicolored light. She was like an exquisite and beautiful silhouette. When she turned around and saw Li Qingshan, she smiled brightly and quickly walked forward. Before Li Qingshan could open his mouth, Ru Xian smiled and said, "Junior Marshal Sister Han, your man just tried to touch my foot. Watch him closely." Han Qiongji stopped and shot a vicious glance at Li Qingshan. She said in exasperation, "Got it." Li Qingshan's gaze once again fell on Ru Xian's fair and slender neck. He became very serious. Ru Xian raised her hand to protect her neck, pretending to be afraid, but the smile on her face did not change. The boat floated freely on the lake. The sky and water blended into one. Luoxia and Gu Qi flew together. Han Qiongji sat at the bow of the boat and watched silently. The midsummer night wind fluttered her clothes. Li Qingshan broke the silence. "Don't listen to her nonsense. You know she loves to talk nonsense." Han Qiongji turned around. "You dare say you didn't?" "Absolutely not," Li Qingshan said seriously. Han Qiongji smiled. "I'm not angry, why are you so nervous?" Li Qingshan frowned. "Who are you? What did you do to Qiongji?" Han Qiongji was stunned. She grabbed his ear and said angrily, "Am I that petty?" Li Qingshan smiled and pulled her into his arms. "Yes, my Qiongji is very broad-minded." His other hand had already landed on her proud breasts. Separated by the thin summer dress, they seemed to tremble in his hand. "Don't move." Han Qiongji grabbed his hand but let him put it on top of her. After several months of being together, this level of intimacy had already become normal. In her words, she was taking advantage of him because she pitied him. "I'm just curious." Li Qingshan found it strange. No matter how he looked at it, Ru Xian was much more charming than that female cultivator from the School of Miscellany a few days ago. Han Qiongji said, "Senior Sister Ru Xian is a very proud person. The female disciples of the school of miscellany were all mediocre in talent. Their minds were filled with utilitarianism, and they wanted to find a powerful man to rely on. They weren't worthy of being called cultivators. Ruexian was different. She was a true cultivator. Li Qingshan said, "Proud? I don't really feel anything." "Because you're even prouder." Han Xiongji propped herself up and wrapped her arms around his neck. She deeply gazed at the man she loved. The closer she got to him, the more she was attracted by his charm. She found it strange that she hadn't noticed this the first time they met. Among them, the thing that enchanted her the most was the deep pride hidden in his heart. It was as if no matter how steep the peak, he would always have the determination to climb it. No matter how powerful the enemy, he would always have the courage to challenge them. "I don't feel anything about that." Li Qingshan's hands held her waist. The curves of her body suddenly tightened, delicate and straight. His gaze couldn't help but be attracted by her plump red lips. Even the snow-white ravine that occasionally appeared on her clothes couldn't divert his attention. He couldn't help but raise his head. Han Xiongji tilted her head to avoid him. She tightly hugged him and deeply kissed his ear. She said apologetically, "Not here yet." Although they were already so intimate in many places that it wasn't forbidden, she still refused to accept the more ordinary kisses. Li Qingshan already regarded the woman in his arms as his beloved. Naturally, he could only protect this little hobby of hers. "I want to wait until, when we get married. If I let you kiss me now, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold myself back. I'll give you everything." Han Xiongji was extremely shy as she stuttered. She didn't really care about the matters between a man and a woman. Wasn't it just taking off their clothes and hugging each other to do that? In the past she carried out missions alone. Out of curiosity, she even climbed over walls and secretly looked around. Other than blushing a little at the beginning, she quickly felt bored. What was the point of moaning and laughing? As a cultivator, she could never be like mortals who indulged in pleasure. Her will that was as tough as steel couldn't be shaken by this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to endure the pain of being sliced into pieces in the Black Lotus Altarmaster's formation. Only when it happened to her did she realize it wasn't that simple. Every movement of body contact began to be filled with a different meaning. It made people feel pleasure or tremble because their hearts moved. What else could Li Qingshan say? He hugged her alluring body tightly. "Why don't I just go and ask for your hand in marriage tomorrow? Your father has a good impression of me." It wasn't a melodramatic story of a poor scholar abducting a rich family's young lady, so there wouldn't be too many obstacles. He believed that no one could find fault with the talent, strength and ambition that he had displayed. This was the reason why he had always chosen to be high profile. If he continued to pretend to be low-key, not only would father-in-law Han not be satisfied, even the 100 schools of thought would be full of criticism. Now, who would dare to say that he wasn't good enough for her? "Not so fast. Wait a little longer." Han Xiongji suddenly changed the topic. "Little Blossom hasn't come out yet?" Li Qingshan said, "No. Why did you mention him all of a sudden?" Han Xiongji smiled. "Just thinking about something from the past?" Li Qingshan said, "Then I'd like to hear about it." Han Xiongji didn't want to say anything at first. However, under Li Qingshan's interrogation, she opened her mouth just now. In the past, when Hua Sengzan was obsessed with Gu Yenying, Han Xiongji couldn't stand it. She scolded him harshly. "She's just a woman. Do you have to be like this?" At that time, she didn't think of herself as a woman. However, he said, "You just haven't met someone who can move you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to wait to get married." Li Qingshan lifted her chin. "Then, are you in a hurry now?" Han Xiongji said stubbornly, "Not at all. However, I do understand him a little." Although a few months ago they were still strangers. Now, she couldn't imagine what would happen to her if he wasn't there. Looking at her affectionate eyes, Li Qingshan's heart was already as tender as water. Even Gu Yenying became insignificant. That was just half a fleeting dream. Now, the one in his arms was a real lover. "You're much luckier than him. You met me early enough." Han Xiongji said, "Why don't I think so? You'd better hurry up and cultivate. Let's talk about it when your cultivation surpasses mine. I don't want to marry a man who isn't as good as me." However, at this moment, the posture of the two of them made her words not the slightest bit convincing. Back then, she just said that if his cultivation surpassed hers, she would give him the chance to pursue her. Now she was in his arms, taking advantage of him. "I can't wait." Li Qingshan leaned down. Although he couldn't kiss her lips, other places were fine. He deeply kissed her delicate neck. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He gently licked her. Are you a dog? Han Qiongji's body trembled. She clenched her teeth and said. Once her psychological defenses were broken, as a cultivator, her perception of these things was far more delicate and sensitive than that of a mortal. You dare to say your man is a dog? You have to be punished. Li Qingshan lifted his hands and placed them on her soft breasts, kneading them. If it was in the past, she would most likely have cried out in alarm and stopped him from doing anything that went too far. But this time she still wrapped her arms around his neck and didn't respond at all. Li Qingshan was startled for a moment. The smile on his face widened and the movements of his hands slowed down. His 10 fingers deeply sank into the 2 soft masses, changing their strange shapes as he pleased. Han Qiongji's breathing quickened. Her eyes were like water, but she still acquiesced to his movements. Li Qingshan found 2 slightly protruding points. He gently pinched them between his fingers and kneaded them. Han Qiongji suddenly hugged him tightly. Li Qingshan stopped moving and gently kissed her neck and stroked her back. After a while, she finally let go of him, allowing him to continue enjoying this wonderful body that no one had ever touched before. It wasn't until Li Qingshan completely imprinted the shape and size in his mind that he reluctantly let go. Before he knew it, the sky had already darkened and stars filled the sky. Han Qiongji's face was flushed red as she coquettishly said, Are you satisfied now? She already knew that he wouldn't give up on this place, so she might as well let him have his way this time. I'm not satisfied. As he spoke, Li Qingshan's hand had already reached under her clothes and touched her delicate skin. Han Qiongji hurriedly grabbed his hand and pointed at his forehead, reprimanding him, Don't be in such a hurry. At this moment she seemed like the older one. Actually, even if she gave it to him, it didn't matter. Love between a man and a woman was normal. She didn't care about her chastity like a mortal woman, but she was afraid that if she gave it too easily, he wouldn't cherish it. This little man, she had to stay by her side. In any case, you'll be mine sooner or later. Li Qingshan wasn't in such a hurry. Now you are and always will be. A few days passed by carelessly. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the competition with the painter, Chu Danqing. Chapter 347. In the dark studio, a pillar of light shone down from the skylight. Dust floated within and the floor was vaguely covered in drawing paper. There were many different shapes and sizes of evil spirits drawn on them. A single glance was enough to make one feel a ferocious aura. However, none of these drawings were complete. It was as if the painter had lost interest in them halfway through. Chu Danqing lay on the drawing paper, his limbs stretched out. His face was pale and he had lost a lot of weight. His eyes were wide open, filled with fear that had yet to dissipate. Danqing, are you ready? An old voice came from outside the door. It was Chu Shidao. Yes, master. Chu Danqing said weakly. He pushed himself up from the floor and walked to the drawing table. It was the only tidy place in the room. All the brushes had been cleaned, and the paint had been arranged neatly. The smell of blood permeated the air. There was a drawing in the middle. Chu Danqing lowered his eyelids, trying his best not to look at the drawing. He rolled up the frame drawing bit by bit before heaving a sigh of relief. It was as if this was not a drawing he had drawn himself, but a beast that would bite. The door was split in half, and dazzling sunlight poured in wildly. Chu Danqing covered his eyes with his hands and gradually saw a blurry figure. He hurriedly bowed and said, Master. Chu Shidao felt a pang of pity when he saw his disciple's appearance. The emerald blood of painting had given him incredible talent, allowing him to draw paintings that far exceeded his cultivation level. However, he had to pay a huge price for it. It could be said that he had truly poured his heart and soul into it. Let's go. Where? Chu Danqing was somewhat at a loss. He was so immersed in the world of the drawing that he had almost forgotten about the competition. Cloud Wisp Island. Chu Danqing suddenly came to his senses. He recalled how he had been drunk by Li Qingshan a few months ago. His face flushed unnaturally. It was after that day. He began painting in seclusion and did not step out of the studio for nearly 6 months. His shameful behavior after drinking must have been spread far and wide. After all, they were enemies. It was inevitable. He hated himself for being too careless. He gripped the scroll in his hand tightly. His anger, humiliation, and depression all merged into the painting. He must teach Li Qingshan a harsh lesson. So embarrassing. After such a long time, I hope everyone has already forgotten about it. Li Qingshan, I will never forgive you. Chu Danqing followed Chu Shidao anxiously. They arrived outside Cloud Wisp Island and saw that many bamboo forests had been cut down. It had become a field or an orchard, and a few agricultural school disciples were currently working on it. What a waste. Chu Sherdao snorted. This serene and elegant atmosphere. It was originally suitable for painting, but unfortunately it fell into the hands of a layman like Lu Chuanfeng, passing through the bamboo forest. When they arrived at the bamboo loft, Lu Changqing sat on the veranda, sipping tea. He raised his cup and nodded with a smile. Lu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai sat beside him. However, none of these people managed to attract Chu Danqing's attention, as that wretched Li Qingshan strode over. His face brimmed with a radiant, confident smile as he bowed calmly. Master Chu, fellow Chu, you've finally come. Chu Sherdao nodded and said to Lu Changqing, Fellow Lu, this isn't the place for the competition. Why did you bring us here? This was the School of Painting's island. He didn't want to see it destroyed. Lu Changqing said, the competition will be held in the School of the Military's Great Martial Arts field. However, the School of Novels has some objections to this wager, so we've invited both parties here to discuss it. Chu Danqing glared at Li Qingshan. What, you want to run away? Of course not. Li Qingshan smiled and looked back at Lu Chuanfeng. After obtaining the nominal approval of the School of Novels head, he just now said, I just feel that this competition is very unfair. Chu Danqing said, you were the one who personally agreed to it. How is it unfair? Li Qingshan said frankly, Cloud Wisp Island is the foundation of our School of Novels. If we lose, we'll naturally be left with nothing. If we win, we'll just be defending something that belongs to us in the first place. Grandmaster Chu, do you think this is fair? We only agreed because we had no other choice. If the School of Painting can't come up with a suitable wager, I'll ask family head Lu to cancel this competition. Now, it's not something you can cancel just because you want to. What wager do you want? Let's hear it. Chu Sherdao stared at Li Qingshan with sparkling eyes. It was true that he had never thought about the wager. In his opinion, the School of Novels was bound to lose. There was no need to set up such a wager at all. Right now, this brat clearly knew that he was going to lose, so he was bluffing and trying to run away. If he insisted on refusing, Lu Changqing naturally wouldn't help him cancel the competition. He was just afraid that this brat would refuse to participate and say that the School of Painting was forcing him. Since you want a wager, I'll give you one. What's wrong with that? Li Qingshan said, I don't know what I have that can match the value of Cloud Wisp Island. Please tell me, Grandmaster Chu. I'm a poor painter. I don't have anything valuable, just a few small paintings. This painting is my final work. If you find it suitable, then that's fine. If you find it unsuitable, then you can directly admit defeat. Chu Sherdao casually took out a painting and said proudly. Lu Changqing blurted out, Don't tell me it's the Heavenly Maiden Scatters the Blossoms? Throughout his life, Chu Sherdao was most skilled at painting beauties. Not only were the beauties he painted lifelike, but their emotions were no different from a real person's as well. However, they did not possess the various flaws of a real person. The beauty in the painting had already surpassed the beauty of the secular world. As a result, there was a saying, even if you have 3,000 beauties, it's still not as good as a painting from Sherdao. It was renowned throughout the 9 prefectures of the Rui Commandery. The Heavenly Maiden Scatters the Blossoms was his final work. It was rumored that before he painted it, his hair was already gray, but after he finished painting it, his hair turned white overnight. The Marquis of Rui fell in love with it the moment he saw it. He was willing to pay a great price to purchase it, but he said, This is my disciple's wife. I can't give it to anyone else. If someone else said that, they would probably treat it as an excuse, but Chu Sherdao had spent his entire life taking a painting as his wife. Even Chu Danqing had to refer to the beauty from the painting as his mistress when he saw her. The Heavenly Maiden Scatters the Blossoms was the Heavenly Maiden he had left behind for Chu Danqing. When the Marquis of Rui heard that, all he could do was drop the matter. He could not ruin this beautiful story. The scroll unfurled and all the men present were stunned. The scroll closed up. They were actually unable to recall the Heavenly Maiden's appearance. They only remembered her fluttering clothes, the scattering petals, and the scattering of fragrant pavilions. The fragrance of the flowers lingered clearly in their noses. The Heavenly Maiden's appearance changed and gradually stabilized, but it was the most beautiful appearance in everyone's hearts. Lu Changqing's thoughts immediately reached back to several decades ago. Back then he was still a scholar and it was also the season of falling petals. A young girl swayed on a swing, giggling like silver bells. She was his teacher's youngest daughter. Later on they were separated, and he had seen all sorts of beauties and kept countless beautiful concubines. Her appearance could not even be described as beautiful, but the feeling she gave him could not be replaced by any beauty. Even she could not. Time slipped by. The feeling back then had already blurred, but when he saw the painting, it suddenly became clear again, as if it was yesterday, as if it was now. A glance back and a smile might not be alluring, but it was enough to win someone's heart. Even if he had to spend thousands or tens of thousands of spiritual stones, it would be worth it. Li Qingshan came to his senses. When he looked at Lu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai again, they both had the same expression. It was obvious that they were reminiscing about the past. Only Chu Danqing was in a daze. His teacher had long said that he would leave this painting for him to be his wife, but he had never seen it with his own eyes in order not to distract him. He had great expectations in his heart, but now that he saw it, he felt that it was not as moving as the beauties his teacher had painted in the past. Yet, everyone who had seen this painting said it was good, and they were in a daze because it was strange. Chu Shidao was secretly pleased. This painting was the result of his life's work, and it had completely reversed his previous style. In the past he had painted expectations. When cultivators offered him spiritual stones, he would paint the most beautiful woman in their hearts. This painting, however, was full of memories. It could easily break through a cultivator's firm psychological defenses, touch the softest part of one's heart, and evoke the most beautiful memories. Expectations might change with one's status, but the memories would never fade. Like an old jar of wine, the longer it was kept, the more delicious it became. The one who truly touched you would always be you. Only when he noticed his disciple's expression did Chu Shidao realize that he had miscalculated. 11 years ago, Chu Danqing was merely a little beggar. All he could think about was eating buns. Even eating meat was too extravagant for him. Now, although he was aroused, he was like a blank piece of paper in this aspect. He did not care about memories at all. If Chu Shidao used this thought to paint a plate of steaming white buns, he would really be drooling. "All right, I agree," Li Qingshan said. However, it was not because of his beauty or divine guidance. Instead, it was because the aura emitted by the painting had clearly surpassed the level of a spiritual artifact. However, it could not be called an artifact. In other words, it was not an artifact at all. It was more like a powerful living being sealed in the painting. If he were to duel with this heavenly lady in the painting, even he himself would not be confident of winning. In any case, it was definitely a good thing. Moreover, Li Qingshan was only trying to maximize his benefits. If Chu Shidao was really stingy, he would not have given up on the competition. He was already satisfied with this result. Lu Changqing said, "All right, then let's sign the contract." No one is allowed to go back on their word. On the Great War Island of the militarists, the spectator stands with huge pillars of varying heights were already packed with people. Seeing the arrival of a group of people, discussions immediately broke out. Qingshan. Han Qiongji, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly walked up to him. She wanted to give him a hug, but after looking around, she bit her lip and was too shy to do so. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Today she wore a large red palace dress, and the corners of her dress were embroidered with magnificent peonies. If an ordinary woman wore this dress, it would probably seem too gaudy. Only she had such a confident and flamboyant disposition and such a moving bearing. She seemed like a ball of blazing flames, and her beauty was beyond compare. The noble bearing of a woman from an aristocratic family, which was originally hidden behind her bold and unrestrained habits, was gradually revealed and extremely moving. It seemed that after the date she had become more and more adept at dressing. Her black hair, which originally only reached her shoulders, had unknowingly draped down her back. Chapter 348. Lu Chuanfeng was surprised. Was this still Han Qiongji? Why don't I remember her being so beautiful? I'm even more impressed by Li Qingshan. And Sun Fubai tugged at his sleeve and Lu Chuanfeng returned to his senses. He walked away in a hurry. Chu Danqing glanced at her and didn't dare to look again. With his sharp eyes as a painter, he recognized her at a glance. This was the woman who had shouted that she wanted to drink with him after he was drunk that day. Having been seen in such an ugly state by such a beautiful woman, Chu Danqing almost covered his face and walked away, afraid that she would recognize him. However, in Han Qiongji's eyes, there was no one else around right now. Li Qingshan held Han Qiongji's hand and smiled. "Once I win, let's go sightseeing in the Clear River Prefecture." Although it was easier to take advantage of rowing a boat, A bustling, noisy place suited her personality better. Han Qiongji blushed slightly. If you win, I'll give you a present as a reward. Li Qingshan could not help but study her. Her waist was tied up by the embroidered belt, her perky breasts that seemed like they were about to burst out of her clothes, and her perky bottom that propped up her dress was even more captivating. Don't tell me the present is, Han Qiongji scolded. Don't think too much. It's just a present. Then let's go sightseeing. Li Qingshan whispered into her ear. If he did not hold her in his arms and caress her willfully, it would be a complete waste of a heavenly gift. Don't even think about it. Han Qiongji shot a glance at him and pushed him away. Go. The disciples of the academy on the terrace saw this. Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji had become a couple. It had already been a secret for a long time. However, when they saw it in person, they could not help but sigh in amazement. Senior sister has basically become a different person recently. She can even wear clothes like this. Just what has that kid, Li Qingshan, done to deserve this? A legalist disciple sighed. In the past, Han Qiongji had never cared about what she wore. Don't be jealous. At least we can feast our eyes now. He used to be really fierce. How was it before? The two of them raised their heads. Unbeknownst to them, Han Qiongji was already in front of them, glaring at them. His heart trembled and he hurriedly saluted, "Second senior sister. I'll teach you a lesson when we get back." Han Qiongji was not angry at all. Seeing that Wang Puxi was waving at him, Zhang Xian lightly stepped onto the platform and walked over to Wang Puxi's side. They looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Second senior sister's temper had been very good recently. At this time, Li Qingshan stepped into the arena and was welcomed by a wave of cheers. Li Qingshan, who was born in an ordinary family, was welcomed by the crowd. He had the air of a civilian hero. 2 long tables were placed at the 2 ends of the grand martial arena. Li Qingshan and Chu Danqing stood behind the long tables. Far away. They looked at each other, their gazes connected. Sparks flew everywhere. Lu Changqing read out the rules of the competition and stated the stakes that both sides had agreed on. Lead disciples, please prepare yourselves. The heavenly maiden scattering petals painting. Han Qiongji frowned. What's that? Wang Puxi asked curiously. Although his cultivation was much higher than Han Qiongji's, he was not as familiar with these interesting historical stories as the disciples of aristocratic families. Moreover, Han Qiongji had done a special investigation on Chu Shidao because of Li Qingshan, so she was naturally familiar with this famous painting. After hearing Han Qiongji's explanation, Wang Puxi smiled and said, "Looks like that brat is going to win a love rival. Qiongji, you have to be careful." Han Qiongji said, "Even you have to make fun of me, Commander?" "I don't believe that I can't beat a painting." Wang Puxi laughed. "That's not necessarily true. If you keep this up, I won't be standing here anymore." Han Qiongji stomped her foot. She had also heard that many cultivators paid a great price to Chu Shidao for a painting of a beautiful woman to hang in their cave abodes. They could come and go as they pleased and would not cause any trouble. All right. Look, it's starting. There wasn't a single person who wasn't curious about this painting duel. How exactly would the two of them decide the victor? Chu Danqing had already unfurled the painting on the long table and said loudly, "Li Qingshan, this painting is called the Hellscape Rhapsody. I spent 3 months to conceive and 3 months to complete it. It's extremely terrifying. If I had any choice, I wouldn't want to paint such a painting. If you know what's good for you, it's not too late to admit defeat now. Otherwise, even you might be injured later." Chu Shidao stood on the high platform behind Chu Danqing. When he saw the painting, he also shuddered. He stroked his beard and smiled, greatly comforted. Not only had Chu Danqing inherited his skills, but he would also surpass his master in the future. The victor of this battle had been decided. Li Qingshan placed a thin painting album on the long table. "I spent 2 hours to conceive this book, a day to complete it, and a month to disseminate it. I don't know how effective it is. Come and experience it for yourself." "Qingshan, you've taken the wrong book." Lu Chuanfeng was also on the high platform not far behind Li Qingshan. His face was filled with anxiety. Li Qingshan waved his hand without turning his head. "Don't worry, it's not wrong. Since you're so stubborn, then experience the horrors of hell." Chu Danqing pressed his fingers together like a sword and pointed forward. The painting flew up with a whoosh. Blazing colors filled the painting paper, but there was only one color, red. Crimson red, fiery red, blood red. Crimson red mountains were strangely jagged. A boundless sea of fire burned fiercely. A long blood-red river surged and flowed. Everyone who had their eyes on the painting shuddered violently, as a terrifying and crazy intent surged toward them. What sort of hellish scene was this? It was as though countless evil ghosts and demons were suffering endless pain within. Gradually, this fantasy turned into reality. One evil ghost after another leaped down from the mountains, surged through the sea of fire, and floated up from the blood river as they charged out of the painting. Tall bodies, crimson skin, twisted limbs, hoarse roars, and empty eyes filled with boundless resentment and hatred. 2 dozens of evil ghosts crawled out of the painting as though they had crawled out of hell to take revenge on the people of the world. At that moment, it was as though a nightmare had come true. Screams rang out from the spectator stands as the expressions of many female cultivators changed. Han Xiongji was not afraid. Compared to Altar Lord Black Lotus's murderous methods back in ancient Wind City, this hell lacked realism. She was only worried for Li Qingshan. Wang Pushi said with a smile, "An aura from the Hell Dao. This painting is very suitable for my school of legalism. For Old Man Chu to take him as his final disciple and nurture him for 10 years, he is indeed not someone easy to deal with. Li Qingshan is in trouble." Chu Danqing recalled the scene when he first began painting in seclusion. Often, he would roll on the ground in regret while he was painting, slamming his head against the wall in shame. Thinking back to how he had become a laughingstock the moment he emerged from seclusion after 10 years of arduous cultivation, he was no longer liked by female cultivators. He felt like he was about to go mad. It was as though he was in hell, being burned by blazing flames. Finally, he infused his frenzied thoughts into the painting and conceived the Hell Rhapsody. He used the remaining space to paint endless evil ghosts. "Li Qingshan, you asked for it." The smile on Li Qingshan's face did not change as he said, "By the way, I forgot the name of my book." Suddenly, his expression turned solemn as he waved his hand and shouted, "Come out, divine brush Maoyang." The divine talisman of great creation suddenly burst out with resplendent light. As Li Qingshan waved his hand, the faith and wish power of millions of people gathered and condensed. A young man wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat and holding a brush appeared in the great martial arts field. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his face was filled with righteousness and awe-inspiring. He stood in front of the crowd of ghosts, but he did not show any fear. Han Qiongji was surprised. "This is..." The whole field was silent. Chu Tian laughed wildly. "Li Qingshan, you want to win with a kid? Don't tell me this guy looks like you back then? I heard that you're also from the village." Ever since Chu Tian was defeated by Li Qingshan, he was unyielding, enduring hardships, and was ready to take revenge at any time. However, when he thought about that item, he could not show it in front of everyone. Just now he endured it. Watching Li Qingshan's defeat was one of the greatest joys in his life. Although the other disciples of the 100 clans no longer laughed at Li Qingshan, their thoughts were the same as Chu Tian's. How could an ordinary young man like him have the strength to fight against evil ghosts? Compared to the terror of the Hellfire Rhapsody, this so-called divine brush Maoyang was indeed like a joke. "Aya, we're done for." Lu Chuanfeng paced around anxiously. Sun Fubai said calmly, "Junior Marshal brother, don't worry. Qingshan knows what he's doing. I've heard a rumor recently. It was about the divine brush Maoyang." "Li Qingshan, you're despicable." Chu Danqing looked at the impoverished teenager Maoyang and felt as if he was looking at himself in the past. He really could not bear to order the evil ghosts to kill him. Despicable? Li Qingshan was puzzled, but he did not care about it. Maoyang's face was full of concentration. He raised the divine brush and quickly drew in the air. The divine talisman of great creation's willpower was continuously converted into his strength. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a golden boot stepped onto the great martial arts field with a bang. A golden-armored deity holding a golden dagger axe walked out of the air and pointed the golden dagger axe at the evil ghosts. The appearance of the golden-armored deity was simple and childish. There was even a pair of golden wings on his back. He looked like a celestial general in a child's imagination. However, the aura he emitted was no less than that of the evil ghosts. Chu Tian, who was laughing heartily, suddenly shut his mouth. Chu Danqing's mouth was agape. Wasn't this the ability of the school of painting? Why did the characters created by the school of painting have such abilities? Chu Shidao shouted, "Danqing, what are you waiting for?" The golden-armored deity spread his wings and soared into the sky. He swooped down toward the rising sun in the east and turned into a flash of golden light. The golden dagger axe in his hand pierced through an evil ghost. The evil ghost trembled and dissipated. Chu Danqing immediately reacted. The evil ghosts roared and pounced at the golden-armored deity. However, the golden-armored deity flew into the sky again and circled back and forth with the golden dagger axe in his hand. The despair on Lu Chuanfeng's face immediately turned into surprise. Han Qiongji shouted, "Good job, Qingshan." Li Qingshan, on the other hand, felt his heart ache at the amount of willpower he had expended. This was not true qi and it would decrease with every use. At this time he could not care less. In front of his girlfriend, he had to win this battle to his heart's content. The second golden-armored deity that Ma Liang drew with the divine brush in his hand walked out of the air. "Chu Danqing, today I will use the school of painting to defeat you. I will show you the power of the school of painting. Please gather your willpower into my hand. Come out, monthly ticket." Chapter 349. The second golden-armored deity was even taller and mightier than the first. He was clad in heavy armor and had a round waist. At first glance, it looked like a sphere, and the octagonal golden hammer in its hand was the size of a water tank. It charged at the evil spirit like a war chariot, and it was like a roaring war chariot, crushing everything in its path. Dozens of evil spirits opened their bloody mouths and roared in unison. Their jagged fangs pulled out streams of saliva that dripped onto the ground. It sizzled like acid and gave rise to clouds of white smoke. The golden-armored deity swung his arms, and the golden hammer buzzed as it sped up to the extreme. It flew out of his hand and turned into a golden meteor, crashing into the twisted face of an evil spirit. Another evil spirit disappeared, but even more evil spirits surged past the golden hammer that had fallen to the ground and charged at the golden-armored deity who had lost his weapon. The golden-armored deity leaped into the air with an unbelievably light posture, like a dark cloud that had suddenly risen. He pounced at the group of evil spirits with the same posture as before. Dong, a heavy sound rang out. The earth trembled and shockwaves spread in all directions. The golden-armored deity directly crushed an evil spirit to death, but he was also surrounded by the evil spirits. The golden-armored deity who had been circling in the sky for a long time descended from the sky. The golden dagger axe in his hand drew a zigzag arc of light, passing through the heads, throats, claws and chests, leaving behind a trail of blood. The 5 evil spirits howled and dissipated. Then, he leaped into the air again, tossing aside the claws that were grabbing at him and waiting for the next opportunity. This attack tore a gap in the impenetrable encirclement. The golden-armored deity on the ground rolled on the ground. He grabbed the handle of the hammer and stood up again. He raised the golden hammer with both hands and smashed it at the evil spirits that were charging at him. Bang! The brains of the evil spirits burst out, turning into a wisp of red smoke and dissipating. At this moment, an evil spirit pounced at him from behind, its mouth split open all the way to its ears. Its lower jaw was open to an unbelievable extent, and its sword-like sharp teeth bit down on the golden-armored deity's neck armor. Several of the teeth broke. But even more sharp teeth sank in with a corrosive sound. The golden-armored deity spun on the spot, trying to shake off the sneak attacker on his back. The golden hammer in his hand danced like the wind, smashing away the ghosts that pounced on him like mad dogs. The golden armor on his body had many wounds, but he could not do anything to the evil ghosts on his back. The golden-armored deities circling in the sky only dared to slay the evil spirits at the periphery and did not dare to enter the encirclement. Rescue a comrade. Otherwise, he would be grabbed by countless claws and torn apart the thin golden armor on his body. At this time, a golden arrow the size of a spear spun and pierced through the evil spirit's eyes. It left behind a golden trail and a fleeting spiral hole in the air. At the end of the hole and the trajectory was the third golden-armored deity. He was tall and had a quiver on his back. The bowstring of the golden bow in his hand was still trembling. The stands were filled with cheers. The shouts stopped as they stared dumbfoundedly at the group of giants fighting each other. Who would have thought that the school of novels that they had ridiculed, the painter who only liked to draw beauties, actually had such terrifying strength? Every single one of these evil ghosts had the power to kill an 8th or even 9th layer Qi practitioner. Even Han Che frowned slightly at their frenzied auras. On the other side, the 3 golden-armored deities were even more powerful. Under Li Qingshan's precise control, they slayed the evil spirits and did not fall into a disadvantageous position. This was no longer the kind of duel they had seen before. It was a real fight to the death. The great martial arts field had turned into a bloody battlefield. Chu Tian was dumbfounded. His cultivation had improved greatly during this period of hard work, and he was prepared to duel with Li Qingshan again. However, the situation in front of him had dealt him a heavy blow. His chances of winning had not increased at all. Han Qiongji clenched her fists and cheered loudly, breaking the silence. This was the man she had set her eyes on. Wang Puxi shook his head lightly. He had not expected that even the techniques of the School of Novels could be used to such an extent in his hands. He was indeed worthy of Qiongji. Lord Gu's foresight was indeed outstanding. Although Han Anjuan did not say anything, he also revealed a satisfied expression. His talent for battle had been completely extended in small team battles, and he had almost perfect control of the battlefield. Lu Chongqing sighed softly. This was probably the generation with the most geniuses among the 100 schools of thought. Even Hua Sengzan and Han Tie, the geniuses who had led the masses, were no longer special in front of them. Could it be that the world was about to fall into chaos, and that was why there were so many geniuses emerging? Lu Chuanfeng did not care about his image as the head of the family. He opened his arms and cheered loudly. The spirit that had been suppressed for so many years had finally been released. Did you see that? This was the power of the School of Novels. Then the one-thought master looked at little Anne, but he did not see any excitement on her face at all, as if she was certain that victory would be his. She only held her cheek with one hand, gazing at him from afar among the thousands of people. Li Qingshan would smile at her from time to time as well, as if the intense battle before him was unable to divert his attention from her. Recently, she had been looking for him less often, which gave the one-thought master some relief. But looking at it now, nothing had changed. He had finally confirmed that there was an invisible thread connecting them. This must be fate. As her senior brother, he really did not have any confidence in guiding this talented junior sister who called herself One Will. His master had probably noticed this too, which was why he directly accepted her as his disciple. He would just leave everything up to fate. Li Qingshan and Chu Danqing's gazes crossed the battlefield and met. Li Qingshan's smile did not change. He was bullying Chu Danqing for not playing real-time strategy games with this battle. Of course, this was fundamentally different from games. However, he was not the same him from his past life either, but the battle-hardened Li Qingshan. Chu Danqing, on the other hand, was rather frantic. His overall strength was clearly much greater than Li Qingshan's, yet all he could do was watch helplessly as the fiends were slain one by one. He was at a loss for what to do. Danqing, only by stabilizing your mind can you see the root of the problem. Chu Shidao's voice rang out in Chu Danqing's head. The root of the problem? Chu Danqing saw the young man in the straw hat with a single glance and came to a realization. All of the armored deities originated from him. As long as he defeated the young man, everything would naturally be resolved. Chu Danqing waved his hand, and all the remaining fiends abandoned the armored deities. They turned into a frenzied wave and rushed towards Ma Liang. Although the 3 armored deities had slain over 20 fiends through their ingenious teamwork, they were powerless to stop the rampaging army of fiends. Li Qingshan stopped smiling. Have you finally realized it? That's my greatest weakness. Although the divine brush was impressive, Ma Liang himself was just an ordinary young man. Furthermore, he was the most important medium. Once he was defeated, the armored deities would immediately dissipate as well. At that time, even if he could condense another one, would Chu Danqing still give Ma Liang the chance to paint? He would probably be killed the moment he appeared, wasting the power of wish for nothing. At that time, the outcome of the battle would be decided. What should he do? Create another armored deity that used a shield? No, even if he could defend against it, Ma Liang would not have the time to paint a new painting. As for the Hell's map opposite him, it was clear that it had not used its full strength yet. The only thing he could do now was to fight attack with attack. Ma Liang suddenly raised his brush and waved it wantonly in the air. Streaks of black ink froze in the air. The power of wish in the divine talisman of great creation was rapidly being consumed. At that moment, a shadow covered Ma Liang. Countless claws and teeth were right in front of him, and a scarlet wave slammed down on Ma Liang. Compared to the horde of ghosts, his figure was pitifully small. Just as all the children expected, he faced the horde of ghosts fearlessly and used all his strength to finish the last stroke. The ink in the air turned into streaks of sword chi and shot out in all directions. Compared to the sword chi, the horde of ghosts seemed to have slowed down. They could only watch as the sword chi pierced through their bodies. The scarlet wave paused for a moment and immediately collapsed, turning into countless fragments that smashed towards Ma Liang. However, they dissipated in the air. Cheers rang out. Li Qingshan said loudly, "Who's the one who's going to admit defeat now?" The three armored deities formed a formation and blocked in front of Chu Danqing's Rhapsody of Hell. They would kill every ghost that came out. They wanted to see how many evil ghosts Chu Danqing could summon. Chu Danqing clenched his fists tightly. Although this Rhapsody of Hell took the meaning of endless in its length, it could not really summon an endless number of evil ghosts to battle. Even if he summoned more evil ghosts, they would not be able to escape the fate of being killed one by one. It's you. The Rhapsody of Hell surged out with a scarlet light, almost illuminating the entire main martial arts field. The blood river in the painting suddenly began to flow slowly, and the incomparable sea of fire suddenly began to burn fiercely. Oh no! Li Qingshan said. The sea of hellfire suddenly surged out of the painting. It was so fast that it devoured the three armored deities in an instant. The golden armor rapidly melted in the flames, and in the blink of an eye, the three armored deities turned into ashes, following in the footsteps of the evil ghosts. Waves of heat appeared in the air, causing everything in the field to distort. The surging flames pounced towards Li Qingshan with an unparalleled and unavoidable momentum. Lu Chuanfeng, who was about to celebrate, suddenly changed his expression. It was as if the hellfire was burning him. This had already surpassed the means of a Qi practitioner. Chu Shidao's face was bright red from the flames. Li Qingshan, take a look. This is the power of the emerald blood of vermilion. Although you are a genius, and it is indeed a rare fortune for the school of novels to have a disciple like you, you are still slightly inferior compared to Danqing. The outcome had been decided. For the first time, Han Anjuan no longer believed that Li Qingshan could win. This was already a gap in cultivation, and it was not something that could be made up for with tactics or strategies. Li Qingshan's face was as dark as still water. He quickly turned his head. The fire was burning in front of him, and it was too late even if he ordered Ma Liang to paint again. Furthermore, what kind of painting could block this boundless fire? At this moment, Ma Liang suddenly fell to the ground. Although he was not burned by the fire, he could not withstand the high temperature. Li Qingshan had been a cultivator for too long, and he had also underestimated the endurance of a mortal youth. It just so happened that it pours. Could it be that the outcome had been decided? Chapter 350. Suddenly, Li Qingshan pointed at the picture album on the table. The pages flipped rapidly with a flurry, and the story passed by in a hurry. Suddenly he stopped at the last picture. Dash. Slash. Dash. Slash. He could only try this. He did not want to use Ma Liang as a medium. He wanted to use his power of will to summon this picture. That would be the end of this fairy tale. Ma Liang was captured and brought to the palace. The emperor wanted him to draw a money tree. Ma Liang raised his hand and drew a C. The emperor was very unhappy when he saw this. He scolded, "I asked you to draw a money tree, who asked you to draw a sea?" Ma Liang then drew a small island in the sea. He drew a tall and big tree on the island. "Isn't this a money tree?" The emperor immediately became happy. "Hurry up and draw a boat. I want to go to the sea and earn money." Ma Liang drew a very big wooden boat. The emperor then brought the empress, the crown prince, the princess and many ministers and generals onto the boat. Ma Liang drew a few more strokes of wind, and the boat started to move. The emperor felt that the boat was moving too slowly, so he shouted at the bow of the boat, "Stronger wind! Stronger wind!" Ma Liang added a few more strokes of wind, and the wooden boat quickly moved towards the center of the sea. Ma Liang added a few more strokes of wind, and the sea roared, rolling up waves, and the boat swayed. The emperor was scared. He shouted at Ma Liang, "Enough wind, enough wind!" Ma Liang pretended not to hear him and continued to draw the wind. The sea was angry and the waves hit the boat. The boat tilted and the boat was in chaos. The emperor hugged the mast of the boat and shouted, "The wind is too strong. The boat is going to capsize. Stop drawing." Ma Liang ignored him and continued to draw the wind. The wind became stronger and many thick dark clouds were blown over. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. There was a heavy rain, and the sea was like a collapsing wall, crashing towards the boat. Han Xiongji could not bear to watch anymore. She was worried that Li Qingshan would not be able to bear the blow of failure. She thought about how to comfort him later without hurting his pride. After all, he was so proud. She gave him such a thing. He would definitely be happy. At most, she would let him fulfill his wish a few days ago. She suddenly heard the sound of waves. This place was very far from the lakeside, so how could there be the sound of waves? Then there was a salty smell. When the smell entered her nose, she abruptly raised her head. A huge wave like a high wall stood in front of Li Qingshan. Boundless ocean. Li Qingshan pushed his hand forward. The huge wave toppled over and swept towards the blazing inferno, forcibly pushing the hellfire back into the field. The tongues of fire and the waves wanted to collide, turning into a wisp of steam. However, at the same time there was even more water and fire. They surged forward. They collided fiercely on the long dividing line. Steam billowed and rose like smoke signals, forming a white wall of fog. Then, because of the disappearance of the power of vow, it dispersed. With a sizzling sound. Water extinguishes fire, and fire evaporates water. This was a battle between water and fire. But soon, the giant wave ran out of momentum and was evaporated by the flames. The suppressed flames surged forward once more, but they were immediately swatted down by a second wave. Chu Danqing's face became bright red from the light of the flames. It was slightly twisted, and even his eyes flickered with red light. He was close to going insane. He constantly used the Hell Endowment, and even more hellfire surged out. He shouldered his master's expectations, the painter's hopes, and the wife in the painting in name. He could not lose this battle, he definitely could not. Li Qingshan had already stopped caring about the consumption of the power of vow. He conjured huge waves. Cloud Wisp Island was a good place, so how could he just give it away to someone else? If he lost, he would lose all the power of vow he had used up. Moreover, he smiled. He could not lose face in front of his future wife and father-in-law. The circular great martial arts practice field was divided into two parts, scarlet red and bright blue. It was a twisted boundary between the hell of fire and the ocean of water. It constantly advanced and retreated, locked in an intense stalemate. The crackling of fire and the roaring of water were deafening. Everyone was stunned by this earth-shaking confrontation of techniques. Originally, they thought that they would no longer be surprised by a battle between Qi practitioners after witnessing the battle between Li Qingshan and Chu Tian. When Chu Tian and Li Qingshan fought, they only occasionally displayed the abilities of Foundation Establishment cultivators. Now, Li Qingshan and Chu Danqing's abilities had completely surpassed the level of Qi practitioners. They basically seemed no different from Foundation Establishment cultivators. So be it the painter, but what Li Qingshan displayed was truly the power of the school of novels that they had been mocking for a very long time. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan was only at the 7th layer of Qi practitioner. Had they underestimated the school of novels all this time? Chu Sherdao furrowed his brows as he stared at Chu Danqing's back worriedly. He had never thought that Li Qingshan would actually possess such strength. He had some understanding of the abilities of the school of novels as well. They should have been restricted by the divine talisman of great creation. Under these circumstances, it was clearly because there were many people who firmly believed in his books. How was it possible for them to achieve this in just half a year? Lu Chuanfeng stopped cheering. He stood on the platform with his mouth wide open and his hands raised high. He seemed like a frozen statue. His entire body tensed up as if he was the one pushing the giant waves. Sun Fubai watched this scene greedily. His face was filled with both joy and sorrow. Yes, this was the power of the school of novels that his master had described to them. He had doubted it in the past as well, but now Li Qingshan had proven it to them. He had proven it to everyone. The school of novels was not trash. The heavens had given this child to the school of novels. Han Qiongji clenched her fists and stared at Li Qingshan in an infatuated manner. She was tempted to tell everyone that this was her man. Of course, in reality, everyone already knew. Wang Pushi shook his head. This kid sure was full of surprises. It had only been a year since he joined the 100 schools. If he had time to develop, just how far could he go? The Han family had found a good son-in-law. He would definitely be a great general in the future. However, while Han Anjuan rejoiced, he also felt a hint of worry. Soon afterwards he relaxed. She would have to slowly experience this great life on her own. Jichenzi looked at the slovenly Taoist priest who was pouring wine into his mouth. He smiled. "Master, you're regretting it again." The slovenly Taoist priest roared, "Who's regretting it? Who's regretting it?" He could not help but admit that he was slightly regretful. He could even use the techniques of the school of novels to such an extent. If he had used the techniques of the school of Taoism, wouldn't it have been even more powerful? Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have been a little more polite to this kid. I've cursed plenty of disciples before. You're the only fucking one who dares to throw a tantrum at me. At this moment, the light from the infernal bestowment gradually dimmed. No matter how much painstaking effort he poured into a painting, its power would not be endless. Although the water Li Qingshan conjured was only regular water, slightly inferior to fire, Li Qingshan was still able to conjure up water. However, the 5 elements countered one another. It was extremely easy for water to put out fire, but it would take a tremendous amount of energy for fire to evaporate someone. Li Qingshan suddenly stirred up an even greater wave. I'll give up on the power of belief I've accumulated over half a year. Let's see just how long you can last. Chu Danqing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He continued to use the infernal bestowment, and a thin crack appeared on the painting. However, he did not care. Even if he destroyed the painting, he had to last. Danqing, let's stop here. Chu Shidao's voice rang out in Chu Danqing's head. But, Master, if we keep fighting, both sides will end up injured. Chu Shidao was someone who loved paintings. How could he bear to see the infernal bestowment that he had worked on for 6 months be destroyed just like that? On the other hand, Li Qingshan showed no signs of running out of power of belief. His chances of victory were close to 0. Chu Danqing could not disobey his master's orders. He kicked over the table before him and put away the infernal bestowment reluctantly. Li Qingshan immediately stopped using the divine talisman of great creation as well. It was not easy to accumulate power of belief. Every bit counted. In a single moment, the water and fire vanished. Everyone felt that it was unreal. If it were not for the clear traces of the 2 pieces of painting that had been burnt by fire and washed away by water, they basically would have suspected that everything just now was a dream. The entire place fell silent. They looked at each other. Just who had won? However, the patriarchs all saw it clearly. Lu Changqing cast a questioning gaze at Chu Shidao. Chu Shidao raised his hand and walked over to Chu Danqing's side. He patted his shoulder comfortingly and said to Li Qingshan, "You won." Li Qingshan clasped his hands. "Thank you for going easy." However, Chu Danqing's eyes were red and his lips trembled. He seemed like he was about to cry. "Why do I feel like I've become a great villain who bullies naive youths? It's just a competition. Is there a need for you to act like this?" Before this, Li Qingshan had been brimming with confidence, but he had also been prepared for failure. After all, nothing was absolute. Compared to the crushing defeats he had suffered in the past, a competition that did not even threaten his life was nothing. At worst, he would just have to move to another island to develop on. The School of Novels did not rely on land very much. As long as he had a train of thought, was there any need to worry about not being able to develop? Li Qingshan had climbed up from the very bottom. How could he understand this? Chu Danqing had studied painting for 10 years, and he had never suffered any setbacks. He had lost in his first battle, so the difference was indeed difficult for him to accept. He had thought that he had only won a powerful painting. He had never thought that it would be Chu Danqing's wife. Cheers rang out from the platform. Although the School of Novels did not have a great reputation, they were still much more amiable than foreign painters. After all, they had been cursing at them for so many years. Now, everyone recognized the power of the School of Novels. They could actually conjure up figures that could use the abilities of painters to defeat them. This was just too unbelievable. Some of the new disciples even regretted not joining the School of Novels in the first place. Under Lu Changqing's lead, Chu Shidao and Lu Chuanfeng arrived on the platform. Behind them were the primary disciples of their respective sections. Chu Shidao offered up the heavenly maiden scatters the blossoms with both hands. I've long heard that the School of Novels can conjure up all sorts of wonders. Now that I've seen it for myself, it really is true. No wonder you're one of the 10 schools chosen by the Sacred Emperor. Your disciple, Li Qingshan, is even more outstanding. We wholeheartedly accept our loss in this battle. If we've offended you in any way in the past, please forgive us, Patriarch Lu. This painting is something that I've painstakingly created, so treat it as my apology. Please treat her well. P.S. If you vote, it will be sunny. Your support is my greatest motivation. Dash. Chapter 351. Lu Chuanfeng was rather flattered that such a great figure was speaking to him so politely. He returned the gesture in a hurry. Master Chu, you're exaggerating. My disciple only managed to win against your disciple out of luck. There are many similarities between the methods of the School of Novels and the School of Painting. We still need to interact more in the future so that we can benefit from each other. He accepted the heavenly maiden scatters the blossoms and directly passed it to Li Qingshan. Although he was rather reluctant to part with the goddess in the painting, it was what he deserved. Don't worry, Master Chu. I'll definitely cherish this painting. Li Qingshan accepted it politely with both hands. Although he had won the battle, he had used up almost half of the power of belief he had accumulated. This was the natural limitation of the school of novels. However, he had at least obtained a decent piece of spoil, which made up for his losses. This was the best outcome. He did not want to end up with enemies everywhere. Of course, he was still clueless about the fact that he had won someone else's wife. Chu Shidao nodded slightly. Danqing, you need to ask senior brother Li for guidance in the future. Even though Chu Danqing was extremely reluctant, he could only reply, yes. I wouldn't dare call myself senior brother. Back on Cloud Wisp Island, Danqing and I hit it off as soon as we met. We even drank together. Back then we treated each other as friends and brothers. I don't know why, but I actually stopped coming back. Li Qingshan's first impression of Chu Danqing was quite good. He felt like there was a rare aura of naivety about him. You're still bold enough to say that? If you hadn't gotten me drunk, why would I have said something like that? Chu Danqing glared at him. He felt ashamed again. Something like that? Li Qingshan was stunned by Chu Danqing's resentment towards him. He was very confused. Although they were opponents, there was no great enmity between them, right? Only after thinking about it did he understand what Chu Danqing meant. He had no idea whether to laugh or cry. Why was this guy as fragile as an adolescent boy? No, he was an elementary school student. They were both geniuses, but compared to Chu Tian, that bitch who never knew what shame was, he was different. Chu Danqing was basically on the other end of the spectrum. He was so childish that he was cute. Or perhaps a genius in itself meant that they had a unique temperament that was different from ordinary people. Only then would they be able to walk their own path. Among the geniuses he knew, Hua Sengzan was a romantic, Han Che was a piece of cold iron, and Chu Tian was an arrogant idiot. And Little N, who was widely recognized as the #1 genius, was probably the most special one among them. In other words, you didn't tell anyone. Chu Danqing suddenly grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder, as if he had seen a ray of light in the endless darkness. Who would remember drunk words? Li Qingshan had a strange expression on his face. He wasn't a gossipy old woman, so he didn't have the time. Spreading drunken gossip. Chu Danqing felt like he had just survived a disaster. He exhaled deeply. In other words, his reputation had not been ruined yet. It turned out that he had been thinking too much all along. But when he thought about how he had been entangled in this matter for so long and even drew a painting like Infernal Endowment, he regretted it so much that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Chu Shidao asked curiously as well, what did he say? Li Qingshan said casually, Danqing said that he wanted. Chu Danqing covered Li Qingshan's mouth. Master, it's just drunken nonsense. It won't reach your ears. Chu Shidao smiled and clasped his hands. Schoolmaster Lu, please take us to the School of Painting. Please come with me. Lu Changqing waved his hand. When the competition had just been decided, construction had begun on a desolate island to the southwest of Contention Island. They planted trees and designed gardens. Originally, he planned on giving it to the School of Novels as compensation, but he never thought that it would end up like this. He had already received the benefits anyway, so the School of Painting could no longer say anything. With a disciple like Li Qingshan, the School of Novels should not have declined. After this battle, the School of Novels would become famous. During the next entrance examination, there would probably be quite a few people who would fill in the 3-word School of Novels. Chu Shidao's group arrived at the School of Painting's island that was still under construction. The buildings on the island were close to completion. Although they were not as dense as the spiritual chi on Cloud Wisp Island, they were extremely exquisite. They gave off a thriving atmosphere. Lu Changqing did not want to offend the School of Novels too much, so he had asked the master of the School of Moism to personally take care of the buildings on the island. The pavilions, terraces, and cornices were all elegant and generous. After sending off Lu Changqing, Chu Shidao made his way to the entrance with his cane. He gently rubbed the pillars that still gave off the smell of pine wood and smiled in relief. Master, why did you have to be so polite to Lu Chuanfeng? Chu Danqing supported him carefully from one side. Foundation establishment cultivators and chi practitioners were people of completely different worlds. Moreover, Chu Shidao was no regular foundation establishment cultivator. If I can turn an enemy into a friend just by being a little more polite, what's the point of my dignity? Master, it's all because of me, Chu Danqing blamed himself. I even made Master lose that painting. I really deserve to die. No, if you had won, I would have been even more polite. The school of novels can't be underestimated. Li Qingshan can't be underestimated. Even if we can't become friends, we can't become enemies. As for that painting, it's not like you like it anyway, so she's just a painting. I really am getting old. I worry too much. I believe you'll definitely be able to draw a painting 10 times, 100 times better than that. You'll be able to draw the woman you love. But, Master, I like living people. These words lingered in Chu Danqing's heart for a while, but he did not dare to say them out loud. He only said, that painting is Master's precious memories. I will definitely take it back. I've already had so many memories that they're about to overflow. That's why I painted that painting. I'm probably the person in the world who needs her the least. How strange. I actually remember the matters of 200 years ago so clearly now. Chu Sherdao leaned on his cane. His smiling gaze seemed to have already pierced through Chu Danqing, the 100 schools of thought and space, seeing a very, very long time ago. Qingshan, I really never thought that you'd be able to win with this book. Lu Chuanfeng flipped through the thin album. He still found it rather unbelievable. Li Qingshan explained the principles behind it. Lu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai both came to a realization. Even mortals were nothing in the eyes of cultivators, let alone the children of mortals. Only now did they realize just how important something they had overlooked was. Sun Fubai immediately made up his mind. He would set up the whole private school right away. Lu Chuanfeng expressed his wish for a great celebration. Li Qingshan glanced at Han Qiongji, who was waiting nearby. He patted Lu Chuanfeng's shoulder and said, keep a low profile. He lost in such a graceful manner, so we can't be too flashy when we win. How could he be in the mood to celebrate with these two men? He was better off showing off to his woman. Sun Fubai expressed his agreement as well. That Chu Danqing would definitely be an impressive figure in the future. It would be best if they could resolve their grievances. Li Qingshan clasped his hands and bid farewell. He arrived before Han Qiongji. Qiongji, how was my performance? I'll definitely cherish this painting. How do you plan on cherishing it? Han Qiongji said right away. She seemed like she was both annoyed and smiling. The cloud lifted up Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji, taking off and arriving beside Little N. Li Qingshan bowed towards the One Thought Master and said to Little N, let's go. Let's go play in the Clear River Prefecture. Little N glanced at Han Qiongji. I'm going back to cultivate. That works too. Wait for me to bring back a gift. Li Qingshan rubbed her head with a smile. They were going to spend the entire night together anyway, so a little time like this would not make a difference. With the three of them, the atmosphere was rather strange. Han Qiongji let out a sigh of relief inside. She nodded towards Little N to express her gratitude. The cloud flew out of the 100 schools of thought, directly returning to the Clear River Prefecture. Han Qiongji suddenly said, hold on for a moment. Li Qingshan stopped the cloud. What's wrong? Han Qiongji said, you still haven't answered my question. Don't even think about getting away with it. Li Qingshan smiled. Obviously, I'm going to cherish her like how I cherish you. You can't even be jealous of a painting. Don't you dare. I just want to be jealous. Give me the painting. When Han Qiongji heard that, she immediately refused to back down. She extended her hand. Li Qingshan casually tossed the heavenly maiden scatters the blossoms to her. Here, take it. Han Qiongji originally only wanted to test him, but she never thought he would give it to her so readily. This was not just a painting. Its value was so great that regular chi practitioners could not even begin to imagine it. Her heart was filled with gentleness. Out of curiosity, she unfurled the painting. All she saw was the face of the heavenly maiden scatter the blossoms. It was blurry as if it was shrouded in mist. The power it possessed completely surpassed Chu Danqing's infernal bestowment. The value of this item had completely surpassed spiritual artifacts. I don't think it's anything special. I don't care. Han Qiongji tossed the painting back to Li Qingshan. But you have to tell me who you see in the painting. Li Qingshan caught the painting and asked in surprise, how do you know? Sure enough, the rumors were true. Han Qiongji said complacently, what don't I know? Don't interrupt me. Tell me. She acted like she did not care, but she was rather nervous inside. Is it me? Li Qingshan sighed. Can I not tell you? Han Qiongji said without any confidence, of course not. Did he see Gu Yanning? If that was the case, then it was not his fault. However, her mood plummeted. Li Qingshan said, fine then. Since you want to know, there's nothing I can hide from you. That's right. What I see is our village's widow Li. Han Qiongji's heart had already hit rock bottom. When she heard Li Qingshan's answer, she froze. She blinked. What did you say? Li Qingshan said in embarrassment, You know I'm young. Widow Li is the dream lover of all the men in our village. Han Qiongji's mind was in a mess. Of course, Widow Li posed no threat to her, but when she thought about how she had actually been defeated by Widow Li, who did not even have a name, she found it even harder to accept. Li Qingshan laughed and held her in his arms. He lifted her chin and said, Fool you are. Han Qiongji roared, Li Qingshan, you're teasing me again. Li Qingshan pinched her chin and shook it gently. He said with a smile, This is not teasing, this is flirting. Is it true? Han Qiongji's voice suddenly became low. She bit her lips and said, If the answer was not her, she would rather he lied to her. Li Qingshan stopped smiling and kissed her gently on the forehead. I swear. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 352. Even though Li Qingshan's love life was not completely blank, it was not much better than Chu Danqing's. Only when he caught a glimpse of Gu Yenying under the cedar tree outside Qingyang City had he experienced love at first sight. However, he was not Wasungzan. No matter how deep of an impression Gu Yenying had left on him, no matter how great of an oath he had sworn, she was not as important as her. Right now, she was not as important as the woman in his arms who loved him deeply. As a result, when he saw the painting, he only did a pitifully short rewind of his memories. What appeared in his head was her leaning against the bow of the ship. It was natural and graceful, without any pretense at all, which made him admire her. You're in my arms right now, so why would I care about a painting? Qingshan. Han Qiongji only felt like her heart had melted. She was like a cloud in happiness about to fly into the sky. The two of them leaned against each other on the vast, blue waves. They were both filled with endless satisfaction. Li Qingshan had never thought a single sentence from him would have such an effect. He slid the tip of his finger across her plump lips and smiled. Are you satisfied now? That's more like it. Han Qiongji glanced at him. Her eyes rippled and her cheeks reddened. She was as charming as she could be. Is there a reward? Li Qingshan pointed at her bouncy chest. Here, the gift you promised. Han Qiongji slapped his hand away and took out an item from her 100 treasures pouch. This. Li Qingshan was stunned. There was no mistaking it. It was the high-grade spiritual artifact pill cauldron he had taken a liking to in the school of miscellany. The pill cauldron was not forged from metal. Instead, it was carved from the rare green jade. A long dragon coiled around the mouth of the cauldron. Its full name was the Jade-Sculpted Cauldron of the Coiled Dragon. Wasn't it supposed to be the man who bought what a woman took a liking to? Their roles seemed to be reversed. Li Qingshan's heart was filled with tenderness. What do you think? Do you like it? Han Qiongji asked in concern. Although she came from an aristocratic clan, Han Anjuan had never treated his daughter well. She had never known what spoiling was. This time, she had used all her years of savings and even exchanged the contribution she had accumulated in the Hawkwolf Guard for spiritual stones. Only then did he have enough spirit stones. Without saying a word, Li Qingshan put down the jade-coiled dragon carving furnace and kissed her cherry lips. I said. Han Qiongji struggled weakly. But this man almost barbarically hugged her in his arms. With a posture that allowed no resistance, he kissed her lips. Her mind instantly went blank and she subconsciously hugged him. The tip of Li Qingshan's tongue opened her pearly white teeth and penetrated straight in, tasting her to his heart's content. His hands exerted force as if he wanted to rub her delicate body into his embrace. His heart was completely filled by her. Was this kind of woman not worthy of his wholehearted love? After a long time their lips parted. A strand of saliva flowed freely. Han Qiongji's eyes were blurred. Her lips were slightly parted as she recalled the first kiss of her life. The sound lingered for a long time. Returning to her senses, she met Li Qingshan's smiling eyes. So you really are so afraid of being kissed, Qiongji? Just now, he felt like the woman in his arms was boneless, completely limp in his arms. He could do whatever he wanted. You don't keep your word. I gave you a gift out of kindness, yet you used the opportunity to bully me. You even used so much strength. It hurt. Han Qiongji's face was burning as she grumbled coquettishly. She did not blame him at all for his actions at all. It's for you. Li Qingshan stowed the pill cauldron away in his 100 treasures pouch before taking out the heavenly maiden scatters the blossoms. He thought about how inadequate he was as a boyfriend. All he cared about was enjoying her tenderness, yet she gave him a gift first. Han Xiongji refused it. It's not like I'm exchanging it with you. You want it, so keep it for yourself. Li Qingshan stuffed the painting into her hands. This is a token of love. Do you understand? In fact, he didn't really understand it himself. Compared to the romantic feelings of their hair knotted into a knot, the token of their love was more pragmatic. However, he liked this woman who did not know what romance was. Han Xiongji finally realized the meaning of the painting in her hands. Her heart was filled with endless joy and she immediately loved it. She looked at it again and again as if the painting in her hands was not the same as the one just now. After a while, she suddenly closed her eyes and raised her head, her red lips slightly pouting. Li Qingshan said, "What are you doing?" "Idiot, I want to try again. Feels pretty good." Han Xiongji opened her eyes and said in a happy and angry tone, "But you are not allowed to take the opportunity to make a move on me." Li Qingshan shook his head and sighed. How could there be a woman who would take the initiative to ask for a kiss after their first kiss? If he thought of her as a shy beauty, then he really misjudged her. He said, "Thank you for reminding me." He lowered his head and kissed her. His left hand wrapped around her slender waist and gently stroked it. His right hand fell on her perky buttocks and rubbed it hard. Han Xiongji snorted and subconsciously twisted her body. However, her mind was completely immersed in the sweet kiss with him. She only cared about dealing with the foreign object that invaded her mouth. She had no time to care about anything else, so she just let it be. After a few times of intimacy, Han Xiongji smiled and refused Li Qingshan's suggestion to go to the lake. Her red lips rubbed his cheek and stopped at his ear. She breathed out like orchids, "Pervert, don't always think about this kind of thing." Her right hand hooked up her middle finger and gently flicked his lower body. She was not unfamiliar with certain parts of a man's body. However, most of them were dead. She felt that it was very interesting to be born on her own man's body and have all kinds of changes. With her personality, how could she be willing to just let him tease her? She would return the favor as soon as she had the opportunity. She would let him taste her power. He could not think that he could bully her as he pleased just because she had become his woman. Li Qingshan suddenly widened his eyes before frowning and shooting a vicious glance at her. Once a tomboy gained a hint of femininity, she would truly be something. Her wild ways were truly captivating. Only by using the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression did he suppress his restless lust. He had already grasped the trick to dealing with her anyway, so he was in no hurry. He would strip her naked, wash her clean and swallow her sooner or later. Arriving in the Clear River prefecture that they had not visited in a very long time, the two of them held hands and swam around. The banks of the Clear River were filled with willows, and there were many boats on the river. Although it was summer, it was unable to stop them from enjoying themselves. The culture of this age could be regarded as liberal, especially in a prefectural city directly ruled by cultivators like the Clear River Prefecture. Even the legendary Golden Age of the Great Tang could not rival the degree of freedom and openness. After all, one of the three rulers of the Rui Commandery was a woman. Women could practice martial arts and cultivate. They were definitely not subordinates of men. The person beside Li Qingshan was a living example. Although Han Xiongji's appearance was far too eye-catching, such that Li Qingshan was forced to deal with a few scoundrels who had been blinded by lust, this long-awaited secular life and the atmosphere of the marketplace left Li Qingshan reminiscing about it for a very long time. As he paced through the tall buildings and held the hand of this modern woman, he felt like he had returned to his past life in a daze. When there was no one around, she would give him a peck that was as light as a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water before fleeing to one side with a smile, watching how helpless he was from being teased. At dusk, after bidding farewell to Han Xiongji, obviously with a kiss as well, she had already completely fallen in love with this method of intimacy. Li Qingshan returned to Cloud Wisp Island. Sure enough, Little N was waiting in his room, currently reciting Buddhist scriptures. When she saw him, she smiled and tilted her head. "Where's the present?" Li Qingshan sat down with his legs crossed before her. After a moment of consideration, he still decided to tell her the news. After all, this was the last bit of information that woman had left behind in this world. "Qin Rongji has gone missing. She told me to give these to you." Little N was stunned as she stared at the pile of pills and spiritual stones before her. In his sweet, passionate love with Han Xiongji, Li Qingshan had basically completely forgotten about this woman's existence. It was only during a casual conversation that he heard Han Xiongji mention that Qin Rongji had already gone missing for 3 months. The Hawkwolf Guard had already sent out a search mission, and it was basically confirmed that she was dead. Han Qiongji had already become accustomed to seeing death, so she only sighed back then. She no longer took it to heart at all now. Unless there were special circumstances, the relationship between cultivators had always been very thin. Li Qingshan sighed gently. Had she finally reached the end of her crazy search? Little and suddenly thought of the woman who had laughed madly amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His heart skipped a beat. Was she really dead already? I want to perform a divination for her. Fair enough. Li Qingshan did not hold any expectations. Han Qiongji's final mission was to head south and investigate a man-eating demonic beast. She had basically already left the vicinity of the Clear River Prefecture. That place was a vast forest. Countless demonic beasts of various sizes lived there, as well as countless venomous insects. It was even connected to underground caverns. Just entering that place was extremely dangerous. There were even rumors that it was very likely for the White Lotus Mother to hide after she escaped. However, if Gu Yenying did not take action, who would be bold enough to investigate? If they really found her, they would be dead for sure. As a result, after Qin Rongji went missing, no one was bold enough to carry out the search mission even though the Hawkwolf Guard had sent out a search mission. Little An closed her eyes and sat down with her legs crossed. She stroked the items one by one with her right hand. As a divination technique of the school of Yin Yang, she had never given up on comprehending and practicing the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots. However, this was the first time she had actually used it. At this moment, the light of the setting sun was powerless to penetrate the dome of leaves in the southern forest 500 kilometers away. The forest had already darkened completely. A fly buzzed in search. Suddenly, it smelled a heavy and alluring fragrance. It was the smell of blood and death, which often represented a corpse that could be passed down to future generations. It flapped its wings and flew in that direction quickly. It dodged a spider web and arrived before a small mountain. The smell was right there. It circled around and passed through a cave that was basically covered in vines. It was already pitch black like night, but it was unable to stop it. Very soon it found its target, a humanoid corpse on the ground. Yes, they were only in human form. Their exquisite clothes had been torn into strips of cloth that were soaked in blood, and it was impossible to discern their original appearance. Numerous wounds covered their entire bodies, and their blood-red mouths flowed with blood and even pus. They were like numerous tearful eyes and mouths that were wailing in pain, and they were recounting indescribable pain. There was not a single inch of unscathed skin on the corpse. Even between the wounds were uneven scars, as if they had just healed up before being ripped apart viciously again. The face was the same. It was difficult to even distinguish its gender. Only a pair of eyes were wide open, so wide that even the corners of the eyes had cracked. They stared at the darkness before them, covered in a layer of gray dust. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.